Happy Monday, everybody. It is Monday, Robert, right? At least I got the day of the week right. I think I'm going to get the tournament right as well. Welcome to the Chessable Masters. This is an incredibly exciting event, the second of its kind. It's going to be epic. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, my good friend, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, good morning to you. Happy Monday.
Thank you, my friend. Happy Monday. It is a fun day because we have the Chessable Masters play-in. Danya, could not be any more exciting. We have such an electric field and a fun day ahead of us.
An electric field, an electric format, and first of all, an electric schedule, because the Chessable Masters, the finals, will be happening from April 3rd to April 7th. There will be 6 events in total. The Earthings Masters has already been held and concluded. Chessable Masters coming up in early April, and the events will be scattered from May to September. The CCC playoffs coming your way at the start of December 2023, and the CCC finals from 16th to 23rd of December, also 2023. So this entire year is going to be action-packed. Robert, it's time to take your Google Calendars out. Make sure you're not scheduling any meetings on the dates of these finals.
I'll schedule a meeting, and that meeting will be with the likes of you and David Howell, Tanya Sachdev. You know, we're going to have some fun commentating these events. There are so many across the year, and that's great because that means we get to see all the top players go at it month after month.
We absolutely do, and we will see them go after it today. And they've already gone after it before, so let's take a look at the standings, at the leaderboard as we currently see it. You can see the earnings on the right side. Some dude named Magnus Carlsen is atop the list with 150 points. Obviously, the points accumulated depends on which division that you made it into and how you did in that division. We'll talk more about the overall format and remind you in just a moment. But let's take a second to admire all of the players that we see atop the list, from Carlsen and Nakamura, who duked it out in the finals of the Earthings Masters, to Wesley So and Vladimir Kramnik in 15th place. Robert, wherever you look, you've got former world champions and current world champions, soon to be former world champions. Let's not talk about that.
Well, that's going to be a topic of conversation for sure, but you're right. There's kind of the who's who of chess. Some, the young upstarts, the teenagers like Arjun Erigaisi and Gukesh, and then former world champions like Vladimir Kramnik. So no matter which division you turn to, whether it be Division 1, where we saw Magnus Carlsen take down Hikaru Nakamura, all the way down to Division 3, where we saw Sam Sevian, who currently sits in the tie for 9th place, and Praggnanandhaa, who's there in 13th. So many of the world's best players.
Indeed, everybody wants a little bit of that incredible prize fund. Speaking of the prize fund, we'll actually tell you what it is. And if you're just joining us, the Chessable Masters is unmissable for many reasons, one of which are these top prizes. $30,000 for the winner of the Division 1 knockout. But even if you come in 7th, $7,500, that is the price of a pretty nice car. So the prizes are incredibly generous there. We see the entire overlay, and the most important thing, what appeals to so many grandmasters, is that everybody gets a prize. No matter what division you actually make it in, Division 2, Division 3, you get a prize. And there we see the prizes for the final division. Even if you get knocked out of Division 3, that's still a cool $1,000. So if you don't have much of a chance to make it past Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, you still have a chance to make enough money to buy a car or a very nice steak dinner, Robert.
So you're saying there's a chance, and that's important because the chess needs this kind of ecosystem, right? Because we're used to seeing all the top players in the world get their shot at huge prize funds. That's great. It's necessary, but it's also necessary to have, real income to players who may not start with a 2-7 in their rating. So it's great to see this. We also see players who don't get to play much classical chess, but are superb at the quicker time controls, like the Alexander Bortniks and the Jose Martinezes of the world. So it's really a tremendous event, and we're just getting started.
I say this in the context of the PCL, but it applies to these events as well. You can discover new, interesting players when you watch these tournaments. Yes, all of the top guys are playing, but if you're looking for new 2600s to root for, players who might have slipped under the crack and don't always win every tournament, you know where to look. You also know where to look if you want an overview of the format. Thank you, everybody, for giving the format a chance. I think it's a format that allows everybody to play and everybody to get funneled in. First, there is a Swiss stage. It consists of 9 rounds. The time control is the same as in the PCL, 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. The top 72 players advance to match play. Match play consists of 2 games of 10+2. The time control does not change. And the top 52 players advance to the knockout, which will be held April 3rd to 7th. They will be slotted into 3 divisions. So that's the most important thing to remember. A lot of players qualify, Robert, but not a lot qualify into the very top division.
No, and very few do. In fact, only 4, because 4 names already in the top division. And liftoff is about to happen, Danya. I'm stoked. It's at the top of the hour, and we have some huge names from the world of chess participating. And I'm seeing 145 plus players. It's going to be a slugfest.
It is indeed. Yeah, I'm looking at the pre-registered players. We'll tell you all about them in a moment. But first, let's consider the overall format. I keep mentioning various divisions. There are 3 divisions in totals. So first of all, the Swiss stage is open to any Grandmaster. If you're a GM, you automatically qualify, as well as the top 3 players from the Monday qualifiers, which actually include some non-Grandmasters. So we do have some IMs and even some FIDE Masters playing. As already mentioned, the time control is 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. It's a Swiss system. Players earn points across 9 rounds, and the players with the most points cumulatively are atop the standing. 72 players qualify to match play. It's a pretty easy format to follow, and we will be reminding you of it as things go along. But things are already going along in the tournament. So here we go, Robert. Seatbelts fastened. Let's get this underway.
And normally we would say speed belts fastened, but this is a rapid time control. They start with 10 minutes. They get a little bit of increment as well, but we still see systems like the London, and we have the bishop out to f4 in this game. I don't know who invited this opening to the party, but for Laurent Fressinet with the black pieces, he's taking a bit of a pause here, Don, and plays the calm, quiet e6.
I mean, there are just so many different variations that you can play against the London. You have to sort through all of them, decide what you're really trying to do here in the first round. No need to take any major risks. By the way, Fresnet's opponent in this game, I believe, is Andrew Hong, a very exciting grandmaster from the Bay Area. I know him very well. He's a 1e4 player, so I don't know who's playing for him. I've never seen Andrew even touch the d-pawn before 5 moves have been played.
Well, sometimes you bring your special preparation to the biggest stages, and having an opportunity to qualify for one of the 3 divisions, that's a pretty big stage indeed. And so far we see a very quiet opening. No pieces have been traded. There is a stare down of bishops from d6 to f4 over here. So they're both biding their time. And now we see a stare down of the other bishops. This seems like less of a choice, more likely that white will capture, and we see that the knight on the rim isn't looking so great, but no pawns have been traded, Danya.
No pawns have been traded. This looks pretty decent for white. Andrew continuing to play quickly as he establishes a knight in the center. He's probably going to complete the pawn triangle with c3, and the queen from d1 can actually go out in 2 different directions. It can move to a4 and harass the knight. Instead, he pushes the pawn to a4, Robert, so he eschews c3 and instead expands immediately on the queen side. I like Andrew's position here in the early going.
Yeah, you have a little bit more control of important squares. You can throw in the move a5 at some point, trying to open up your rook on a1. But Fressinet he's not going to be bothered by this kind of stuff. White is very solid, but what are you threatening? The answer is nothing at the moment, and I love moves like this, Danya. Knight back to b8. That was a misplaced knight on the rim. Here it comes back towards the center, whether it's c6 or d7. You're going to challenge this very strong knight on e5.
And that's one of the drawbacks of the London. It's hard to punish someone for making multiple moves with the same piece. It's not an e4 opening. The black king is perfectly safe, and I agree. I think Laurent has solved all of his opening problems as he gets his knight to c6 and initiates further minor piece trades. And I think that probably gives us a good opportunity. I see you're already surfing all of the games. I had a major decision anxiety, Robert, when I was operating the board. I think you're experiencing that now.
You mean when there's Vladislav Artemiev or Anish Giri or Vladimir Kramnik or Jan Chistov? Dude, you're saying it's hard to choose between their games? Are you being serious?
I am not jesting. It's too early in the day for my horrendous puns, which will eventually make an appearance. Anish Giri, I see you're hovering over this guy named Anish Giri, and a good choice indeed, because we've got a completely different landscape from the previous game.
This seems like an issue for black, and it's not even so much on the board. I do like White's position. Look at the clocks, Danya. Anish has more time than he started with, 10 minutes, 5 seconds. Black, on the other hand, down to 6.5 minutes. You're playing a stronger player, you're playing a well-prepared player, and you're playing a determined Anish Giri, who I know is taking this very seriously. He's been working. He wants to qualify for the main event. He couldn't participate in the first one, Danya, because he had an over-the-board conflict, but he is ready to try to qualify for the Chessable Masters Division 1, and this night is ready to jump into C4.
And I'll just add that, much like Fabiano Caruana, I think Anish Giri, this isn't talked about as often, but his rapid performance and blitz performance has improved. He's a very fast player. I've played a couple bullet matches with Anish. Don't count him out in this tournament just because you might not associate his name necessarily with a lot of blitz victories. Anish Giri is here to play. He is here to make it into the top division. That knight on D2 is here to make it to D5. As you're pointing out, knight C4, knight E3, knight D5 is a very straightforward maneuver. Black needs to figure something out, and Anish Giri continues to play instantly, blistering speed by Giri in this Najdorf.
And Sergey Drigalov with the black pieces brings his knight to C5, but the big issue is while you're attacking this pawn E4, that's the great news, you don't have a similar outpost. White has D5, White has F5 as well. When this knight hops back to E3, it is going to leap forward into these vulnerable light squares. And Queen F3, Anish finally sat and thought for a little bit, Danya, but not thinking too much and playing very natural, strong moves, developing. This bishop can also come to E3, and then when White castles queenside, D6 is immediately a target.
I think knight E6 should be considered by Drigalov, trying to get the knight over to D4 and forcing White to occupy the E3 square with the bishop. Perhaps then Black could follow up with B7, B5, but it just occurred to me that the knight has a different pathway to D5. It can go there through B6. With the bishop on E3, the B6 square is covered. Knight B6, knight D5 could still be a huge problem. I don't see how Sergey pulls this up. He's already got 5 minutes. He's experiencing tremendous practical problems. He needs to change the course of the game. Maybe stick a knight on D4, even if White plays bishop E3. Maybe try to get the bishop pair and something going on the queen side.
Yeah, but that feels like desperation more than desire at this point because your pawn structure will be quite ugly. White is well developed. But now that Anish is thinking, I feel like for the first time all game, you can say, all right, I have a chance here. When you're playing a super grandmaster rated above 2750 and you're playing super preparation from the best engines in the world, you're kind of like, I might get blown off the board. But now that Anish is finally using some time, Danya, I feel like with the black pieces, Sergey Drigalov, he's like, all right, I'm playing a normal game now. We're both grandmasters. I have a shot.
At least he's going to make his opponent use his own brain rather than the spacebar in the computer, as I like to say. When I'm facing somebody who's playing instantly, Anish Giri does indeed follow up on his idea. Knight E3 says, go knight D4. I don't care. I'm going to move my queen back to D1. And eventually that C-pawn is going to be liberated once the C3 knight moves out of the way. If there's a trade on D5, for example, if Black's knight is chased out of D4, more problems, more torture for Sergey Drigalov as he brings his bishop out to E6. The eval bar jumps up. I still like this for Anish Giri.
Yeah, it just looks way too easy with such good control of the important squares. You could start with bishop to G2 if you want to take further control of D5 and protect this pawn on E4. I'm not sure it actually needs defense because there are often positions where when Black takes this pawn on E4, you still develop with tempo. That's the key to a position like this, but I would not be giving away this pawn. There's queen A5 check ideas. So, now that I've said it, I think that Anish should take the necessary care to make sure he doesn't drop a pawn in the center. So, Daniel, while Anish is sitting and thinking, should we try to hop around and find some more fun players?
It would be a crime not to. It's pretty hard to find fun players, as we've already determined. You're looking at Sanan Sigurov against Vladislav Artemiev, who, by the way, I think has a great chance to qualify into Division 1. I was discussing Vladislav Artemiev with... yeah.
You said because you said who has a great chance to qualify, and I didn't know who you were talking about because Shigirov is 2,700 and Artemiev is also 2,700.
I think both have a chance. Sigurov is the more experienced blitz player. He plays every title Tuesday. But Vladislav Artemiev, someone who hasn't been as active, Robert, in over-the-board tournament play, even the last couple of years. The guy was 2760 FIDE, for goodness sake. He dropped a little bit, but I still think that he has the stylistic ingredients to make it very, very far in these knockout events.
Yeah, no, he is really dangerous because he's great at bullet chess in addition to just being a strong player. And that's key because when you get into those time scrambles, you need to be confident. You need to be sure that you can play the good moves and you don't want to be fretting about your clock like some of the other top players are. But in this position, Danya, we see a pawn on A5, potentially overextended. The pawn on b4 doesn't feel quite as vulnerable with the bishop protecting it. And this bishop on c5, very powerful on this diagonal, where yes, white is likely to put a bishop on e3, but that doesn't solve all of the tension in the center of the board. I tend to like the chances for black. We often see rook b8, rook b5 at some moment.
Good call.
Going after that pawn. Yeah, I'm liking this for Artemiev.
We also see, in many cases, the positional sacrifice b3. Black can push the pawn and sacrifice it, but in turn shatter white's entire queenside and put the light-squared bishop out of commission. So b3, even now, is perhaps a little bit really Artemiev style, and instead he takes the direct route. He trades on f3. Will he subsequently trade on e3? Well, he's got to do something, because white is now threatening to take on c5 and then win the pawn on e5. So decision time for Vladislav, who can also play knight f6 to d7, Robert, if he wants to keep the tension and try to trade on his own terms.
Hey, it looks like between the two of us, we can maybe
fire.
play almost as well as the superstar Vladislav Artemiev. And f5 becomes an idea with a rook and the queen in the same line that you have to be very, very careful with this bishop staring down the diagonal towards the black king. So I love this move, knight to d7. You're just trying to hop this knight forward. And you mentioned this idea of b3 before. Done it. With the knight hopping to c5 potentially, b3 becomes even more promising. I like how Artemiev is dealing with this game, both on the board and on the clock.
I was discussing Vladislav with Alexander Bortnik, and the player that we both compared him to is actually Magnus Carlsen. I think he's got the same exact style. He loves to grind out equal positions. He's very, very good in Rui Lopez and Italian structures with black, which is incredibly good right now because everybody seems to play one of these two openings. And there he is, the man himself, in deep concentration, up on time. Vladislav is off to a good start in this game and in this tournament.
It kind of looks like he's in a dentist's office. I feel like that's the chair that we see there from him. But he's a smooth operator, this guy. Like you said, he reminds many people his style of Magnus Carlsen. He beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Rapid Championship. Magnus may have won gold, but he lost one game and one game only, and it was to this man you see on the screen in front of you. So Queen G3, Danya. What does this do? Are you really trying some cheeky bishop h6 and checkmating attack? That's not going to work out. And the eval bar is swinging slightly in black's favor. But more important than even the evaluation to me is the clock. He's keeping a 2-minute lead. It's a very healthy time advantage. Danya, when Vladislav Artemiev is on form, he is really one of the hardest to beat.
Because his style is so universal. He knows his openings. Anything positional, you're not going to crack Vladislav Artemiev. I think the only chance is to get a very, very tactical struggle. But even then, Vladislav is a great calculator. His time management is good. He just has no holes in his game. And indeed, he might be in a dentist office. I think White's play here is rather toothless, if you will. The wind up on that was way too long. But hey,
no, I appreciate it.
Give me some slack. It's before noon. So
hey man, I don't want to talk about Slack. We don't want to go into Slack territory right now. Too many people sending us messages right now. But I think that Artemiev would like to send a message to the rest of the field that he's here to qualify for Division 1. That's a name that people do not want to see. His FIDE rating in classical chess may have dipped to just about 2,700. I say just as if that's not a tremendous rating. But I think that people have lost sight of how strong he is. And this rook on b5 is now in line with his pawn on a5. So, Danya, I feel like eventually c5, maybe bishop takes knight at some point, but a5 is just a target.
And it's even more of a target after White's last move. Rook takes a5 already has to be calculated. Bishop takes bishop. Rook takes rook. And black is going to drop a6 at the end of the line. Or you have bishop takes f7 check. Desperado. So Artemiev snaps the bishop up, gets his knight to c5, and he's just continuing to wind his tentacles around White's pieces. f5, by the way, is still very much in play, so he can play on the king side. Right now, he's focusing on the queen side, and if he can get Sinan to push his own pawn to b3, that creates even more dark square holes on the queen side that Artemiev could occupy with his knight and potentially with his rook. Great position here for black.
I could see this knight going back to e6, the rook taking the knight's place on c5, and just going after those potentially weak dark squares, as you mentioned, because d4, and if b3, then c3 as well. So this position is fantastic for Artemiev. He is in the driver's seat here. He is up on the clock. This rook on a2, Danya, it is just a sad defensive piece, and also about to be vulnerable to this b3 idea that we've been talking about for a long time. Just trying to hurt White's pawn structure, and stopping b3 with the b3 move of your own doesn't solve all the problems. And Artemiev playing quickly. This is bad news for Shagirov, a super gym in his own right.
Absolutely. Artemiev is in control, playing quickly, and a first round win with the black pieces really goes a long way. It's a 9-round event. You have some slack. You can lose a game here and there, but I think 7 out of 9, 7.5 out of 9, those are the scores that the top guys are striving for to guarantee a qualification into Division One. Lots of games still going. I see a couple of games have concluded, Robert. So I'll pass the ball to you. We've got Laurent Fressinet. We've got Arthur's Nexons against Yu Yanggi. So it's not like you get a couple easy pairings to start the tournament. You're facing 2600s right out of round one. There you pulled up Nexons, who's got a pretty good endgame here against Yu Yanggi. Look at this.
Wow, pretty good seems like an understatement. There's an e6 pawn that is isolated and already targeted by both the rooks. This knight on f3 can start hopping around, chasing black's pawns. I really like this for Arturs. Now, that's the thing about this Champions Chess Tour is Arturs as a streamer, as a commentator. I think many don't know him as a super strong chess player, 2600 level player who can beat 2700s in any given game. So, Danya, at this point in time, I feel like White has so many options. A4 is probably a good move just to try to soften the b5 pawn. Once you take, we've shortened the pawn chain, so knight d4 now actually threatens to win a pawn. So that's key. It's a key thing to remember for everybody. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. a6 is hard to get to. b5 is a lot closer to the white pieces.
That's a great point. I would only add the principle of two weaknesses as we see Yu Yanggi on the screen there. A concerned Yu Yanggi on the left side of your screen. Aaron Nimzovich in my system talked about the principle of two weaknesses, where one big weakness can be defended. Black's rooks are doing a decent job of keeping e6 protected. The moment a second weakness is created, the landscape shifts immediately. Look at a knight that could appear on d4. If it just attacks the e6 pawn, well, black can play king f7. If the b5 pawn is also hanging, that's called a fork. Great call. You are on a roll. A4 is on the board. I think Nexons has tremendous winning chances here. In fact, Robert, I don't see a way for black to defend the b5 pawn because you cannot afford to move a rook off of the e-file. Then you lose e6, and a6 can also fall after that.
And the knight is loose, and a6 is hanging. This is great display of technique from a very strong grandmaster in Arturs Nexons, and I'm loving the way he's playing this game. Black, at some point, may decide to give up a pawn. Daniel, you and I talk about this often. Instead of defending passively, you may give up material, so you're down maybe a pawn, maybe even two pawns at some point, but you have the activity, you have a clear plan. So the knight came into d5, knight d4 is a double shot, but b4, that's a great call by you, and played very quickly by Yu Yanggi.
Oh.
And now I feel like after the swap of pawns, if this knight gets into d3, you're targeting this loose b2 pawn.
Robert, I think Arthur should have considered putting the rook on e4 in order to prevent b4. One prophylactic move would have gone a long, long way. b4, rook takes c4, and you keep the tension. But how hard is it to avoid the temptation to play knight d4? What Arthur's might have underestimated is that after the trade on b4, you swap everything on e6. At the end, black puts a knight on d3. And even if white can find a way to liquidate the queenside pawns, the 3-on-2 with knights on the board should be a draw. So I actually think Yu Yanggi has found an excellent defensive resource. He should be able to hold the game now.
And it's hard to hold yourself back. When you see a move that looks like it just wins a pawn, how are you not going to play it? But you're right, Daniel. Rook e4, showing a little bit more restraint that would have held black's position in place, and the status quo favored white. So after knight d4, b4, it looks like Yu Yanggi has very good chances to survive this game. So, Danya, I mean, so many fun players in this field. Yu Yanggi, Arturs Nexons, just two of the many. Knight c6 played with a fork, but this rook likely can just slide away, and it does. You can have e6. This is what we were talking about. You can give away a pawn, but unfortunately, c3 is loose. And if you take on b4, b2 will be loose. This just looks like a straightforward draw from here on out.
Yeah, and I think Nexons should make sure not to overpress. He's low on time. Just take on b4, accept the inevitable. But this was great defensive skill by Yu Yanggi, who's going to secure half a point. I also see Sam Sevian facing Shimanov and Aleksey Sarana. Aleksey Sarana is playing in this tournament. That's a big deal because anything Aleksey Sarana touches, Robert, in the last year or so, ever since the RCC, he seems to win. Except this game, perhaps.
Yeah, he just won the European Championship, so congratulations to Aleksey Sarana. He is finished in first place along with Kirill Shevchenko. They drew very quickly in the final round. So this is your European champion, Aleksey Sarana. But in this game, that apparently was a big mistake.
Wait, why not
both
queen
players?
C6?
Yeah, the queen up to c6 trying to offer the queen trade. I think the reason why, Danya, quick count, black is up a pawn here. I wasn't even looking at that. So black is a pawn ahead. Yeah, it's hard to see that, but black is an extra pawn, 5-on-4. Black's time is not great. That is the big problem here. And this is Trong Son from Vietnam. Very talented player. In fact, he was one of the highest rated players of my generation. In the World Youth tournaments, he was the #1 seed. And, that apparently was a big blunder, Danya. Why is that?
Is it because of F5 and rook E4, Robert? Or is there some tactic here? That H4 pawn, and he misses it. He finds a similar move. He wants rook F4, but does white have some tactical defense? Maybe rook E1, rook F4, rook E7 check. That shouldn't work because black's king has an envelope there on H6 that it can move to in case of a 7th rank check. 30 seconds, though, and Robert, Aleksey Sarana is second to none at creating complications in his opponent's time pressure. I remember his game against Gawain Jones from the PCL. He was mated 7 ways to Sunday, or shall I say 7 ways to Monday. He always finds a way to weasel out of it. Will he be able to repeat that in this game, though?
He's going to need to because he does have a lead on the clock. He needs to find some idea that just doesn't lose on the spot. Rook F4 is a deadly threat. You're hitting the queen. Also the pawn A4 behind it. And this H4 pawn, which is the most important one because your king is vulnerable. It might be a checkmate. So what to do here? You mentioned rook E1. Doesn't seem to pan out. Maybe just not finding anything. Queen C6 earlier. Danya, I think you were right, though. Bring the queen to C6 or somewhere where you trade it would give white the best chances. So actually moving the queen to E6 may be an idea, but rook F4 still hits you where it hurts.
And if you play a move like queen to E3, black could consider take 5, but maybe that's what Aleksey wants. A queen endgame increases the possibility of a perpetual. There's a check on E7 that could come in timely fashion, and I think white actually might have perpetual. King H6, you don't take on F6, you give a check on F8, you force black's king to the 8th rank, then you take on F6 and you fork the B6 and G6 pawn. So queen E3 might be the only way to stave off defeat. Look at Aleksey's clock, though. 90 seconds, and he finds it. He finds it. That was the only move to stay in the game.
And you see how quickly black plays king G7. I'm not taking this pawn, not yet, but now it is hanging because the queen is the F7 square that it's going to block it on. So I feel like for white, the good news is B6 is hanging if the pawn on D5 is captured. So that may give you a chance to stay in the game. But Aleksey now down to almost a minute himself, and the moves are just easier for black to play.
Queen E6 would be desirable, but after the trade, black could still stick the rook on F4, and white could simply end up 2 or even 3 pawns down in that rook endgame. The king on G7 will also keep the E6 pawn at bay in the event of a queen trade. This was an incredible move found instantly by Trong Son. Aleksey keeps the queens on the board, tries to get the queen to C7, but rook F4, you're pointing out, Robert, should basically end the game. Just don't take on D5 and give white a shot on the queen endgame.
And rook F4 played, 27 seconds is enough time for black with the 2-second increment. And G3, just take that pawn over here. The problem for white is now any sort of queen trade will just liquidate into a lost rook endgame. So king G2 played. I think that's good. Look at the time, by the way. But rook A3, another smart move by black.
Exquisite time management, but now he's down below 20 seconds. He starts pushing his queenside pawns. Aleksey doesn't have a single entry point. The queen on D6, Robert, is a hero. Now you can take the pawn with check. Aleksey trying one last counterplay attempt. He's trying to get his rook to C7, but maybe just put the queen back on D6 and control both E7 and C7 at the same time.
And what white wants to avoid is a check, right? You don't want this queen to come to E3 with check and trade queen. So queen E5 is such excellent centralization, covering C7, trading queens. The G3 pawn is hanging. Danya, I think this more or less, what's stalemate ideas?
Yes, actually, if black's rook moves away from G3, there could be stalemate ideas. But now, not anymore. Queen G3 ends it.
Yeah, now there's checkmate ideas, or you win the queen, you win the game. But that's it. A win for Trong Son with the black pieces. This is the Champions Chess Tour playing. This is how strong it is. Let's try to find Anish Giri's game. They are in time trouble over here, but Anish now up.
I think he forgot. He forgot that C3 was hanging at the end of that line, and suddenly It's probably a two-result game, but Anish has to be careful. There goes that d pawn, Robert. There's a ton of knight forks. Knight f6 to e4 could come at an inconvenient time. I think black should be able to hold this if he's careful.
Although, if this rook gets sidelined and you can't catch the b pawn, that would be bad news. Knights are slower moving pieces. The bishop could just sit on b4 at some moment. So this is, I agree with you, chances for both. And if this king grabs f5, very smart. That was really smart by Anish. Knight d6 to c4 was scary.
And now black has to decide, is he keeping the d-pawn? He tries with rook c4, king b3. The rook can move back to c3. The knight slides into d2. Maybe king a4. Try to escape the checks. King a5 and run that b-pawn up the board.
And the thing about these matchups, Danya, is Anish feels like he's got to win because you're playing someone who's a bit lower rated. It's a grandmaster still. Oh, don't fall for any checks, but here comes the d-pawn. How do you stop that thing?
You're right, Robert. Anish might be overpressing. He's getting the bishop to h6. Without that, rook d4 would have decided the game. Now 4 seconds for Sergey as he pushes the pawn forward. And this is going to be a draw.
This. Yeah, I would just swap and take on d2, and that forces the draw here.
Whoa.
Anish, you're playing with fight. You can only lose this position.
Well, maybe he's king c7. I think black is going to give up the knight for the pawn. I don't think Sergey is going to try really hard here. He's got to be careful in his own right not to blunder the knight to some check on d7. Oh,
thankfully, the king can go over here. But Anish is a very skilled bullet player, and I think he's trying to show that off. Oh, they agree for a draw. No, at least trade off the knight for the pawn. But it does make sense. This is a clear draw, so can't really complain. A couple games are still remaining. Let's go to Arjun Erigaisi. He is playing. How do they have so much time? What move number is this?
How do they move 101? It's 101. And they have a minute remaining on their clocks. They're just playing casually. Rustemov, though, is going to hold a draw. Sasha is a nightmare opponent, Robert. I've played so many blitz matches with him. He is from the old school. He is not backing down against the top juniors.
He's afraid of nobody. He also loves to play in Arena Kings. He likes to join streams and just chat. He's a really kind presence in all of the communities. So Alex Rustemov should be a familiar face, and he's not a face that Arjun Erigaisi wanted to see in the first round. But this knight, that's the problem for black. You can't stop the knight from covering g4 and going back and forth either to h6 or to f2 or to f6. Can't cover all the squares.
The bishop is basically playing whack-a-mole. And you can control 2 or even 3 squares at one time. But as you're pointing out, the knight has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different retreating squares from g4. e3, f2, h2, h6, and f6. Mathematically, you can't put the bishop on a square. It covers all of them. Arjun accepts the inevitable, a big hold for Sasha Rustemov. And you flipped on one of the last remaining games. I mean, Tabatabai struggling to hold it, but successfully holds this position with black.
Yeah, this one's a draw. Just to note that A file serves as a boundary. Now it's a stalemate. The first round is in the books down here. We have a bunch of players happy to start with 1 out of 1. The next round starting immediately, so you don't have much time to be sad if you lost.
No, you don't. You got to hunker down. If you lost, you got to remind yourself, this is a 9-round event, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not like just the top spot qualifies. You've got a little bit of a margin for error. But Robert, conversely, when you lose, it's not like a Swiss Open where you might face a much weaker opponent. You're still probably going to get a pretty strong grandmaster. It's a brutal, brutal field out there.
It is, and Christian Chirilla, I guess, not aware that the round has begun.
Whoa.
He probably left his computer. Now he's there. He's playing d4, and you may know the name Christian Chirilla from his streaming. He is known as the Count, but he also has the C-Squared podcast with Fabiano Caruana, and he's a very strong player. He's a dangerous opponent. Donnie, I always feel like the players who play very often on Chess.com are scary to meet for the Super GMs because they have that experience in these rapid time controls, although at the moment it seems like Christian doesn't know he's playing rapid chess.
Yeah, he might be the count, but I don't know if he knows how to count his time because he's taking 30 seconds deciding which line he's going to play. I love this from Gukesh. I was worried he would play the Grunfeld. No, he insists on a King's Indian defense. Christian actually likes to put his pawn on e3 as far as I know, but this particular version, e4 is kind of obligatory. I guess you can play e3. He instead plays a fianchetto system with g3. Very annoying.
I was about to say that, Darren. That's the exact word, because you're a King's Indian aficionado. You love playing it. Now we're into more Grunfeld territory with D5. But G3, it's always geared to stop the weapon that is the King's Indian. We get aggressive chess. You just stop it before it begins. And Christian, he's not taking up the mantle here. He's not deciding to take on D5. He's saying, you could take me on C4, but then I get this E4 push. I get the long diagonal for my bishop. It turns into more of a Catalan.
Yeah, in many of these d4 openings, you have to be ready to play a prolonged period of time down a pawn. And Gukesh, with a lot of decisions here in the early going, c6 was a possibility, transitioning to kind of a Grunfeld Slav cross. Instead, he plays this in very Grunfeldy fashion. He takes on c4, says, you're giving me the pawn, I'll take it. And Christian has to decide between castling, a move like knight f3 to e5, trying to recover the pawn immediately. But that could potentially backfire, because moving the knight from f3, Robert, it does soften up your control of the d4 pawn. And there are some lines where black can respond with like knight f6 to g4. Things get very, very tactical there rather quickly.
Yeah, because you're moving the same piece twice in the opening. Typically not recommended. It is often available to white just to recoup that pawn on c4. But as Danya's saying, your knight is currently giving an extra defender to the d4 square. So I think for Gukesh, he has the type of position he wants. It's not a symmetrical pawn structure. It's one where he actually has more time. And let's not forget, Gukesh dominated this tournament, this play-in the first time around. 7.5 out of 9. And then he says, hey, Vladimir, Big Vlad, Kramnik, come on. You're former world champion, but I'm the present and the future. Let's go at it. So I feel like Gukesh, he backs down to nobody. He has won this event before. That's valuable experience. And so what's going on, by the way, with Christian Chirilli? He's got to move at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I hope he made his coffee before the tournament, because we're a couple of moves in and he's down to 7.5 minutes. I truly think he is in relatively unfamiliar territory. I think he is a fianchetto player, but D takes C4, I think, is significantly less common than C6. And Christian might be annoyed at himself for allowing a theoretical line that he's not too familiar with. This is not the kind of position you want to venture into, because, hey, you are down a pawn. Let's not forget that. It's not like you're playing with a blank check here.
No, yeah, you are down some material and now down the clock. A bad combination. I just want to give a shout out quickly to Vladislav Artemiev. He did, in fact, win that first round against Sanan Shagirov. So he beat a super GM. I just want to give him that shout out. And I'm looking at the list, the standings there. Bilodeau, that is Kirill Alekseenko, down in 16th. They're all tied for the same place. Liam Lei, the very strong player from Vietnam, super grandmaster, former World Blitz champion. He has 1-1. Raunak Sidwani, Pragnananda, the teenagers, Denis Lazvik, they're all there. So this is a scary field, Danya. 95.
Stop reading out obscure names, Robert. Nobody knows these people, so stop just reading out random names and tell me some real people who are in this tournament.
I just wanted to prove to everybody that I am indeed literate, that I can see names on the screen and read them out to the audience. Just trying to toot my own horn a little bit. And, well, Danya, you mentioned 95. You called it. So not to toot your horn over here. What do you make of that decision? Whoa, C5 play, the EVA bar. Not the biggest fan.
Whoa, C5 is a typical move, and this is what I was talking about. It hits white where it hurts on the D4 pawn. Queen comes out to C7, forking the knight and the pawn. Technically, of course, white could play knight takes C4. You said the position was asymmetrical. It was up until black's last move. Now the pawn structure is completely symmetrical, and generally white is a smidge better in these positions because his light squared bishop is superior to its counterpart. But of course, black is incredibly solid, and Christian again settles into a thing. Knight takes c4 seems automatic to me. He finally takes that pawn. Maybe he's thinking about where he wants to put this knight after the queen recoups the pawn on c5. E3 is possible, but that, of course, blocks the bishop. You could support it with a move like queen b3, Robert, but then black's knight jumps out to d4, and that could be very problematic as well. I do not like the way that Christian is managing his clock here at all.
And the position. I just feel like black is castled safely. This knight's under attack. You said the drawback of pretty much every knight move or how you defend it. B3, that's not going to work out. Opening this diagonal, loosening your knight over here. Queen B3, as you mentioned, knight C6 to D4 happens very quickly. I like Gukesh's position. I don't like Christian Chirilli's clock management. And, well, I do want to go to a game of somebody who Gukesh beat the first time around. Didn't just beat him once, beat him thrice in Vladimir Kramnik, because Kramnik is playing against Alekseenko. What is this? The candidates? right? Like this is two super grandmasters playing each other. And Danya, it is a very close position where white has more space.
And it's just amazing to see Vladimir Kramnik play in these events. He's such a legend. I mean, I think just saying these words is pretty empty. His name and his reputation speaks for itself. So all of these generational matchups are so fascinating. But Alekseenko is not backing down. I think he's got a great position out of the opening. You can see the knight on d5, the space advantage, but the queenside pressure might be the most problematic element of this position for black. If b5 comes at the right time, and it's just arrived at Kramnik's doorstep right now, if you play knight takes d5, Robert, then b takes c6 and c takes b7 eats through the sort of backbone of black's entire queenside. Maybe this is what Kramnik should go for, rook b8, but the bishop on g7 is also passive. So wherever you look, there's a lot of drawbacks in black's position here.
That's right. So going back to the live board, Kramnik is going to sit and think for a bit. He does not make these kind of strategic decisions quickly. He understands that this is a critical moment. And that's actually one of the most important attributes for a chess player is knowing when to spend your time, knowing when it's a decision that you cannot possibly take back. Because, for example, if you take on b5 and white takes back, now you have established an outside pass pawn and a very advanced one at that. So you need to be very careful here if you are Kramnik. And I do want to make note of the fact that Nodirbek Abdusattorov is at 2 out of 2. He beat Rodrigo Vasquez Schrader from Chile. Yes, I mean, he is just blitzing to a perfect score is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So we'll see his games in the future. But look at Vlad, right? He's got the green screen behind him. He just took this knight on d5. Danya, big question. Which way do you take back? Because no matter you could take with a c-pawn. Black doesn't have time to take b5 because his knight is under attack.
So previously I pointed out the possibility of bc, but then things kind of liquidate down and black holds. C takes d5 is an attempt to open the c file, which is important because there's a backward pawn on c7. So maybe cd, and then you could even push through the pawn down to b6 just to really try to smash open the c file, put a rook on c1. I really think Alekseenko should follow his intuition here, and c takes d5 is on the board. Another decision out for Vlad. He can also play knight d4 and try to take some minor pieces off the board. Generally, that favors the side who is more cramped, and, well, it's pretty obvious what side that is here.
So you're calling him Kramnik?
I'm in physical pain. Okay, that was good. That was good. Kramnik is in physical pain on the queen side here, by the way.
Yeah, he does not have much space. I love moves like this, right? Because everyone is focused on the pawn push, to take, to push. He says, no, let's get the rook to b1. I have a target in my sights. And just to quickly show a variation, and f5 play because Kramnik realizes he needs to start up some counterplay. But at some moment, if you decide to take on b5 and try to use this pin along the a file with b6, white can just push through to a6, and now you have a healthy pass pawn with a rook behind it. That's not good news for black. So I don't think we will see a capture on b5. And Danya, if we don't see that move, I feel like at some point you also have to watch out for e takes f5 if this knight were to get out the way. With d4, there's a queen with its sights towards the king side.
And you see this type of pressure from the black perspective in the King's Indian, where black plays f5, and then typically black plays f4, and then g5. The problem is the light scored bishop. One of the first pieces of advice you get as a King's Indian player, do not give away your light scored bishop, because what other piece is capable of controlling g4? Here, you can't even play h5 because the g5 pawn falls. It takes way too long for black to generate kingside counterplay. In that time, white is going to break through on the king side. So Kramnik, I think he is going for your original idea. He's traded on b5, and I think he's going to follow up with b6. I don't see any other moves. In that case, a6, rook c1, lots of options for Kirill Alekseenko, who also sits with a minute up on the clock.
Yeah, b6, he plays it. I mean, I know I mentioned it, so it would seem like I was calling for it, but I was actually shying away from it. I didn't like the look of this because after a6, you just have this pass pawn that is deep in black's territory. But maybe you're right. On second thought, perhaps a move like rook c1, getting out of this pin. You can't take on b6, your rook is hanging and with check to boot. But rook c1 just goes for the c7 pawn, which is super valuable because then d6 gets loose after it. So I'm with you, Danya. I like the look of rook c1.
Rook c1, hit c7, or a6. A lot of players underestimate the value of a pass pawn in the middle game. In the end game, you're trying to promote a pass pawn. In the middle game, you often use pass pawns as a vehicle to slow down and tie down your opponent's pieces so that you can transition your focus to a weakness such as c7. In this case, bishop d2 instead has been Kirill's choice, over protecting the a5 pawn. Now the rook on b5 is free to move back, but move back not in Kirill's vocabulary in the early going of this game as he continues to tighten the screws and tighten the screws. Things getting very unpleasant for Vladimir, but he's holding for the time being.
Yeah, he is, and maybe it's time to make a weird move like rook a7. You preemptively defend the pawn on c7. This pawn on a5 is still pinned to the rook down here, and you get ready to bring your second rook in the event white tries a6. So I think rook a7 is one of these little waiting moves that actually has a very important idea behind it to double up and put pressure on a5. I think this is the way that black gets out of this with as little damage as possible.
Yeah, and it also contains the benefit of protecting the c7 pawn, taking the sting out of the move rook a1 to c1. Rook a7 to me is a crucial defensive move, but Vladimir is investing a lot of time here. You could also put a rook on c8. That seems more passive, but at least the rooks stay connected. Whatever decision he makes, he will need to make it fast because Vladimir Kramnik and the clock have a slightly troubled past, don't they?
And
Their relationship is tumultuous.
Yeah, I agree. And rook a7 play, this just looks very strong. Bringing the next rook over. So Kramnik, he's holding steady here. He's doing a good job. Danya, what do you say we quickly head to another game and just try to catch some other action? We can, of course, come back here very shortly.
We most certainly will. We've got Alireza Firouzja, who is facing Maxim Chagayev. You flipped this game, and that was a great decision. Look at this position. I'm going to hazard a risky, controversial guess. I think this came out of a Najdorf, Robert.
Oh, wow. You really go out on a limb there. Yes, indeed. It came from a Najdorf with a sacrifice of an exchange on c3. There was a rook here previously. It took a knight. This pawn took back. And when I look at this position, Danya, the first thing I do is count how many pawns they have, 7 per side. So it is an extra rook for white compared to a bishop for black. And I don't see an attack for white. You can push a pawn. The bishop can always slide away. I see pressure down the c-file, which means you can't take this knight on b4. I see ideas of knight a2 check, trying to win this pawn on c3. I love this for black. I don't care what the engine says. It's not equal. This is just much easier to play, practically speaking, for black.
This is why people hype up the Najdorf so much, because positions like these are really, really standard. As Chagayev falls to 2.5 minutes, he's trying to figure out a way to stop knight a2 check. That is actually the immediate threat. Obviously, we should point out that the knight is untouchable because black is doubled on the c-file, and queen takes c2 would be checkmate. So maybe king b2 is a possibility for white that steps onto the long diagonal, and there's a bishop on f6, which is just rearing to go after a move like d6, d5, and e5, e4. Black's position is full of tactical potential. Maxim with rook to h3, but now the rook is pinned by the bishop on e6. Robert, I think you're looking at the king side. I'm looking at the king side. I think we're both looking at the same move.
You know, it's funny. h5 is not the move I was initially thinking about, but as you start describing the position, okay, I can't fault Alireza for playing d5 after pawn takes. He wants e4. This is a great decision played quickly. Hikaru Nakamura likes to say, sometimes it's way more important to play good moves quickly than the best moves slowly. I don't like the fact that Alireza is thinking, though, after the pawn capture on d5, because that had to be one of your thoughts here. But look at this position, Danya. I don't see how white survives this. If he does, he is playing heroic chess.
At this point, Maxim will have to play the perfect moves quickly. You know, good moves aren't going to cut it with white's king caught in the crossfire. d6, which counterattacks black's queen. But then knight a2 check looks pretty strong as an intermediate check. Then you can take on c3. And you've also got, of course, discovered attacks against the white king should it appear on b2. Maxim is down to 90 seconds. This is why I like commentating and hate playing sometimes. Can you imagine what Maxim is going through right now, trying to work his way through this thicket of complications with his clock ticking down to 0?
I mean, you might just have to take on e4, but look how terrible that looks with knight a2 check, hitting the king, hitting this pawn. The bishop is open over here. This knight will end up on the c3 square, and then if this queen lands there, no way. Come on. There's no way you're surviving a position like this. So for Chagayev, now down to a minute, what would you say the odds are he survives? Like 2%?
Well, knowing his successful track record in Title Tuesdays, he is also a good bullet player. He's got a shot. He's got a 5-10% shot But it does appear that queen takes e4 is actually the only move to stay in the game. He has to figure out that after knight a2 check, the king moves to b1, you sack your h3 rook on c3, and then in that final position, maybe a move like knight d4, something cold-blooded, keeps white's king alive, because the only threat here is queen b2. That is a mate threat, Robert. Knight d4 might stay alive.
Oh my gosh! I
What
see
you
what you're
laughing
saying.
about?
Queen e4 was played. No, I'm laughing because it's hard to spot this, and maybe you're right, and I was a little bit harsh on his chances here. He has spotted this continuation, but he goes to the center. It's hard to fault him. The eval bar doesn't react.
Incredible.
What about this move?
Oh, and rook d8. Oh, that is criminal. Using a vulnerable king on d2.
How is the eval bar going up for white? Maybe
It is.
somehow in that position, with sacrificing your queen, you have to give up your queen here. You have the two rooks, but c3 is loose. I'm not feeling this.
But here's the thing, Robert. After knight takes c3, again, you have to sack your h3 rook on c3. Once you move the king out of the check, the bishop on e6, this sounds crazy, but it is trapped. C8 rook, the d7 square is defended. G4 is defended by white's queen. So Alireza will have to figure something out in that position. And here's the other thing, Robert. The white king, when it sits on e2, is only one step away from evacuating to perhaps the safest square on the board, which is f1. Oh my gosh.
I'm shocked because this looks so scary. And I was reacting to the fact that king was out in the open, this king is center.
Me
But
too.
the material plays a huge role here. And this pawn on d5 is hitting this bishop. Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. I'm just going to put this on the board very quickly, because a position like this, with the king on d2, with c3 threatened, it looks like black has some serious play. But according to the cold-blooded engine, it's like we just take this and figure out the rest later. Maybe it's your knight d4 idea. That doesn't look very easy either, because the attack kind of rages on. But with pieces traded off down here, I think that allows the white king to get some shelter. Wow, the eval bar going sky high.
+4?
What?
Wow, lions. I mean, maybe you move the king away, and then the back ring threats might force black to give up more material. I cannot believe the evaluation here. I think Alireza wins this game, Robert. My prediction is he wins if he takes on d5. I just don't see Maxime working out the complications. But in the event of knight takes c3, I think Chagayev comes back and wins. So critical moment right now, which Alireza senses. He's investing a ton of time, perhaps even his entire time advantage, into deciding between these two candidate moves.
Wow, I'm just shocked by how Chagayev is playing this. He took on e4, brings the king to d2, and suddenly the eval bar swinging in his favor. Now, neither player knows that. I'm sure he's still very nervous with his king out in the open and all of black's pieces staring down. But you have to be happy by the fact that Firouzja seems frozen. I did just see him blink, so I know it's not his internet connection. It's just him thinking. I like the artwork behind him as well. But, the artistry that he looks to display on the chessboard. He plays it this way.
And
the king's going to e2.
There. We've all been there. You're looking at the position. You're like, there's no way. Every chess principle says that I must have something. Firouzja forces the queen trade. Queen takes c2. Rook takes c2. Where does white's king run? Does it run to f3? Do you give up g4? The eval bar dropping? Is it because of rook c3 check?
Yeah, but quickly, what was the move if not for this? Seems like the eval actually, with more depth, it's suggesting that maybe black was actually in this the whole time. So it's one of these positions that we'll have to analyze in great detail with a physical board, trying to work through it. But it does seem like Alireza now has the upper hand here if he plays this accurately.
If you can take on b3, Robert, the other move is bishop e6 takes g4, giving up the bishop, kind of a desperado move. So you have to decide which opposite colored bishop endgame, which pawn structure you actually want. I think in both cases, Maxime should be able to hold the draw. His bishop on b5 is on an ideal location. He is completely immobilizing black's pawn majority on the queen side. So big priority now for Maxime is to make sure he doesn't drop any pawns on the king side. And that's exactly what he's doing with a well-timed g5. I think he should hold with a couple more careful moves. King g3, put the king on h3, and don't give up your h4 pawn.
But Danya, black's up a pawn, and at some point, if I can establish this bishop on d4, watch out for this exchange sacrifice on b5. I know that may seem wild, but I'm going to give this check, force the king away, play bishop d4 with tempo, play e5, and seriously watch out for this sacrifice, because that a pawn runs very quickly.
If you can get that pawn to a3, you don't even need to promote it.
Yeah, no, this is just, and this king is running towards the center. He plays bishop e5 to take away the c7 check.
Okay.
It's seriously almost time to think about it.
Oh, it absolutely is. Maybe yeah.
I was going to say, the problem is the rook would be able to slide behind the pawn rather than in front of it.
And that's a deal breaker. Instead, he puts his rook on f4. He ties down white's king, and now he's trying to get his own king into the center. But the problem is black's king doesn't really have any purchase on this position. Even if you get it to b4, maybe you try to get it to b4 and then sack your rook for a4. But that takes a long time, and e6 is a big weakness that black has to attend to. And maybe he puts his pawn on e5. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah, the king is centralized. The bishop covers the c7 square. So everything under black's control. And watch out, because you can't lose sight of this f2 pawn if you're white. You can't just run your rook to c8. You will drop this very important pawn. h6, I really like that move down. You're trying to create another weakness. And if it's on g5, that's a dark square. If you take and the pawn takes back, if this bishop can slide back to e7, now you have a path to h4.
Forget the eval bar if you're watching this. It's all about posing practical problems. 4 seconds for Chigaev. So what you need is to face him with an unexpected problem. Alireza is going to move his king, put his bishop on e7, and try to move the king again to open up the attack on the h4 pawn. If he wins the second pawn, it's safe to say that he's going to win the game. Patient, b6, he makes improvements. Bishop c5 is possible as well. Instead, he shuffles his rook to e4. 2 seconds for Chigaev. Ooh, that's a committal move.
It is, and this bishop may wrap around. Here it comes to f6, and h4 is falling down.
Bishop f6 anyway, and rook h4. Even though the pawn is on a light square, you can't defend it. Check on d7, though. Chigaev not going away without a huge fight.
And rook f5. Okay, I like that move. Bishop f5, forcing the king away. Now rook f5 goes to pick up this pawn, but maybe white has just enough activity to stay in this one.
And he attacks b7. That can be defended by the bishop. How do you counterattack e6? Maybe bishop c4 should be considered here.
Played it. Good eye by you. I was thinking, how in the world do you survive this game? Looks like black is taking charge. I would just play e5. There's one check here. The king runs away. I think you just need to play this quickly. It gives up e6 for 8. Though this has to be good for black, right?
Oh, but bishop d7
bishop
was a possibility there. It traded rooks, and you might have had a blockade on the resulting pawns. Now it's a 3-result game. Wait a second. This is not over.
No, this pawn is very fast. This rook comes to a7. b5 is available in the near future.
Okay, so now you're trying to get your king up and dislodge black's rook.
And again, look for the exchange sacrifice on e6 and these pawns going.
And that's why Chigaev is keeping his king close to the potential e6 pawn. There goes the b pawn. You've got to keep your rook on the a file. b4, sacrificing the bishop was possible there.
Yeah, but he just says, I'm going to keep my bishop and push the pawn. And,
take b6.
Is rook e6 winning?
I think it is.
Yeah, here comes the pawn. Because the king tries to get up to f6, and you give a check, and black won by resignation. Just to quickly show, king f5, b2, king f6. You're about to deliver a checkmate. That looks great, but it's not in time, because actually you don't even need to sacrifice your bishop. It's not checkmate when the bishop can block the queen to the perfect spot.
I was thinking you have to play queen b8, but no, you literally keep your newly promoted queen. This was exquisite handling of time pressure by Alekseenko Firouzja. We take this stuff for granted, but he kept posing problems in the middle game. And in the end game, he never let Chigaev get in a single easy move, Robert. And that's the kind of spirit you need to display to win in these types of tournaments.
It is indeed, and with 7 grueling rounds of play left in the Swiss, before we get to the match play, we're going to take a short break, but we're going to return just a few for more from the Chessable Masters play and stage. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is Christoph Zilecki, and welcome to my Keep It Simple 1d4 course.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Log In. Scroll down and click continue with chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Welcome back to the play-in stage of the Chessable Masters. We are watching the 9-round switch, which will determine the 72 players that will fight for a spot in one of 3 divisions, alongside Grandmaster Robert Hess. Great start to the tournament, Grandmaster Robert Hess.
Yeah, I thought you were about to say great start to the tournament, Grandmaster Min Lei, because wonderful time, well known to the community.
I'm
as
not that
Min.
smooth, come on.
Hey, man, you got to go on. Artemiev, by the way, had a perfect 2 out of 2. So these are both players who are extremely dangerous. Of course, Vladislav, the higher-rated player in all the time controls. But Min, he's a beast. You probably played Min more than anybody else has.
I have indeed. And I've played him in all sorts of time controls, from bullet to blitz. I've never played him in a 10+2 time control. He recently got his Grandmaster title, which was a long time coming. Min was one of the strongest IMs in history. And I don't know. He seems to be off to a pretty decent start this tournament, 2 out of 2. And a nice bishop on f4, a kind of queen's gambit decline structure. I don't know what his knight is doing on d2. Otherwise, it's pretty standard fare.
Yeah, why is that knight on d2 is a good question. The answer is because the bishop apparently came out to b4 with check on b4 here, and then the knight from f3 went back to d2. Not something you see every day, but not wanting to give up double pawns potentially. So Min just playing his own type of chess. He is a perfect 2 out of 2, and I think that in this game with the bishop on f4, as you're saying, it is quite a decent start. The pawn on d5 creates tension here. Black doesn't really want to take on c4 next because it will allow white to go forward, but the bishop on b7 will be a happy camper if the diagonal remains open. So,
indeed,
yeah, it's going to be good for black.
I'll leave you for 30 seconds, Robert. I think some people might have heard what that is. Got to make sure it's not it's not the police at the door. So I will be right back, and I'll let you continue unpacking this position as Min. He was a Min up on the clock, but that time advantage is no longer. I'll be right back, Robert. But I'm listening to what you have to say, so please behave yourself.
I appreciate that. So we know who's not here. Danya, it's a chair stream now, but d5 played by Artemiev. Both sides are using a lot of time in the early stages. Artemiev has just over 8 minutes. Min under that, and they've only played 8 moves, so a surprisingly slow start to two of the best bullet players on site. And right now, Min is thinking, do I take this pawn on d5? But he's aware that Artemiev is likely to take back with the knight on d5. He wants to keep the diagonal open. Maybe we'll see a queen land on the square, and oftentimes, just show a quick variation, that black doesn't even mind giving up this pawn on c7 because you get very, very quick counterplay around this piece. You can play even knight c6, bring a rook to c8, and you're just way too active as the bishop on f1 can't get out with the g2 pawn being loose over here. So we'll see how this one continues at this stage. The pawn was just captured on d5. The knight quickly recaptures. I'm liking the look of this for Artemiev from the perspective of it being a rapid game, from just how quickly he's playing. Chat, what do you think? What is Danya doing right now? That's my question, because he told me he'd be back in 30 seconds. It's been more than 30 seconds. Who do you think is at his door? So I want to hear your thoughts in chat. Maybe we'll feature some of those responses. But all I know is that Min, he better be at his seat. He better be concentrated, because Artemiev is not going to make this easy for him. So while they sit and think, I think we'll go to a different game. The one between Salem Saleh and Kirill Alekseenko. If Alekseenko's name rings a bell, it's because he was in the candidates, not because he's at Danya's front door. And he just beat Vladimir Kramnik in the previous round. And hey, look who's back. Who was it?
It was pest control. I had to open the door for them. It's my quarterly pest service, because in North Carolina, you don't want to mess with the cockroaches. And I learned that the hard way. So,
but they know that you commentate with me, so that's why they came. They thought I was being a pest.
Well, you're always being a pest by definition. Knock on wood, I haven't had any cockroaches inside in the last couple of months, but pest control, everybody, especially if you live in a region like the South. See, I'm adulting. This is what adult life is supposed to look like. Running around during commentary, how unprofessional.
Wait. But first of all, hashtag adulting. And then second of all, I'm looking at the standings. Alexandra Kostenyuk is 2 out of 2. So
Let's go.
The chess queen is taking part in this, and she is playing Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and what did we just enter over here? Okay, black just took something on d5, and Alexandra has yet to recapture.
This is a dragon, and unfortunately for Sasha, she had to capture with the e-pawn, because queen takes d5 would have run into bishop e6. And look at Nodirbek. He says, you play g4? I don't care. I am gobbling everything up. And of course, h5 here is more standard. I guess black will just continue gobbling. G takes f3. Do you believe in Kostenyuk's attack here?
Just based on how you said it, no. I think you really led me to believe that black should be doing all right. And the eval bar is in black's favor, biasing me a little bit. And so I think that Alexandra, who beat Pepe Cuenca and Vaibov Suri in the last 2 rounds, she's been taken down her GM's opponents in the first 2. She's being met with a super GM right now. So it's a different level in this one. And so, Danya, I don't want to take on g4, because once the bishop takes, I feel like the king is better protected. But maybe I go for that swing the rook over to g1 real quick and say, I'm going to attack you with knight f4 and pawn to h5.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways for White to arrange her pieces on the king side. 5 minutes only for Kostenyuk. She's 3 minutes down. To me, h5 is still the most natural continuation, but you can also take a tempo to play a move like f4, which looks very awkward, but maybe you want to try to dry the king side up to make h5 even stronger. But Black's bishop is immediately going to jump into f5. Black's queen can jump into a5. So it's not like Black is sleeping on the queen side either. White might very well be the one who gets checkmated in the end.
Yeah, there's a bishop, the dragon bishop over here, a second bishop joining the party, and this looks like troublesome news for Alexandra, who's dropped to 4.5 minutes on the clock. So we're looking at a position where White's king may be no safer than Black's. h5, it's slow moving on this flank, and she is moving quite slowly as
4
well.
minutes.
Danya, she's down 4 minutes on the clock, and you don't want that to be the case against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the legendary player from Uzbekistan. Legendary as a teenager? Yes, indeed. That's what happens when you win Olympiad gold for your country and almost win Tata Steel. Unfortunately, he lost his final round, and Anish Giri was able to leapfrog him.
I will never forget the final round of Tata Steel this year. If you haven't seen it, one of these evenings, you should do yourself a favor and watch the playback of the Tata Steel final round. One of the most incredible moments of my commentating career. But Nodirbek, the thing is, you're going to get so many chances. You're at the start of your chess career, and how much he's already accomplished is incredible. Trying to add a qualification to the Air Things Masters to his very impressive resume. Kostenyuk down in 3.5 minutes, Robert. I just don't see her pulling this one out at this point.
And you can see her. She's really trying to pick out the best option here, but she's unsure. And maybe you have to go all in, and sometimes just playing these kind of quick moves like takes, rook g1. But as you said, the bishop will slide back to f5. She starts at knight d4, which does take away the f5 square, and looks like h5 is next. So, Danya, I feel like it's the type of move that works out quite well in quicker time controls, but not when you're also down 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, h5 is essentially a pre-move. Black is obviously not going to take that knight with his dark squared bishop. Nodirbek might play a move like queen a5 and accumulate his pieces on the queen side. When you've got the eval bar behind you, it's so easy to just laugh White's attack out of the room. I think the biggest problem, Robert, is that after White plays h5, Black is going to ignore, because h6 is not that dangerous. The Black bishop has the f6 square. The king can hide on h8. And if White opens up the h file, even if White puts a queen on h2, you can imagine h5, hg, and then queen h2, you're not going to be threatening anything all that significant, because queen h7 is far from checkmate. The king can run the other way. So I just feel like it takes so much time for White to actually generate a mate threat. Black's going to use that time to generate some mate threats of his own, and there he goes.
Good call. Queen a5 going right after this d5 pawn. That is an important central pawn, and also will make the king feel safer as the queen goes from d8 to the center and over towards the king side. So I like this position for Nodirbek. We will see more from him. And for Alexandra, good start. Not looking great in this third game. And she plays h5. And Danya, I feel like queen takes d5 is the move that we're about to see very quickly. It was the point of queen a5, and it does bring that queen closer to where the action is happening.
Yeah, Nodirbek, cold-blooded and composed. He's not afraid of ghosts. He's not afraid of cockroaches either. And that queen winding its tentacles around White's pawns, much like a cockroach, I think queen takes d5 is going to signal the imminent end of Kostenyuk's attacking chances, and the end of this game is near as well.
Yeah, your point is well taken that after this exchange, the king will go out to f7. Now, it's not just game over on the spot, but if this king can successfully run away back towards the center, there will be no attack, and Black will be 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3 pawns ahead at some point. And so that's the great news for Nodirbek. But let's go to some other action, just because these rounds, we're starting to see who is going to rise to the top. Den Laz and a Wonder Liang, they have 2.5 out of 3, so they've already finished 3 games of action. Which game do you want to head to? Because we also have Jose Martinez. He's one of those names that you don't often see in classical chess, but here in the quicker time controls online, he is a force to be reckoned with.
I absolutely think we should go to his game, especially given the kind of position that he has. Oh my goodness. It's going to take me about 30 minutes to adjust my eyes to this position. Josman reacts a lot faster. D5 instantly counterattacking the bishop. The bishop moves back knight. Is this the hyperbolic game, Robert, or are we watching a wrap? What are we watching here?
I think we're about to watch Black create a pass pawn and try to promote it. Normally, you would give up your rook for 2 minor pieces, but in the event of the capture on c2, and I jumped ahead of myself here, a2 happens and a1 is unstoppable. So Black has some serious threats here with that a pawn going up the board. But Dinah, the big question is this knight frozen? Like, it has nowhere to go. All of its retreating squares are covered by White's pieces. So this is Yakubboev, the other Nadir Bek. And he has the Black pieces here. He's gone for a very interesting solution. And I just want to point out that the e1 square may be where this knight vacates to, Danya.
Yeah, that might be necessary. Of course, White's ideal scenario is to slice off the connection between Black's bishop and the knight. You can try to do that in a variety of ways. Bishop d3 is one attempt, but you're right. After takes, the knight does jump into e1, and White is in big trouble. That a3 pawn is going to make its presence felt. There are also maybe tactical ways to protect that knight. Even queen a4 there, I think,
that's what I was
possibility.
thinking.
Rook c2, queen c2 even, followed by a2. You don't need to do that. You can play a2 immediately. But this just illustrates the power of passed pawns even in the middle game. White doesn't have the personnel to deal with everything at the same time. So, Robert, instead of bishop d3, Jospin goes for a more positional approach. He sticks the knight in the center. He slices off Black's contact with the e1 square. And now I think bishop d3 is a lot more serious of a threat because you're going to recapture with the knight. And again, you're going to keep the e1 square protected.
Wow, that's kind of a sick line that the knight drops back to cover e1. Also, g4, because the bishop doesn't have g6, you would take it there. And if it goes to e4, at some point, you may be able to kick it as well. So Black needs to be very, very careful at this point. I think that we love this outside pass pawn. It's a runner. We just saw lines where you could sacrifice material to make sure that it could sprint to the other side. But right now, it's a pretty critical moment. And I think queen a4 is the move that I would be playing here. Just trying to overprotect the knight for the moment. And then there likely will be a fancy knight jump in the future.
Can't believe the players are actually thinking after what we just saw in the last couple of moves. So Black has a lot of calculating to do. If he loses the knight, he loses the game. So he has to rely on the power of that a3 pawn. I agree. Queen a4, lend as much support as you can to that knight and try to take the sting out of bishop d3. We've got many other games, though, heating up. I'm looking at Levon Aronian, Durar Bailey, and Peter Svidler. Always love to see Peter Svidler in any event. Oh my gosh.
Wait, good game to bring us to because there's a checkmate there. What's the material, by the way? Black is up in exchange.
Draw?
Move.
I think draw. Yeah. Queen e5, queen d4 is a weird repetition. Not something you get every day. Vasif could put his queen on h5, Robert, if he wants to keep playing. But with the time deficit that he has and an exchange down on the board, I think a draw is not a bad result here.
No, a draw looks very reasonable at this point because when the queen gets to h5, actually the Black king can go to g7. That knight can't share the square with the queen.
I have a sick line for you. After queen e5, Black can play queen takes c2, and you might say, oh, well, then the knight moves back and it's checkmate. It wouldn't be checkmate. f6, rook takes f6 is the mating line. Rook d1 and rook f1. Wherever you check, the rook drops back with a discovery, and the queen mates on g7. What a
That's
sick
amazing.
line.
Because White was about to get checkmated, but it's checkmate first in the other direction. And we see queen d4 back. So we are likely to see a repetition unless Vasif says, I'm ready to play for a win. I need to get a big score to compete for that top division. Let's go for queen h5. But moves like that backfire in time trouble. The king slides up to g7. And done. There may even be queen takes f6 at some moment there, getting 2 rooks for the queen. Vasif's down under a minute on the clock.
He's seriously thinking about it. He's got 1.5 out of 2. So a draw really not a disaster. Obviously, Vasif is the younger player. He wants to defeat Peter Svidler. But at this point, 45 seconds, repeat moves, make the draw, take a little break, and come back stronger the next game. Watch him play queen h5 with like 5 seconds on the clock.
You can't do that with no time, right? Like you have to do it now because the more he thinks, the more I think we are going to get a repetition because queen f4 and queen d2, and that should be that after queen e5. And the third and final time this position is reached means the game ends in a draw. So why don't we go away from this? If somehow they play on, we'll come back to it. But I think there's so many other interesting games that we might want to check in on.
Oh!
Okay. Or not. What was that?
Oh my gosh, b3 with 18 seconds left. He took all of his time and then decided to play on in the most unlikely position. Robert, I thought it was a bygone conclusion that he was going to decline the queen trade. But no, he is banking on his pawn mass.
Of all moves, b3, that was like completely off my radar playing on the other flank. Isn't black just going to start bringing in the second rook and causing this white king some problems, like rook d8?
This is nutty. This is absolutely nutty to play on, much less with 17 seconds on the clock.
I'm shocked, but you did make a great point that this knight going into d5 will be a pain, like f5 here, then knight d5. You just clog the d file. And if the white king can get up to the f4 square, white can even play for a win here. But with the clock the way it is, Danya, and these pawns going to be targeted by the rook, I feel like Svidler's going to win this game.
I do as well. 3 seconds as Vasif advances his king. He goes king g1 to avoid getting pinned. King g2 and king f3 might have been a more desirable path to take. Now, Peter can chase the knight out of f6 with his own king. He can play king g7. The knight will default back to d5. And then the e4 pawn is going to be tender. Perhaps black can attack it with rook e8. And there's bishop takes f5 on the horizon as well. The e1 rook is undefended. This was a very gutsy decision, a brave decision, but potentially, I think, a losing decision. Bishop c6, and the knight has lost contact with the outpost on d5. You're showing what black is about to do to white's entire queen side. Rook dd3.
Here comes
goodbye.
Everything
There's
is hanging out. Yeah, this one is just, it's one of these decisions you just can't make. Like, I understand we applaud it because it was brave, but the other side of bravery, or sometimes in conjunction with bravery, is maybe not the best decision. And here, all the pawns are about to fall, or this way, pin, win, take everything you want. It's yours. And Danya, this is going to backfire completely.
He just couldn't decide. He was trying to sit on 2 chairs, as the expression goes. He took all of his time. Okay, now we've got to make the draw. He plays b3. He thinks that he can trick Svidler in the endgame, but that was a decision that he will regret for the rest of this tournament. Vasif is going to be on 1.5 out of 3. And as Peter continues to take pawn after pawn, I think we can entrust the rest of the game to him. Vasif is not resigning, but he will resign momentarily.
Yeah, because there's rook takes e2 and bishop f3 check at the end of the sequence, and he won on time, but he was winning on the board. So let's go elsewhere. By the way, Nodirbek Abdusattorov did take down Alexander Kostenyuk. Let's go to the game between, look at this, Alekseenko and Salem Saleh up 2 minutes, and with what looks like a mating attack against the Black King.
Yeah, this is a wild position. Salem with 4 seconds and a losing position. That's more important. And Alekseenko just taking all of Black's pieces. Last-ditch attempt by Salem to perpetual check the king. But you are not going to touch that bishop. You're avoiding it with a 10-foot pull. Actually, Robert, the presence of that bishop helps white evade the checks after queen h1, king f2.
And now white can even consider queen takes h5 to trade queens and then go after all the queenside pawns. I'm not sold that that's 100% winning. You have to be sure about that. Otherwise, you can bring your queen, I think, this way. And isn't that a forced queen trade? The queen can take on f6, but black is going backwards.
Yeah, queen h2 is winning. Queen takes f6, and the h5 pawn falls with checkmate. Okay, with full due respect to Salem's pawn mass on the king side, I think white's 2 rooks are going to be just sufficient enough to win this game. King g3 and king h4. And the pawns fall like flies.
It's easy. So let's go to another game that's still in progress. We have Vinny the Pooh and the Big Fish, Vladimir Fedoseev. And what a game we tuned into here. White's actually temporarily up a piece, but everything is hanging in this position. And there's a mate attack for white.
And that's the most important factor. Otherwise, black would just capture the knight on c4 and be 800 pawns up. Actually, only 2 pawns up. But the threat of queen h7 forces Fedoseev, I think, to repeat moves. In fact, he's got to be careful where he delivers the check. Queen g4 check is a very tricky move. King f2, queen g3 forces the queen trade with interest. So in that case, white will have to sidestep the check on f1 instead. But this is going to be a draw. I don't see a way for Fedoseev to prolong this game.
There's a funny way to lose. It won't be funny for Fedoseev, but look at this. For Aditya Mittal, if king g2 was played and f3 check, I know there was better, but king g3, it turns the tables around. You don't have a check on d6. The knight actually plays a part here as white goes and checkmates down the h file. So, Aditya, way too strong, bringing the king up to f2. There's a check here as is played. Where's this king going?
Yeah, Aditya's kind of finding some trouble here. He's playing for the win.
Oh
king
my
G4,
gosh.
Queen d7, king takes g5?
No way. But the queen comes to g7 with check. So queen check. But if king f3, there's g4.
Oh my gosh. He's in a path of no return. I think he has to take on g5 and drop the king on the h file.
Okay, so g4, king e2.
Ooh.
Oh
Robert,
my goodness.
G4, king G2, F3, king G3. Instead, Fedoseev just gets his queen to G7. There's no more mate threat. I think he's going to win this game.
He just wants to push his pawns up the board. Uh-oh,
Or
wait a
AC.
second.
Now he's out of checks.
G3. Yeah, you just lose the pawn.
But he's trying to get
Where's
his
he
rook
going
to
with
C2.
that rook?
Queen F4. Oh, he blundered his queen.
What just happened? I guess
It's
that's
still
time
not
travel
over.
for you. It's not
It's
completely
still not
over.
over.
But Fedoseev, I mean, you know him. He is a bullet beast. Though this
I don't
knight's coming
know.
in real quick.
King G5. You can't take that pawn because of the fork. Here goes white's e-pawn.
Mm-hmm. But this king can run to e6 now. That's the good news for black. No, this is winning. He found the way out, although there is a check now that's pretty nasty.
That's such a good move. It's such a good move. It gets out of all the checks, but Mittal getting his rook to D7. Just wait a second.
No checks against this king on G5. So rook D7. Wait a second.
Rook
Oh my
F7.
gosh!
Rook F7 is Rook F7. Rook
And then-
F7 is winning.
He missed it. And now it's stopped, and the B pawn can't be stopped.
B2, E7, and King E8, and you're going to give your queen up for the knight on F6. And it's
Oh
still
my
not over.
Check. Where's the king go? This is mate in 1, everybody, so you can't get a queen just yet.
Queen H3.
That's
That's
E6
it.
falls, and that's that finally. I mean, we said that like 8 different times, but the game continued. That's the nature of this kind of time control, and the queen will sacrifice for the knight here once it goes back. Otherwise, you're getting a queen. Check.
You
Win
can
a
win
rook.
the rook. D10
Okay, but
Mittal
we have-
was winning there for a move.
Yeah, right here. Rook F7 check. If the king goes to G8, knight F6, forces the king over. Rook H7 is check and mate. Remember this configuration, everybody. The knight does the lion's share of the work. But if the king went the other way, you have knight F6, and the king did E7 check. You push the pawn to the other side, and you're up all the material. So that was a winning miss by Aditya Mittal. It was a one-move idea, but you got to get those wins. And speaking of a win, Amle gets one over Arman Mikaelian.
Yeah, big win for the former World Blitz champion. Speaking of former world champions, Kamsky's playing, and Samsevian is locked in an endgame struggle against David Anton Giharo. He's up a pawn. Looks winning for black, but I think it's actually a draw because of the weakness of the H5 pawn to which black's knight is tied.
Yeah, and the king can't get in. The knight covers F5, so your king
Ooh.
can't get forward. That's the bad news for
Draw.
Savian. Let's go to the Kamsky game because you mentioned a world championship contender. I have to go here, and oh gosh, we're just getting into a long end game that is definitely a draw. But Kamsky, he has that wily veteran experience. Do you think there's any way he can trick his opponent?
I would say without the pawn, perhaps, although rook versus bishop is a very elementary draw if you know the main idea of moving into the corner opposite the color of your bishop. With the presence of the pawn, Robert, as long as black doesn't blunder his bishop, E3 there was a good way to lose. This should be a dead draw.
But he's trying to trick him. Please play E3, and the king would have come around. But as long as you don't get forced to the back rank, you'll be okay.
Yeah, and the king is going to chill on the 7th rank. Now you could move your bishop to C2. The only thing to avoid is putting the bishop on the same file as the king. Bishop F1 would be a blunder because of rook F6, for example.
Right. So it's hard for black to blunder if the pawn and bishop are connected with each other, and you just don't want to allow this rook to check you and force the king in the back rank, but that's why the king keeps going from side to side. So while this game looks like a pretty simple split of the point, I'm just going to look at the standings here, Danya. Firouzja, Abdusattorov, Artemiev, Lim
Artemiev.
Alekseenko, and Fedoseev are at the top with perfect 3 out of 3 scores.
3 out of 3 in a tournament like this. It's almost like getting 9 out of 9 at a Title Tuesday. That's how hard it is to win 3 games against really strong grandmasters. It's only cut out for a few. Robert, I called it. I'm going to give myself a pat on the back. Vladislav Artemiev, keep your eyes on him because Artemiev is clearly in good form this tournament. He is not going to let up without at least aiming for a 7.5 out of 8 or 8 out of 9. Kamsky, by the way, is still trying. He's got black's king very close to the edge, and he's going to win the pawn. But
Yes.
black's king is near the correct corner.
That's right. So this pawn can be captured. This is still a theoretical draw. At least white has more winning chances than a few moves ago. If this king gets to the last rank, you start feeling like
H7.
there's a shot. Yeah, this
And
is
this
a
is the
known-
famous theoretical draw.
Because the bishop just goes like this. But not
Just
anymore. Don't
bishop
go here now.
H7. Don't go there. It's the stalemate. The problem is that it's a stalemate with the bishop on G8 and a rook on E8. Don't go bishop G8. Don't
Not
go
now.
bishop G8. God,
You do have to be careful because sometimes you go to the wrong square and then the rook gets to attack the bishop. But here you have to check the king. And if the king went to h6, the king would have gone this way. Look at this technique. Flawless.
But 4 seconds, anything can happen. White can make 1,000 moves. All it takes is putting the bishop on the wrong square once. But this is fantastic. You keep the bishop between g8 and h7 as long as you can.
This is something that for newer players, it won't make any sense. But as long as you study this at the top, watch out though.
Oh,
There's a check here. The bishop slides back to h7. It's always the thing. Don't go there now because rook c8 check.
rook c8 and rook c4 almost winning, but there's a fork on d5 there. Kamsky is a devilish player in these types of positions and in any type of position. He's still trying, but the bishop has too many retreating squares that deliver a check.
That's right. So, you would really like to go on a yo-yo string, quickly deliver this mate. Okay, you got the bishop off here.
No,
he blundered! He pre-moved it! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, let's go back here. He moved too quickly. He had the perfect defense for so many moves, and he needed to just not put his bishop here where the king has no moves after this. Like here,
in fact,
for
bishop
example.
c4, even bishop a2, Robert, because rook to c3, again, we talk about this, there are too many checks. Bishop f7 check, and the process rinses and repeats. He pre-moved, he didn't expect Gata to step into g6.
Oh my gosh, and then loses the bishop on the spot because the king now is smothered otherwise, and that is a win for Gata Kamsky. I asked you the question, will Gata show that legendary technique? I've used the word legendary often today, Danya. That was sick.
That was a very well-deserving label of legendary. He won rook versus bishop and pawn. I have never seen anybody win that against the GM. Gata Kamsky is a wizard. But speaking of wizards, we've got 2 other wizards facing off in round 4. It's Fedoseev against Artemiev. It's a Berlin. And it's Vladimir Fedoseev who really needs to try to make a push here with the white pieces to stop the blistering Vladislav Artemiev. He's cooking with some fish oil early in this tournament.
But these aren't wizards, Tanya. These are Gotham Knights and Brazil Capybaras, because these 2 players play in the Pro Chess League. Fedoseev for the Knights and Artemiev, he stepped in week 2 for the Capybaras. Their season, unfortunately, has not gone the way that they would have liked, but he did help them in that week. So in week 2 matchup. So we see a symmetrical position for now. Nothing too exciting as of yet. I'm just pumped about the matchups we have because we have this one. We have Firouzja with the black pieces against Lim, and this position already looks interesting. And I'm going to open up the game between Abdusattorov and Alekseenko. So kind of pick your desired game, Danya. We have so many good ones in store for everybody. And this doesn't even take into account all the people with 2.5 out of 3.
It does not indeed. Let's stick to Noterbeck's game for the time being because we do have Noterbeck's camera coming up. And it's a classic Ruy Lopez. Robert, a couple of years ago, a bishop on d2 would have been unthinkable in the Ruy Lopez. You would have said for sure that the player with the white piece just isn't experienced in the ideas. But computers have breathed so much new life into openings that we thought we completely understood. In fact, we don't understand anything at all, as we now realize.
Yeah, the bishop on d2, what's the point? Well, of course, it helps you try to connect the rooks, but also takes away this a5 square. And in many positions, that knight tries to jump out to a5, not in this one. And white can expand over here on the queen side. b4, a4, c4 even in some positions. And the bishop is well placed to protect this pawn on b4, especially if this a pawn releases its defense.
And with a knight gone from f6, black could consider an aggressive approach with king h8, followed by f7, f5. But I feel like with black being as cramped as he is, that's probably ill-advised. The knight from d7 also has a decision to make. It can jump to f6, it can jump to b6 and lend some more support to the queen side, try to slow down white's pawn breaks that you mentioned, a4 and c4. So a pleasant position, I think, for Noterbeck, a small time advantage that he's building up, and some decisions to be made for Kirill Alekseenko. He needs to be careful if he wants to stay balanced here.
Yeah, it's one of these decisions that you just make instantly. Oh, it doesn't matter where my knight moves. I'll just attack this bishop out of here. But you choose the wrong side of the board, and you can pay the price. For example, if you play knight to f6, and the bishop slides back to b3, and a4 happens, this rook is perfectly positioned on a1, and that's why knight b6 was Alekseenko's choice. He's just trying to make a4 as difficult as possible. So, Danya, what do you say? Do you actually think that white has a better position? The eval bar says it's about level in this one. Who would you prefer to play, black or white?
Well, as a self-respecting King's Indian player, I have to say black. Anytime there's the F5 idea in any position, I basically prefer black. But in all seriousness, Robert, if you fall asleep here as Noterbeck, which he most certainly doesn't, he strikes immediately with D4. But F5 is still possible, I think. F5, and if you play E takes F5, it's a classic idea. E4 shoves the knight out of the way, and black suddenly develops a pretty menacing set of ideas on the king side.
Yeah, this would be very, very pleasant for black. And I'm wondering, though, after F5, what about D takes E5? Because if you take this
F
pawn,
takes
the knight
E4?
goes to D4, and then knight C6 is an idea.
you devil.
Knight E6 as well. I'm just playing the position. I didn't like it necessarily, but I felt like I had to. And there's something that always worries me about a king on H8 and a bishop on B3. I'm just worried I'm going to fall victim to some kind of checkmate that I was unaware was going to happen.
Yeah, especially if you push the F pawn. You could push it to F6. I think that's a likelier move than F5. But this is exactly, knight H4, queen H5, knight G6. You're 2 moves away from checkmate. Anytime the king is out of squares, you have to be very, very careful about these types of mating mechanisms. Instead, we have a transformation. Alekseenko decides to trade on D4, which is a concession, but his bishop comes out to B7. It hits C4, and C7, C5 is a rapid queenside expansion that could lock White's bishop out of the game permanently.
Yeah, that actually looks very unpleasant for White there, because if the pawn gets up to C4, the bishop will be locked out on A2, and that's a great pawn chain, just blunting that bishop's access on the diagonal. But this knight wants to go to F5, and the bishop goes to F6. So I feel like White has what looks like threats, but they're one-move threats, and black can parry them and respond pretty easily.
What does Abdusattorov say before he takes the show to a break? I'll be right back.
Oh, gosh. I wasn't expecting you to use the last part of his first name. But how
Hey,
long did it take you to come up with that?
Well, while you were, explaining the position eloquently and highlighting ideas, I was thinking of meaningless puns. Noterbeck is thinking about sacrificing the E4 pawn. We both raised our eyebrows. Is he intending queen G4 when the bishop will have to stay pegged to the long diagonal to avoid knight C6? Very interesting play for Mr. Abdusattorov. Do you believe this, though? Are you buying into this?
No. I also was thinking that you would use a Terminator reference, like "I'll be back" or something like that. But you went a different
Chat
route.
is going to impale me for that.
Why did they not capture on E4? What is the drawback of taking what looks like a free card? Now I see it, that if there's a take on E7, rook E1, there's a pin. That looks unpleasant. But earlier, I really thought that E4 could have been captured. Can he get away with this?
We're about to find out. Oh, he's got queen B7. I think that's a saving grace. Queen E7 to B7, not only getting out of the pin, but also hitting the G2 pawn. And if you can force White to play F3, that closes down the avenue that White's queen otherwise would take to get to the king side. So maybe queen G4 is a better version of that trade. Still, I think it's clear that Noterbeck has overestimated his play on the king side.
Yeah, good find, and a quick find by Alekseenko there, because I really thought that this was going to be a problem, but he says, no, I went C5. I cleared the 7th rank. In comes queen B7 with a threat against this pawn while escaping the pin on the E file.
Also important, Robert, queen H4 would not succeed there because of G3, and the queen would be pushed right back to E7, and F3 would pick up the bishop. So queen B7 is a must find. And is this on the board? Yes, it is. There's queen B7.
Yeah, no, Alekseenko, he's been playing a very good event thus far. He took down Kramnik. He beat Salem Saleh in the previous game. So he's in fantastic shape at the moment. And not a player you really want to mess with, because when he's on his best form, when he's on his A game, I mean, he made the candidates after all.
Yeah, you don't make the candidates by accident. He made it with a standout performance in the Isle of Man tournament, which is, of course, a qualifier. The top 2 spots, I think, qualify to the candidates, or is it just the top spot?
In that one, it was the top spot, but then because he finished in that tie there, but the wild card was given to him. So I guess he didn't technically qualify directly, but he was eligible to qualify based on his amazing score in the Grand Swiss, the Isle of Man.
What an absolute scrub. Couldn't even win that tournament. But Alekseenko is off to a great start. We've got plenty of other players who are off to a great start. I'm looking at Levon against Amin Tabatabai. Of course, we've already talked about the Artemiev game, so we could check back into that one. And Lim against Firouzja. Those are our three big matches. You've put on the Fedosseev Artemiev game, which is still more or less symmetrical. We've got a little bit of an imbalance there with both players saddled with weak pawns, but the c6 pawn looks quite a bit weaker than the d4 pawn. I would give the slight edge here to Mr. Fedosseev.
Yeah, and the pawn on c6 can't be captured immediately because rook c8 will pick up this loose knight on c3. But I like the look of knight e4 potentially, though there's bishop f5 to deal with. I feel like there are just little things left and right that the players have to look out for. But after knight takes d5 down, and now I feel like neither side has any real problems. Exactly. Snoring is correct. We're not asleep, but we just know where the direction that this game is going. So I'm going to already take us away from here. We will look back if it gets interesting. But you mentioned Lim and Firouzja. Why don't we take a look here? And I see a knight attacking a queen. I see a knight jumping to d6. I see a wonderful Catalan bishop. I like White's position.
Yeah, White is having a wonderful time. I don't know if Min Lee is having a wonderful time. We will see. But no question that Lim has gotten precisely the kind of position that you wanted of a Catalan. Knight d6, I think, is next wherever Black's queen goes. Queen e7, knight d6, and you attack the tail of the discovery. So wherever Black's knight goes, you take the rook with tempo and hit the queen. If rook c7 happens there, then b5 separates the two knights. Black could actually end up just flat out losing material here if Alireza is not careful. You can see the eval bar shooting up. No matter where the knight from c6 jumps to, you take e5. This is bad news for Firouzja.
So what moved is Black player? Because your queen's under attack, and I don't see how queen b8 helps with knight d6. Danya, this looks really, really bad.
I'm at a loss. Queen b6, knight d6, knight d4. Can't do that either because the d4 square is protected twice. Does Black just flat... Oh, there is another interesting line, Robert. Queen b8, knight d6, rook d8. You might have knight takes b7 and queen takes e5. Are you kidding me?
Exactly what I was
bishop's
thinking.
a monster.
Yeah, look at this. The pin along the diagonal. You said, oh.
But knight takes e5, bishop takes b7, and rook b8. And you win back the pawn. So maybe this is what Alireza should try to bank on. Now, knight takes b7 there was not forced, but you want to try to set traps when the situation is this dire.
I think it was good, but you throw in rook takes first. This is important inclusion because if it takes, queen e5, knight takes, bishop takes rook b8. The difference is the back rank checkmate. So white has rook c1. You've traded off the other rook in the position. If the bishop is captured, rook c8 is mate. If the bishop is not captured, the rook stops one square short on c7.
Beautiful.
And white just dominates the ensuing endgame. So I think that, you called it. b7 is loose, even though it seems protected. And that's why Alireza is thinking it's a clear sign that Lim Lei is in charge of this game. Danya, I think the Vietnamese Super GM is about to go to 4-4.
If you can find a couple more accurate moves, and he is doing just that, jumping into d6. There's also rook c to d8, which we haven't given as much coverage. Maybe the path forward is to hit that knight. How do you win b5, though? Is there some sort of knight d4? No, then queen takes d4, picks up the knight, and defends its vis-a-vis on d6. I agree. 4 minutes up on the clock. Position is dire. What do you see?
Yeah, I see a move because it's dire. Rook d8. If b5, I'm sacking on d6. You take on d6, I take on b5, and I say, okay, I have a pawn and a knight for the rook. Black is in trouble, right? You see the eval bar, it's all the way up, but I see some threats here. I'm stable, at least for the moment, with my knight protected over on c6. Black is lost. We know that, but maybe it's the best chance that you have.
Yeah, when you're losing, you want to confront your opponent with some newfound problems. Here, like Huang, he knows what he's doing. He's going to play b5. You want to sort of change the nature of the position, even if it's not objectively the best option. But with 2 minutes on the clock, Reza's clock is dwindling. His position is very, very unenviable here.
Does he even have another move? So his rook is under attack.
Yeah, is he losing a piece here?
I think so. I truly think the answer is yes. He's also down 5 minutes on the clock. And so b5?
Is there knight e5 to g4 hitting f2?
I was wondering how big a threat that is, because even if queen takes f2, the king can slide over to h1, but it's getting really messy. So we'll see. Lim Lei plays b5, knight g4. How is he going to respond?
Yeah, it is getting pretty Lionel there over on the king side. BC, queen takes f2, king h1. There's knight e3. And that's a big deal because if you have to move your rook away, remember that the rook is defending the knight. So rook g1, still not the end of the story, by the way, Robert. Rook takes d6. There's c takes b7. That pawn is nothing to sneeze at either. But this is precisely what Lei Kwang wants to avoid against someone as tactically gifted as Alireza.
Yeah, the engine says white is winning here, but it doesn't look that clear. There could be a smothered checkmate on f2 if the knight replaces the queen. Knight takes g2 at some moment could be very threatening, opening up the light square diagonal that the white king is sitting on. So this is a very Lim Li move. He plays e3 and says, sorry, I don't need to win a full knight to take this game. If you move your knight, well, where are you going to move it to? Knight e5 comes to mind as an option here. But even after knight e5, I could see an argument for, look at this. Queen d4, strategic chess. Let's trade queens. b7 is hanging. I think that he's just going to crush him in the endgame because let's say you don't lose a pawn, rook c1, rook c7 type ideas. I'm sure there are plenty of other tactics in the position, but white is just clearly the side for choice.
There's 3 enemies at Alireza's door. The first is the clock. He's now down 5 minutes with only a minute to defend this miserable position. The second is the state of his knights, Robert. The knight have no purchase in the center. They're constantly under fire. And the third enemy is the b7 pawn. And his queen side in general, the queens get traded. Alireza won't have anything left to defend the queen side with. So I love queen d4. It's always hard to trade into an endgame when your opponent's in time pressure. You get the temptation to keep the queens on the board. Maybe they'll blunder, but that's not how these 2700s think. They are scientists. They try to find the best move. That was a great call by you. Love queen d4.
I've just seen enough of his games where he just says, I don't need to crush you by checkmating you. I'm just going to beat you in a better endgame. And here, I'm not sure what the better move is. Rook d1 to double, rook c1 to go the open file. Black may try rook d7 as a way to defend, but you actually blunder in that case. Like rook c1, rook d7, there's tactics with his rook being loose on d7. The knight jumps.
Oh,
Go to
no.
f5. I'm going to c8. Yeah, let's do it. Or we have a rook stare down. If you take the knight with this rook, I'm not going to take the d7 rook because this is check. I'm going to take here first, and then I'm going to take your rook for free. Thank you very much. I win the game. And if you take the rook on d4, knight takes e7 is an intermezzo with check, and I win your rook, and I win a piece. So this looks just very, very promising for white no matter what, but he slides the double.
A slightly different approach. Rook takes g4 is now a threat. That's very easy to forget about, by the way. A move like rook d7 would be a common time pressure blunder. Instead, Alireza has to move the knight out of g4. Where will he move it? Knight f5 is still very much a threat, but then the rook from d8 could slide to e8. So I think Alireza's holding it together for now, but he's down to 30 seconds, and a move like e4 keeps tightening the screws in the center. You could transition one of the rooks to the c file, but Lei Kwang is playing exclusively in the center right now. Black's knights get more and more cramped with each passing move.
I mean, just like quiet moves. Those are always the killers. e5, there's rook inside of a4 at some moment. The bishop on g2 means that rook can't get over to a8. Knight g6 to stop it. I think f4 would be what most of us would do, but then e5 happens, and there's tension between the pawns, and we can maybe establish a knight on e5. I love what Lim Lei is doing. He is playing this patiently. He is not just rushing in Alireza's time trouble.
Yeah, white has so many incremental improvements that he can make from a4 to a move like h4. You can expand on both sides of the board, but we've seen Alireza pull these kinds of games out, so white's going to have to stay very patient and pounce whenever he gets a tactical opportunity. But Robert, Alireza's actually making strides here. He's improving his own position, and once the knight is tossed away from d6, wait a second, the rook on d4 is incredibly vulnerable.
So he goes rook to c7 over here.
Okay.
I guess the white king was just stepping up into the position. I feel like black is doing okay on the board, but what do you make of the clock, Dunny? You know how good Alireza is a bullet, but 20 seconds to nearly 4 minutes, that seems like too much to bear.
White has to find a way to keep the tension. Maybe you do that by trading off a pair of rooks. Rook d4 to c4 leaves black with only one rook to defend all of the infiltration squares. Instead, like one kind of treading water and defending the second rank. But Alireza keeps getting his pieces into the game. His position is better than it's been in the last 20 moves.
I agree, but I like knight f5 because the rook takes on d4. The knight jumps back, and you would love to get this knight to c6. So this knight we're on c6. Black's in huge trouble, staring at a7, protecting this e5 push. There it is. Here it comes.
You're on a roll. Maybe it was worth for Alireza to move the rook back to f8. Now the knight is going to jump into c6 unless black stops him. And knight e7 doesn't actually prevent knight c6 because of the back rank mate problem.
Wow, he was rook c4? How could that possibly
Knight
work?
c6?
He goes
mate.
for it. Yes, it does. So he goes h5, and if e5, where's this knight going? Up to g4, perhaps?
It has to. It hits e5 and hits h2. But white can go after black's queen side. He just has to choose the right time to do it.
Mm-hmm. If you take on a7, knight takes e4 happens, and now black restores material equality. I wonder if there's a way to be a little bit tricky here, because knight takes e4, there might be king d3 in some positions. So rook d8 check, and then king d3 with a fork of the rook and the knight.
Then black would probably slide to a4, and things do get complicated. If black's knights get active, the situation becomes a lot more complex and two-sided than it has been thus far. No question, Robert, however the game ends, that Alireza's defense here has been incredible.
Yes, and by the way, we do have Levon Aronian, Gukesh, and Nodirbek Yakubboev, the other Nodirbek. The strong Uzbek board 2 at the Olympia. But h3, look at this calm move. Rook a4. Oh, and apparently that's a mistake. He took away the g4 square. Now it's time for pawn push to e5. Danya, maybe the knight goes into e4, but this feels like you're treading on water here, though white needs to watch out for rook takes a2 as well.
But Alireza has been walking on hot coals for the last 15 moves, and he continues to make strides. His pieces are as active as they've been. Maybe you snap that knight off the board. Bishop takes c4. As painful as it is to give up your Catalan bishop, maybe now's the time. You're indicating king d3. No question that white is playing for 2 results in that resulting position. If you leave the knight alive, Robert, it's so easy to blunder something with white. Knight c3 check and knight takes b5 is a major problem if you infiltrate the 7th rank. Good call by Le Quang.
No, I mean, he's just playing great chess right now. What is black going to do here? Maybe h4. Maybe to throw this pawn up the board. Try to create some weaknesses on the 3rd rank. He plays a6. Apparently, that was a huge blunder. King b4, king b5. Is it that simple?
That's it.
Oh, my goodness.
It is.
Look at,
just win a
look
b6.
at this. Look at the knight on b5 compared to the knight on g6. It just dominates the knight from far away. And look at that move, a4. The rook wanted to come to a3 after king b5. He's rook d8 and king b5. It's over. It's a winning the rook.
Beautiful. You trap the rook. Exquisite, surgical, scientific precision by Lim. How do these people do this? One last trick by Alireza.
Yeah, please take me on e5 because rook a5 takes e5, and that may not even do the job because the outside pass pawn. But you move your rook to e8, and after the rook moves over, you take b6. That is a win for Lim. And that's not just any win. That was a masterclass in technique. That was superb play from the Vietnamese Super Grandmaster.
It wasn't perfect objectively, but man, oh man, he was like a craftsman, a surgeon, really sinking his teeth into each weak square and finding the fastest path to victory. Knocking out Alireza Firouzja is like Kwang Lim. And Nodirbek trying to knock out Kirill Alekseenko. Both of these players still on perfect scores. How much stuff does white have for the queen? Jeez Louise.
2 rooks and
what
a
queen?
bishop, and now what queen? Exactly. And this bishop can always come back to stop this pawn from promoting. That will be game over. And I mentioned Yakubboev. We're going to see Abdusattorov just take, and you're going to win everything. So he does this, takes an f5 after king h6. There's probably
bishop
checkmate.
f8, bishop g6, and bishop e7.
Oh, look at you with your puzzle rush tactics. I'm going to show that quickly.
Or
Bam,
rook
bam,
g4.
here. And that's mate. No, that's way cooler because you don't even need the rook to deliver this kind of mate, although the queen can intercept. But it's checkmate on the next move. So that was a sick finish there, Danya. We just have a couple games remaining in this round. Anish Giri being one of them. Whoa.
Okay.
4 seconds for Anish, though.
What a final
seconds.
move there. Queen e5, queen g3. You can't stop the d-pawn if you move black's rook off of the 8th rank. Beautiful.
That's actually sick. I'm like, this rook is hanging. What's going on? But now rook e7 was a good move. He goes rook to e8. And, okay, that's just simple. Bam.
Queen e5. Yeah, that's it. Knight c7. Queen takes c7 is going to end at n. Anton Guijarro puts his king down. And Anish Giri up to 3 out of 4.
Yeah, that's a big win. You need to hover near the leaders because sometimes it comes down to tie breaks, right? Where you make be in a huge tie. And Kramnik, what is happening here? He has the black pieces.
0.1. Oh my gosh.
Check. King takes c4. Queen b4.
Queen b4. Queen
Whoa!
b4. No, he trades queens, but the pawn is it stoppable? It isn't. Bishop g5.
It's the wrong
pawn. E6. E6.
Why was this the wrong move though? Bishop here.
Oh, he missed
Apparently that was a
it.
mistake.
E6 was winning for white. How can you not push that pawn?
I don't know, but he's going to stop this pawn. Maybe he just was trying to ensure he makes a draw, but you can't just think about the half point. The full point was in reach, apparently, but this is a theoretical draw. So let's go back to that moment. So you're saying E6 would have won the game there, and they agree to a draw. So you're saying E6?
Because E6 prevents black from promoting because the E-pawn pushes through. Black can play H4, but then simply F6, and that actually is the reason you're showing this line. The reason the bishop was better on G5 was because it prevents F6. Here, white plays F6 and E7, and he comes, or no. Apparently, that's not the move.
It's King B3.
Okay, simple. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But no, but I see your point that with the bishop over here on G5, it's very far away from this king, and it would have kept the equality. Because for E6, no, you're not going to do C1. We just saw why that loses. But maybe there's a move to throw in here. I'm going to cheat, turn the engine. Oh, bishop E.
Oh, this is
no,
impossible.
Okay. Yeah, that's impossible. That's not human.
Man. Yeah.
Nah.
Okay, couple games still remaining, though. You've put up Wei E, who's struggling to hold against Terry, a nightmare opponent, but he forces the draw, and we've got one final game. Oh,
no.
Where have I seen this before? No way.
Where's Kamsky?
Gotta.
And are these scores accurate? This is how strong the event is. Krikor Mkhitaryan has 0 out of 3 thus far. That is unheard of.
That tells you all that you need to know. Will we see a draw here, or will white blunder in a similar way? And you can see black kind of doing the same thing that Gata did. You just shuffle your pieces and shuffle your pieces. And with 5 seconds left, it's so common that white makes one wrong pre-move. Bishop G8 here is exactly how white blundered in the Gata Kamsky game.
Yeah, no, you just don't make a blunder here. This one is going to be a draw. A minute left here for Indian P. And, well, he's just going to try to get Krikor to make that same mistake, but I don't think he will. So, Danya, what do you say? Should we stick this one out? Do you think that Krikor is going to be able to hold it?
I think he's going to hold it. He's keeping over 5 seconds on his clock. That gives him enough time to react. He blundered or no? Oh, he could have won the rook.
The rook was right there. He could have just won it on the spot.
Man, he's going to be kicking himself if he ends up blundering, but I don't think he is. He's defending this very, very confidently. Just don't go bishop h7 here and blunder into checkmate. I've seen that before as well. Do we have another game?
Yeah. Well, we apparently do.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness. We have Jordan van Forest against Denis Makhyanov and Danya, and it's an extra pawn. Apparently that was a move that allows black to win. This makes sense. Even outside pass pawn, king can go up the board.
And everything is protected. White's e-pawn is way, way too far back to make any pawn endgames possible. We're going to see a pawn endgame, and it's like a Ferrari against a Ford.
Wow, I was not expecting a car reference. It didn't matter. The pawn was stopped. So that means Jordan van Forest moves to 2.5 out of 4. That's good for the Dutchman, but he'll still have a lot of work to do to get towards the top 8.
Okay, so this game's over. Let's see if Krikor's opponent, Inian, is still trying to torture out a win in that endgame. He is. It's still going.
It's forever.
Still going. And he's made 0 progress. He's just blundered his rook. And Krikor with a big, big hold here. He is on the board, as is his opponent, with 0.5 point out of 4. As you said, Robert, it's not because Krikor's a bad player. God forbid. He's a beast. It's just this is how brutal this event is.
Yeah, super strong event. The players are 4 of 9 rounds into the Swiss. We will get matches after that. But like the players, Danya and I are going to take a short break because when we return, it's more from the Chessable Masters play-in right here on Chess.com.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
A fireplace, a brick wall, and a pensive expression on the face of Grandmaster Levon Aronian. What more do you need? Well, Levon Aronian is one of many Super Grandmasters who are participating in the Chessable Masters. We're watching the Swiss stage. Here is a couple of notable amateurs, Robert, who have decided to participate.
Yeah, you know, a good old pro-am. Just kidding. All of these players are consummate professionals. They're fantastic players. Some more experienced than others. You see a mix of teenagers along with the veterans. And you'll see Ju Won-jun, the women's world champion, taking part. In fact, some of the best female players in the world are participating in the Champions Chess Tour play-in. So that's great to see. Great to see so many familiar faces, so many strong players in the field. And Levon Aronian, now 40 years old, now a father, still over 2,700, well over that. He won the WR Chess Masters in Germany recently. He's trying to get back to the form that we know he's capable of, and we've seen so many times in so many years in the past.
Indeed, we have, and that tournament victory has given him the confidence that I think to overcome the plateau, the slump that he has found himself in ever since the last U.S. Championship. No question that Levon's going to get back out of it and make his way toward 2750. Well, we are going to make our way toward round 5. Round 5 of is underway as the players try to make one of the 72 qualifying spots. And we have only 2 perfect scores. It's Lim against the chess warrior, Robert Noterbek Abdusattorov, the biggest game of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, and we have just these two, but that doesn't mean they're going to make quick draws. Sometimes at the end of a tournament, you're like, okay, if we draw, we share first and second place, let's do that. It's still too early to make that draw, and we see you, Urban Joey. You'll be back. Well, he never left. He's here to stay. That is Noterbek Abdusattorov, and his queen stays in line with the bishop. If this knight moves from b1 down here, we may see bishop a3 at some point. I think it's too early to do that because black is underdeveloped, but sometimes you do that to gain control of the dark squares.
Well, Noterbek continues to blitz out his moves. Otherwise, I would say that e5, Robert, is incredibly committed. It is committal, but clearly it's part of his preparation. He is potentially trying to shove that pawn down to e4. The issue is that if you do it too early, white will capture on f6 and remove the defender of that pawn. So e4 is not possible. And it's a committal move because you're weakening a lot of the light squares around the pawn, right? d5 and f5. Imagine white sticking a knight on f5. Things could get unpleasant. So Noterbek is going to have to compensate by playing actively and quickly getting his bishop out and putting his rook on c8 to harass that queen.
But he's played this opening before. I believe he used it against Wesley So and Anish Giri and those super GMs in Tata Steel and classical chess. He's a very well-prepared player. He also often dresses sharply. Even when he's playing remotely, you'll see him in a dress shirt. So he is a professional, despite the fact that he's just a teenager. I mean, he is just so impressive at such a young age. But I'm with you, man. I'm looking at this position. Knight c4 just comes very naturally to my eyes. If this bishop moves away from d6, maybe I'll put my bishop on a3 at the right moment. Maybe I'll play the calm move h3 to kick this bishop out the way. I just like these positions from the white side, and I'm looking at the player with the white pieces. It's Lim Le, and he just crushed Alireza Firouzja from that endgame. I'm liking the start of this one for him in this game as well.
And I think he gets a double white. He was just white against Alireza. Now he's white against Noterbek. He's not coming here to make a quick draw with the white pieces. He wants to get onto 5 out of 5. That is going to give him a bigger cushion, especially given the fact that he might get double black. So he wants to exploit every opportunity with the white pieces. You called it, Robert. Bishop to a3. The bishop could sink its teeth to d6, making matters even nastier for black in the center. Queen e8, bishop d6, or even knight d6. Trying to secure the bishop pair. Lots of options here for Lim, but Noterbek, he's holding things together. And if you play bishop d6 too early, Robert, I think black could simply take and slide the queen back up to e7. Also, don't fall asleep on the possibility of e5 to e4, which is now a distinct possibility that white's bishop is left the long diagonal.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
That could be very dangerous for white to deal with. And we saw what Lim can do with a knight on d6 here. He will not have a knight staying there, but a game ago, he used it to great effect. So while he is thinking right now, why don't we go to that game between Artemiev and Levon Aronian? Because we had Levon on camera. We were talking about how he had a down year in 2022 on the chessboard, but he started 2023 off on the right foot. He won a tournament in Germany, a Super Grandmaster round robin. Now with the black pieces in this game done, he has the isolated queen pawn, but he also has quick activity. When you have an isolated pawn, inherent to that, you've open files. Give me this open e file for the rook. I'll move my bishop out, get the open c file for the other rook, and the bishop on d6 stares to where the white king is likely to go.
That was a great breakdown. I would only add that the queen on d4 may look menacing, but it's not a good blockader, and there you see why. It's very easy to kick away. That's precisely what Levon Aronian does. And a big decision by Vladislav. He can stay on the 4th rank and play queen h4, but with white uncastled, that seems too speculative. Artemiev playing in his style. He's solid. And now the ball back in Levon's court. Where is he going to bring out his light squared bishop? Bishop e6 is the most obvious move, but it is a little bit passive. But I still think, Robert, bishop e6 and rook c8, with black's pieces as active as they are, I don't think that Levon is experiencing any serious problems here with equalizing.
Yeah, and also this pawn on d5 is actually not hanging in many positions because the bishop on b2 is loose. So just to show what that looks like, bishop f5, if you take on d5, you're going to see the evo bar dip very low because your bishop takes b2. If you take on f6 with check, intermezzo, the bishop or the queen can take because they'll be in contact with one another. And if you take on b2, you simply lose this knight on d5, and the bishop will be able to defend it. You can't push this pawn to e4. Black would be a piece ahead, so that would not be a good decision for white, but bishop e6. Levon says, why get fancy? I'm just going to defend this pawn another time. I have all my pieces there. Rook c8 on the next turn. I feel like no opening issues for Levon Aronian.
Absolutely not. His tremendous piece activity compensates for the weakness, and I'll put that in air quotes because the isolated pawn is defended three different ways. It's actually not as much of a weakness as it appears. And the last thing I'll say, Robert, before we can continue going around the horn, is that knight to b5, which is a sort of standard positional move trying to circle the knight back around to d4, runs into knight f6 to e4. And I would say that knight e4 is a very important resource for black. He could even play this move on his own volition in certain situations, but with rook c8 and queen a5 on the horizon as well, I might even go as far as to say that I prefer black here by a little bit.
I do too, and I think I know why. You like the aggressive intentions. If this king ever castles, you have to watch out for this h2 pawn. Black has the activity, and so yeah, this is a position where black has no issues and is 3 minutes ahead on the clock. Wasn't even looking at that, but Levon, he's in great form in this event. So let's leave Artemiev and Levon as the position remains quite solid for now. Why don't we go to Den Laz and Arjun Erigaisi, because the teenagers, they're near the top of the standings, Danya. They will have a good chance, just like the rest of these top GMs. And what do we have here?
Dan Laz is a beast, and he's showing that in this game. Black is castled queenside, white is castled queenside, but white is the only one having fun on the queen side. What is happening here? I mean, there's a knight on d5. That's the only thing in black's favor right now, is the presence of that monster knight. But what is the knight really doing? And is black capable of dealing with the pressure down the c-file?
That's an essential question. By the way, I think, knight d6 check looks scary to a lot of people. Oh, I'm going to give a check. I'm going to win this pawn, fork the rooks. But you know that pre-move, the rook takes d6 would happen. Mm-hmm. After pawn takes back, queen takes d6. Black is much better because the rook wasn't doing anything on d8. The knight and the pawn, now that they're gone, black's pieces are freed up. And structurally, it's too damaged for white to have a good shot here. So instead, we saw take on a4 and queen a3. But that move not approved of by the engine. And I can see why, Danya. The knight on h5 hops into f4. These knights just controlling the dark squares in d5. The bishop on f1 has no useful diagonal.
And I think Dennis, he understood that knight d6 will be met with an exchange sacrifice. What he might have underestimated is that after a6, knight d6 check looks like the perfect time to cash in your chips, because after rook takes d6, e takes d6, Robert, you can't win the d6 pawn immediately. But you could actually bring your king up in that position to d7. I think this is happening on the board. We're going to see this line unfold. King d7 is next, and the d6 pawn is encircled. You're going to take it with the queen, and just like in the previous instance of this sacrifice, those knights are absolute monsters. White's attack has fizzled out, and Dennis has cashed in his chips too early.
Yeah, no, this is just the king. Look at the king on d7. We typically don't like our kings out in the open in the center, but this is not open. It's a closed position, and that's why the knights are thriving here. And what open files? You go rook g1, I shut down that file immediately with g6. Yeah, there's nothing going on for white, and black will get this pawn, and let's just go into a queenless position as well. You don't have to necessarily trade queens so quickly for black, but even when we get here, you take on d5, I take back. Ugly pawns, no open files whatsoever. Very strong base pawns for black, nothing to attack. This is great for Arjun Erigaisi as he plays king to d7.
And he hasn't just equalized or solved his problems. White is the only one with problems. That endgame, Robert, is squarely worse for black. There's no way that Arjun takes a draw in a position like this. Black has basically a blank check here. He can do whatever the heck he wants, and he doesn't have a single target. This is tremendous understanding by Arjun Erigaisi. These things that we take for granted, that's what makes these super GMs tick. The realization that you sack an exchange and bring your king out in the middle game and somehow you're better. Yeah, welcome to Arjun Erigaisi's world.
Yeah, that's a great world if you're a chess fan, especially a fan from India, because Arjun Erigaisi signed a $1.5 million deal with Quantbox. Great to see sponsorship for chess players. He's with Team MGD1 in the Pro Chess League. They've helped represent him. And so Arjun Erigaisi, familiar face to the chess world. He did qualify for Division 1 in the Air Things Masters. He would like to make it 2-4-2. So, but Diane, why don't we go back to our top boards? We haven't tuned in there in a while, and a lot has in fact changed on the first one between Limle and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And as we sit here, the material is even, but I see a bishop for white. I see a pair of knights for black. I also see a knight on f5. And should I call it a knife, or is it still just a knight?
Well, it's more of a knight than a knife after rook d5. It would be a knife if it was supported, let's say, by another knight on g3. So rook d5 poses white with a dilemma. You could drop the knight back to g3, and I still think white's slightly better. The bishop on a3, Robert, it should be pointed out, can slide back to b2 and create tremendous problems. For black on the long diagonal, bishop takes f6 is going to be a problem. Now, black's other knight could come to the rescue with knight c6 to e5, but there's a sense in which black just doesn't have any purchase in the center. None of his pieces are defended by pawns. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a little bit flimsy. So if anybody is likely to blunder, it's definitely Noterbeck. But maybe once you push the knight out of f5, black can stabilize with careful play.
But I'm having nightmares. And actually, that was not meant to be a pun, but you're going to appreciate that. Anyway, if these queens come off the board, if these rooks come off the board, then I'm worried that this bishop can attack anything. The bishop can be useful for a checkmating attack in this position, but if the major pieces come off, then the knights will just venture to the light squares, and the bishop is helpless to do much of anything. So that's the future I'm envisioning. And if a queen comes to d7, and there's a threat of rook d2, and some pieces have to come off the board, I feel like white does need to tread carefully.
Yeah, there's no question in my mind that Noterbeck has made serious strides compared to the position out of the opening, which we thought was clearly better for white. Queen d7, a lovely move, connecting the heavy pieces, preparing to infiltrate to d2. Instead, he's working on some kingside infiltration, trying to send this knight to Timbuktu on h1. That's a serious positional threat. I think it forces white's hand. Maybe bishop b2 should be considered, and maybe you don't mind bringing your knight back to h1. But psychologically, Robert, that is a really hard thing to make yourself do. I would say rook c1, I think, is a likelier move to at least give the knight an exit route via f1.
Well, we can analyze for a second here. This could, it goes rook d1. I was going to say it could have been a birthday gift. Happy birthday to Lim Lei. But after bishop b2, you're threatening to take on f6 and win this h5 pawn. And if you go h4, bishop f6, if you take here, my knight gets to h5 and you have a bad pawn structure. And you take on g3, queen g4. How is this not just amazing for white? How is this only like slightly better?
I missed queen g4. That's why I discounted bishop b2, and perhaps Lim took the same path. Here, white is basically winning. It's only 0.5. That's crazy.
I don't know how that's possible.
Rook d1,
takes
queen
your
d7.
advice.
You called it, Robert. They're trading some pieces, and with every piece that's traded, the power of white's bishop, as you indicated, is already quite a bit diminished.
Yeah, but I think he might take on f6 for that reason, because h takes. I always thought I checkmated myself, but thankfully, just to show this here, there is no checkmate because the queen can't get to d1 with mate as the queen on g4 covers it. I was suggesting white go for checkmate. Then I was like, horrified. The white king can't escape. But then I recognized that the queen is a great piece on g4, attacking and defending.
But speaking of checkmate, g6 runs into queen c8. So black would have to initiate perpetual check by taking on f2. And luckily for him, the queen is able to pursue the white king to the edge of the earth, because if the king hides on h2, there's a fork on d6. And I think we're going to see just that. King g1. Actually, you would have to be careful there with black. Queen d1 blunders the queen. But queen takes e3 and queen h6 is the saving grace. That's what Noterbeck has to see if he goes for this line. And guess what? He is going for this line.
Yeah, he'll see it. I mean, that took a lot of foresight. I was worried for black there. I mean, king f1, by the way, there is the check on d3. So we'll get the same position. So queen d2 check.
Go
queen
us.
Take and take pawn. Yeah, we're a good team there. I feel like king f1 might just be the simplest solution, and he's going to go for it. I think we're going to see this draw.
And Noterbeck offers a draw. Lim declines it, but I just think he didn't see the draw offer. That happens sometimes.
Yeah, especially if you're in focus mode. Sometimes you're just like really locked in on the screen of your game, but this will be a draw. Black has no better than to repeat, and look at how quickly Lim's playing. You know he's ready for the draw. It is agreed. We have both players moving to 4.5 out of 5. No more perfect scores, but let's go, Danya, to maybe back to the Den Laz game against Arjun, because that one was full of life. Sorry, I didn't refresh the board. We are now into an endgame suddenly, where how in the world does white just have two unopposed passers on the queen side, while black will hope, pray maybe, to get the pawns going on the king side, but they look really slow.
If I had to give it an intuitive evaluation, I would say that white is winning. A4, A5, A6, the red carpet is unrolled for the pawn, and we know how bad knights are at multitasking and handling passed pawns. Rook to d5, trying to get the rooks off the board. And does white trade, or does white keep the rooks on the board with a check on c8. He trades,
And that was a
the
mistake.
eval bar dropped down. How is that a mistake? Is
Should
black
have given
too
the
close
check.
to white's pawns?
I think that could be part of the problem. Yeah, and we actually have to note that a few moves ago in this position, look at the king on e8 over here. At this point, white played the move queen takes a6, and after queen takes d4 here, rook takes c6. That's how we got to this position. So it was an extra exchange. We saw that happen earlier on. White gave the exchange back and then took all the queenside pawns, and that's how we eventually got to this ending. But Danya, the decision to trade rooks there, it's clearly backfiring. We see the engine suggesting that black is perfectly fine here as the king is way too close.
I think Dennis, in his mind, just forgot that black's king can be an actant in stopping the progress of white's pawns. And it's not like you could just close your eyes and push your pawns. The knight on d5 is really as good as it gets. If white plays b4, then you're not going to be able to play a4. If you play a4, then you create dark square weaknesses that black could use to set up a blockade. And I know this sounds absolutely crazy, off the wall, but if white is not careful, black's pawns aren't just going to sit idly by. Arjun is making progress on the queen side. Maybe it's time for Dennis, king side that is, maybe it's time for Dennis to accept the inevitable and secure half a point.
Yes. Sometimes you just need to get the result in the books before it's too late. And here, h4, g4. You're right, Danya. This is actually kind of scary. And just to show something, that if you take on d5 here, now black has split pawns. In bowling, you never want to split. In the endgame, finally, the eval bar catching up with us mere mortals, that the king cannot stop the g-pawn as it pushes and the d-pawn at the same time, whereas when this king sits on b7, it sits in front of both of white's pawns. So I'm with you. I'm looking at this endgame. The trajectory of the game is in Arjun's favor, and if he's playing a different game, connect 4, he's already won.
It's crazy how a certain move can follow chess principles to a T and yet not be in the spirit of the position. That decision to trade rooks, white should have kept the rooks on the board. That would have helped him push his pawns more efficiently. What's crazy is that he hasn't even pushed his pawns one square. The pawns have been on a3 and b4 forever. Black is the only one who's making progress. And I think bishop takes d5 here should be seriously considered, but might still be losing because black could get those split pawns essentially on demand. Dennis drops his king back. Here goes g4. Arjun's definitely playing for a win at this point.
Yeah, and he may have the quicker pawns because the black king is so close in the center. If you push the b5, then you have the king coming to c5, as you mentioned earlier, giving control of the dark square. So g4 feels pretty strong for black. Let's just take a little look at another game just because, while this one is the end game, we will definitely come back to it. We were looking at Artemiev and Levon Aronian earlier as g4 has been played. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it. I just want to check in here. It looks like Artemiev with a slight advantage, Danya, into the endgame. Healthier pawn structure. 2 pawn islands for white compared to 3 because it's isolated pawn here on d5. White is better with the blockade.
No question, the queen trade has been to black's detriment because now you're saddled with the weakness of d5, and that weakness isn't going anywhere. White has full control of the square in front of the pawn. Phenomenal positional play by Vladislav Artemiev, and he can torture this one for as long as he wants. But with a minute on his clock to Levon's 2, I would assign a higher likelihood of this game ending in a draw.
It's one of the things Levon Aronian is best at, is putting pressure on his opponents on the clock. And then they often believe him. I've actually had conversations with the best players in the world where they're like, Levon's just really good at making you believe that he knows what he's doing. And that sounds hilarious because he often does know what he's doing. But in certain openings, he may not actually be that familiar with it, but the speed with which he plays makes people believe that he is within his preparation. But look at this. Rook c3, preparing to take back onto either the knight, going after this pawn on d5, or venturing up to b5 and going after these loose queenside pawns over here. Danya, white is clearly significantly better.
This is a very nasty ultimatum that Vladislav Artemiev just posed to Levon. Either trade rooks and make the isolated pawn even weaker, give my knight the c3 square, or move your rook away and give me the only open file. I always say it, when there's only one open file, you want to be the side that's controlling it. The e3 pawn is a weakness that black could latch onto, but it could be protected by the d rook as well, which you could slide up to d3, and then the other rook is ready to infiltrate the 7th rank. And Aronian's time advantage is getting wiped out by this decision that he has to make.
This position looks terrible for black, right? If you were in
suddenly
a bullet game, you think it's just easy for white to play. There's a target. The c file will be yours if the rook doesn't trade. If you do trade, the knight is hopping around, just bothering you. And you can't move either of these pieces because with the knight on c3, d5 needs all the defense it can get.
Yeah, and Black's king is very far away from the pawn. You want the king on e7. Levon fianchettoed his king. That might have been a potential source of Black's big problems here. If the king was on d6 here, at least you'd be able to use the rooks to contest the c-file. Now Levon is down on the clock. Vladislav Artemiev has a great chance to move to 4.5 out of 5. What a monster score that would be.
And Levon hasn't moved. Right? He is down to about 30 seconds. He's for change below his opponent on the clock and down to 30. He goes rook e8, your suggestion, and look at how quickly Artemiev goes in with the knight. He can bring his knight to c6 or b5 or simply slide the rook from d2 over to c2 because at some point this rook wants to get to c7.
That's the thing. There's no price tag attached to any of White's moves. You could just torture this and milk this as long as you want. Eventually, though, White's going to have to make something concrete happen. I would think Artemiev will push his pawns up on the queen side and clamp down even further. This is a nasty defensive task which awaits Levon Aronian.
And I quickly want to switch to another game. I know Levon down to like 20 seconds, but the end game we were looking at before between Den Laz and Arjun Erigaisi, look at this position. Somehow the eval bar says it's equal. Black did just steal a pawn over on a3. And what happens? Can Black just simply gobble up this pawn? I guess the answer is no, because the White King will start going after Black's pawns, and then you're going to get them all.
Yeah, and there might not be anything better for Arjun Erigaisi. He actually has to be just a wee bit careful. If you go down that line, you do not want to lose the H and G pawns because White's going to be left with a corner pawn. It's the wrong color pawn, as one Robert Hess would point out. So Arjun not going to have any problems. King d4 could be met with knight b5 check. Some forking ideas there. So Dennis first dominates the knight, now goes after Black's pawn, and this is certain to end in a draw. And a very hard-fought draw indeed.
Very clever. You know, these forks on c3. Knights are tricky pieces, especially he goes for it.
What's that ambulance coming for?
Maybe the h2 pawn. Yeah, the bishop, the h2 pawn, something. But bishop e8 should be sufficient, though. Black's pawns go quite quickly. So h4, king takes. It's actually pretty close there.
Oh my gosh. Knight d2 check, and then g3 and h3, and White's bishop doesn't have the c6 square. So just a couple more accurate moves required for Lazovic.
Yeah, but now with the king coming to c5, I think you just go king f4, g3, you take. Oh, he really immediately makes a draw. Doesn't even want to test his hand. Let's go back to Artemiev and Levon, because Levon's up a pawn.
Artemiev blundered the h pawn, and he hasn't been able to win the d pawn. This is a flat-out time scramble. It's still a 3-result game.
Yeah, it is because of the clock, but right now Black is up a pawn, and maybe there will be outside pass pawn potential.
What in the world? How did this happen? Levon is up a healthy pawn now.
Yeah, although actually, how healthy is it after king g4 and
Never
f4?
Mind. He pushed his pawns prematurely. Artemiev breaks apart his pawn chain. Levon says, no, I'm keeping my pawn chain intact.
1 second. Oh, Artemiev barely gets the move off.
A3, defend b4.
Is it like mutual Zugzwang here?
Of some sort, but knight e7 check, not possible. Black's knight on c6, dominating its counterpart. Okay, but White going after a6.
Levon wants to give up this pawn, go knight c2, take this pawn over here.
Mm-hmm.
But the knight gets back towards the side of the board, and that should be sufficient.
And Black's knight is too far away. We're going to get mutual liquidation and a draw. Still, a great result for Levon Aronian. I would go knight f3 there, because now king f5 requires a couple more accurate moves. That b pawn is faster than the g pawn.
Right, the king sits in front of the g pawn, but what Artemiev is going to do eventually is bring his knight back, try to sacrifice it for this pawn. But yeah, he has b1 under control. His king can just retreat.
Yeah, there's no way to deflect the knight on d2. That's a common idea, but it's not possible here. Knight b3 is, of course, met with knight to b1, and now it's all over.
King c2 does the job. You can just take the pawn, and we are going to see mutually assured destruction and a draw. Wow, I cannot believe Levon had an extra pawn for a moment. It was a blunder. Let's go to Praggnanandha's game because he is playing against Yakubboev. So we have a matchup of two very young and talented players. Oh, gosh. We have an extra piece for Black. This king's almost checkmated down yet.
It really is. That h6 pawn might be a force for harm. If you move the bishop off of this diagonal, and you have to, no, bishop check. The king could escape to g6, so this should be a draw.
But watch out for knight g3, bishop g4 when the king's on h4. That's the checkmate construction.
That's ridiculous. Then you'll have to defend f5.
Okay, check. The king is here. There is no bishop g4 because the bishop covers the square.
Bishop g6, still trying. Get your king off of h4. Just run back to h3, but don't blunder the bishop. Don't play king h3 now and walk into knight f. Oh, it's still a draw, actually, after king h3.
Wow,
Or no,
crazy.
it isn't. I thought there was a stalemate there. I don't think there is. But now black has no machinery with which to check white's king.
Right. You need to check and then get your bishop to g4, but you can't get everything you want, especially with this h-pawn still alive and trying to run up the board. So they're going to move around for a long, long time over here, trying to squeeze out a victory, although now there's clearly none. It's a draw on the spot.
What was that about, a long time?
Sometimes a second is an eternity for some people.
All right, you wiggled your way out of that one. One more game. White trying to wiggle his way out of a queen down position. He's got something resembling a fortress, but black's king is going to make its way to e1. I actually had a very similar position. And if black can infiltrate e1, it's winning.
You see this? Like the eval bar going up and down and up and down.
Why?
Oh, the knight's coming to g4. Once the knight gets to g4, it's a draw.
Oh, because you can't win f2.
Oh!
He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it.
But apparently it's still okay because there's knight f3.
And black loses if you play king e1. Oh my gosh.
Wow, this is
No,
Evgeny
but
Agrest, by the way.
h4, queen g6, and knight e5 is an easy blunder to make, by the way.
Knight e5, just checking.
Make a move, Sasha.
King h3, king takes f2. You can't blunder that pawn. That's for sure.
It feels like black is the one hanging by a thread. White's going to flag. And he
we
loses
gave
f2.
the f2 pawn. No, it's over.
And now he flags.
Yeah, Evgeny Agrest, the veteran grandmaster from Sweden, not as familiar with the online time controls and just the mouse speed not there. So Shimonov gets an important win. Shimonov defeated Magnus Carlsen in the Pro Chess League. So having a very, very good week.
Well, black's king, it came up to f2, and it told white's king, hey, you're under arrest. Okay, I will be under arrest if I make any more of these puns, that's for sure. It's Noterbeck against Fedoseev. Round 5 already underway, Robert. Don't even take a breath. Round 6, that is. Round 6 of 9. And we have no more perfect scores remaining. What? What? What?
You told me not to take a breath, so I was just saving the last one.
You were
and I really
taking a breath.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you were doing. You were following my instructions.
It's okay. I think me making a fool out of myself is a breath of fresh air for you. So you can make me the laughing stock. But we have a Caro-Kann here. This position is, I don't know the answer to the question in our featured chat. Why is it the best? Some people's opinion, subjective take. We'll see. But f6 played, trying to break down this pawn on e5. Done it. Ben Feingold would be very mad right now. Never play f6. Do you like the early f-pawn push from Fedoseev?
I think it's decent. You see f6 often in this line of the Caro because black generally castles queenside. And speaking of which, he castles queenside here and now. You also often see white playing bishop f4 to g3 or queen d1 to d2. By defending the bishop, you're reinforcing the threat of e takes f6, and you're basically forcing black's hand. In many cases, you're forcing black to take on e5, and you're establishing a clamp over the e5 square. So the battle raging on pretty early over the center. White takes with the d pawn, Robert, to vacate the d4 square for his knight, but c5 beats him to the punch.
That was shocking to me. Like, of the captures, I was even thinking about bishop takes e5, which was not going to be the best. But taking with the pawn here, just allowing c5. Look at black establishing not even a hanging pawn structure because you have another pawn e6. But this is just great positioning for black's pieces. The pawn e5 is overextended in many positions. We could see g5, bishop g7, knight e7, and then knight to c or to g6. And e5 could just be under attack too many times. So I really don't like this opening from Abdusattorov. I think Fedoseev, kind of going under the radar, like he does so often. His position is excellent here.
And kind of weird mental lapse by Noterbeck in the form of d takes e5. Might have just forgotten that black can take the d4 square under control. Right now, the b3 knight is kind of the bane of white's existence. I think he needs to move it back urgently and just run his queenside pawns up the board because Vladimir is not going to wait. He's pushing his pawn to g5, and all it takes for black is 2 or 3 moves, and white's entire kingside is shattered. The bishop on g3 is incredibly vulnerable to h. the march of the H-pawn. Robert, this is a miserable position for black. I don't know if Noterbeck has enough time to get the engine started on the queen side.
And look at this, knight e7 first. So instead of pushing the pawn just yet, he says, let me get my knight out. I can go g5 next. I feel like g5 is black's next move, no matter what white does in this position. And there are other ideas. This bishop can go to e4 and knight to f5. It's a very common idea in many Caro-Kann variations. So I'm loving the look of this for Fedoseev. He's at 4.5 out of 5. And he's not a big fish, man. He's been a shark for years, and he's just kind of going after his younger opponent. And look at Abdusattorov. He is locked in to calculating this position. I think he knows his position is bad.
And I think he knows he needs to get things started on the queen side. So I can almost guarantee that he's going to move his knight off of b3. He's just trying to assess the damage on the king side. He's asking himself, am I going to get mated here? And first, he takes some prophylactic measures. He moves his rook over to e1. Maybe he'll tuck his bishop back on f1, trying to keep the e5 pawn from collapsing, because if that pawn collapses, the whole position collapses. But the position might be collapsing anyway as Fedoseev runs his g-pawn up the board. What an opening by Vladimir. How do you get a +1 position against Noterbeck with black out of the opening? I mean, that is ridiculously impressive.
Sometimes you need a little help from your friends, and I think taking on e5 in this way. And look, this is a bit of desperation. It's not a bad move. You said you need to get those pawns going on the queen side. d4, with the idea at some point of trying to push to d3, comes into mind. But maybe black doesn't even need to react because the center is under black's control, at least for the time being. What about a move knight b6? Because if you take on d5, black at some point will shove the c-pawn, but can take on d5 with all of the pieces. You can take with this knight, you can take with the rook. I don't know. What would you do? Would you play d4, keep it closed?
I love knight b6. I wouldn't play d4 because that also affords white a nice blockading square on d3. After d4, I've been saying this for the last couple of moves, but I think Noterbeck will move the knight back to c1, and then he can push the pawn up to b4 and undermine black's pawn chain. Knight b6 is a very mature move because, yeah, you allow white to open the c-file, but after knight b6, as you're indicating, that blockading square, c takes d5, knight e takes d5, look at black's bishop on f8. It's now playing a very important role. It's guarding the pawn on c5, and rook c1, as menacing as it looks, doesn't create any threats. Let me tell you, knight c3 or knight f4 is going to create a very minor threat on, on white's queen.
Yeah, the queen is trapped. You pick your, I don't know if it's knight f4, knight c3, knight b4. The queen is still in big trouble over here. So it just, you have to block with your knight. Now you're moving backwards, and that is not good. So Fedoseev doing the right thing. He understands how big of a moment this is. You just can't take it for granted. And for Abdusattorov, he's trying his best to stir up some counterplay. He is ahead on the clock now. That's the good news. And if d4 happens, he at least has a clear plan to blockade and strike with b4.
Maybe Fedoseev is also considering d takes c4, but we'll leave him to his devices. He's got plenty of time on the clock, and we have plenty of games to look at. We've got Lim on board 2 against E1U. Not sure who that is off the top of my head. I think is it Santos Ruiz?
No, it's
who is that
Alvar
guy?
Alonso Rosell.
Oh, okay. I've heard that name.
Yeah, no, his rapid rating on chess.com is sky high to start the day. So not a name that maybe a lot of people are familiar with, but right now, 4 out of 5, doing really well in this event, and now playing white against Lim Lei. I have to say, Danya, I'm never a fan of seeing a bishop on e3 like this. I mean, that's the first thing I note, maybe the only thing. Is the open c-file good for you? What is this bishop doing on e3?
It's ugly, but it's also dysfunctional because you want the possibility of opening up the center. Black has weak pawns, Robert, on the king side and in the center, but you're not going to exploit them with a move like queen to c6 because that creates exactly 0 threats. The knight on g7 fulfilling a very important defensive role. So maybe it's time to swallow your pride and drop the bishop back to d2, quickly go e4, but even that is hard to achieve because black will play b4. How's that knight on b1 getting out of the gates there?
It's not. You're taking away its developing square. If you put a bishop on d2, so it goes out to c3, but you already see the eval bar going down in black's favor. Why? Simple chess. Rook c8. This knight, we just saw Fedoseev bring his knight to b6. Lim Lei can do the same thing. Kick the knight away with b4. Get into c4 at some point. What is this bishop doing? It's just a tall pawn.
Lim Lei is cooking with some hot grease in this tournament. Look at the confidence with which he's playing. 17 moves in, he's spent less than 2 minutes. His pieces and his position are breathing, right? You just sense the power that he has on both sides of the board. Queen b6 here makes a lot of sense. He would love to get the knight over to c4, but white is actually threatening to take the pawn on b5 and support the knight with a4. So it might be worth attending to that, and he does just that. b4 now threatens to win a piece.
I feel like black's moves are too easy, and every single move for white takes 20 seconds. And a4 play, that is a big decision. You could take it because the queen on d3 is under attack, and you could even maybe give the pawn back on a3 if you want. Not sure you want to do that. You could play b4. Knight b4 is mandatory there. And Danya, it seems like white gets to keep the material, so I would be taking on a4, keeping the position a little more open.
I would be taking as well, not to win the pawn. You're going to lose that pawn back. In fact, you could even sacrifice it back by playing a well-timed a3 to soften white's control over the c3 square, and that knight gets very loose. Also, you just know that the g7 knight is waiting for its moment in the sun. It's going to jump to f5, and that's going to create even more pressure on white's position. I know this sounds like an exaggeration, but this already might be borderline lost from a practical standpoint, and even objectively.
Completely agree, because if queen d1, down goes b2. If queen d2, bishop comes out to b4, pinning this knight. And as you said, this knight, it may be waiting in the wings, but it's going to fly to the f5 square, hit the bishop, put pressure on this pawn. Don't forget about g4 to kick this knight out of here. White's pieces stepping on each other's toes. Black is currently up a pawn as well, with great coordination of pieces, and it's just problematic situation for white. So now with 4 minutes remaining to 7.5. No.
No. Yes, says Lim. He will move to 5.5 out of 6 with a win in this game. That will put him very, very close to qualification to the top group. I see you're hovering over Arjun's game with Alireza Firouzja. And Firouzja has gotten crushed in this tournament by Lim, but he's come back. He has 4 points out of 6. Not a terrible score, but he needs to win some games. Sorry, well, 4 points out of 5.
4 to 5. Yeah, no. So he's got a pretty.
So he's only lost to Lim. Okay.
Only, and he's won the others. So that's a pretty good tournament, because sometimes we think a loss is devastating, but it's the same result had he drawn 2 of his games instead of just lost 1. So he goes here with queen c6 with black. What's the material count? It's actually even, but it's not a symmetrical pawn structure. White has this backward pawn on c3 potential weakness, but black has this clear weakness on e6 as well.
And the other imbalance, of course, is knight versus bishop. It generally favors the knight when the position is as closed as it is. But my question is, what are the prospects for the knight on b3? Arjun has maneuvered it from f3. I thought he was going to go the other way, Robert. I thought he was going to go to h4 and then perhaps to g6 and maybe e5. But he's concentrating on the queen side. Maybe he's just trying to keep the black bishop at bay. You cannot afford to let this knight sink its teeth into c5.
If this bishop were on d7 or any of the light squares, it's strategically lost. Yeah, you just resign. Because the knight would have hopped to c5, hopped to e5, just go through all the dark squares, queen to f4. But the bishop on d6, a very, very strong piece. It's keeping black's entire position together. But Danya, I don't like the lack of coordination. Like the rook on a4 is sidetracked. The queen on c4 is a bit far away from the black king. And is g4 a possibility at some point for white? Rook over to e1. I feel like there's about to be a lot of pressure going against this pawn on e6.
You took the words right out of my mouth. The rook on a4 is pressuring the a2 pawn, but that pawn is safely defended by white's rook, which is multitasking, defending a2, attacking e6. And Firouzja backpedals at exactly the right time. I think he had to play that move, and he has to continue backpedaling. That queen on c4 looks menacing. It's not helping in the defense of the e6 pawn. You have to bring it back. Instead, he brings his bishop forward. Whoa. The rook from a6, a 6th-ranked defensive strategy, but his hands are literally tied. He has to keep c5 control, and here comes Arjun with g4.
No, this is really unpleasant for black, because your bishop, can go into b2 and try to attack this, but Danya's point remains the same. As soon as your bishop leaves, this knight is hopping into c5, and that's going to hit the rook, hit the e6 pawn, and black's position falls apart. g4 is automatic here for Arjun Erigaisi. That's step 1. And you would love to pile up more pressure. You undouble your pawns in the process. Danya, I see the eval bar. If I didn't know that it was even, I would think that white was significantly better.
And I think white is significantly better from a practical standpoint. Robert, the drawback of putting the bishop on a3, we're only seeing that now. If the bishop was still on d6, black would be able to keep the king side closed with f5, f4. As it stands, black has to allow the king side to open up, either by taking on g4, or I think Firouzja is doing the right thing. He's trying to trade on his own terms and get his other rook to an active defensive post on f5.
And might have to go back to f6 because this queen will slide back to e2. Black is holding on by a thread here. After queen e2, e6 is loose, and the rook on a6 is targeted, but the queen on c8 doing all the work here, covering all the hanging squares. So I think that for now, Alireza has his bases covered, but Danya, it looks like it could fall apart at any moment.
Yeah, it most certainly does. We talked about the principle of two weaknesses. Maybe what Arjun needs is to create a second weakness, maybe to go after black's king. But Alireza's clock continues to dwindle, and white's winning chances, I think, continue to increase. Okay, rook f6 on the board, and the situation kind of stabilizes for the time being.
Yeah. No, this is good defense by Alireza. We know he's a very active player. He's finding the right decisions to stay in this game. So why don't we hop away from this one as the knight hops into a d2. Let's go to the game between Artemiev and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. You would think you see this matchup, okay, we're playing for first place. No, they're 4-5, still a great performance, but that's how strong the field is at the top. And oh my goodness, there's too many pieces here.
On earth is happening here? This is almost a symmetrical position in a weird kind of way. The knight box, which you do not see every day, but you actually see that knight box happen in these not Catalan, but these Queen's Gambit accepted type positions. That's the opening that this game featured. Maxime has his hands full right now because there are big threats down the c-file. It's not an equal battle between the white rook and the black queen.
I feel like I'm playing a game of Twister. Like, I just put the colors on the board, but, like, I'm a contortionist out here trying to figure out how the knights are going to wrap around each other, because this knight can go to b5 at some moment. This knight might go to b4 right now. I can't figure out what either player should do, because there's a stare down of epic proportions here with the bishops lined up against each other, and knight b4 was just played.
Oh my goodness, there are crazy tactics here with knight c4 takes a5, eliminating the defender of the b4 knight. That has to be calculated. Of course, bishop takes f3, Robert, necessitates g takes f3, which is not desirable. Artemiev tries to avoid that. Allowed Maxime to take on b7 with the knight. Is that seriously holding on?
Yes, it is, because this knight on c4 has no good squares to jump to. The bishop jumps to the defense of this knight on b4, in addition to this pawn over here. So I feel like black has everything under control after knight takes b7. And the fact that MVL is thinking here leads me to believe he is likely to play it.
No feeling, Robert, is more sinking than thinking your opponent has a forced move, and then making your move. Your opponent starts to think, realize, wait a second, his move isn't actually forced. I think Artemiev subconsciously assumed queen b7 is forced. Then knight takes a5, gets the best of all worlds. White's kingside is intact, and he wins the queenside pawn. But after knight takes b7, we will likely get some sort of liquidation. I think there's a high probability that a lot of pieces get traded. But with the clocks dwindling, we also have a high probability of a crazy time scramble. Speaking of crazy time scrambles, got some other players who are prone to getting into them.
I was going to mention the same. We have Tan Zhangyi taking on Bortnik. Knight takes b7 was played by MVL. And look at this position. Alexander Bortnik taking on Tan Zhangyi. She, 2.5 out of 5, very good performance for her. Undoubtedly outrated, in every game she's played. But this one, she's down a piece, so we tuned in at the wrong moment. She's having a good tournament, Danya, and we are hitting her with a commentator's curse.
We are indeed. And Bortnik with that extra knight on c6. Black has a couple of pawns, but the most important pawn is the one on c5. Once the knight leaves c6, you don't want to do that immediately because of rook d8 check. So perhaps if you can inch your king over to d6 and open up the d5 square for the rook, Bortnik instead tackles the king side and freezes black's pawns. This one's basically over.
What's the material? So black actually has 2 pawns, only 2 pawns for the piece. And if this knight moves, there's rook e5 check as well to look at because of this. So e3, e2, the h2 pawn loose. Danya, I feel like this is one of those positions where the eval bar biases us, right? Black does legitimately have a chance to survive. I'm with you that white should win, but with a runner coming up to e3 and maybe e2 in the near future, I feel like there's an outside chance for Tan Zhangyi to survive.
There certainly is, but Bortnik is demonstrating filigree precision as he shifts his rook from the D file to the B file. The knight on C6 dominates Black's rook on E8. Interesting how strong the knight can be defensively, because it defends E5, it protects D8, and after E3, rook B7 check, I have a feeling Bortnik has calculated that position out to the end.
Yeah, Bortnik is so strong. He's so used to these formats, played in the Rapid Chess Championship last year, the Global Championship, and he did quite well in the Champions Chess Tour first event, the Everything's Masters. And while we have Tan Zhongyi on camera while she's playing in this event, we got to make mention that the women's candidates finally comes to a head on Tuesday, March 28th. After taking down their competitors, some of the strongest women in the game, including the PCL's Katerina Lochno and Alexander Kostenyuk, Lei Tingji and Tan Zhongyi now vie for a seat across from reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. We'll bring you live camera feeds and exciting commentary of the match right here at twitch.tv/chess. Use the command candidates in chat for all the details. And while I was reading that out, Danya,
oh my gosh,
this is crazy. She must be happy that she wasn't on screen right there. Suddenly, she's right back in it. I don't want to say I told you so, but I think I told you so.
You absolutely told me so. And rook d2 check is found by Tan Zhongyi. This was missed by Alexander Bortnik after e2. White wins by covering the e-file with his knight. But apparently, rook e4 check slips the rook into that little window, Robert. Then you play e2, and the connection between the rook and the pawn cannot be disrupted, and white has no checkmate. White actually could lose the game.
That's so sick. We need to show this. So if you play e2 to start with, you're going to see the eval bar go up because after knight e7 check, the king slides up, then this rook goes to e6, and we stop the pawn in its tracks, and we have an attack against the king. So instead of playing e2, she found rook e4, and the point is that the knight no longer will block the rook on the e-file, and this pawn goes forward. Bortnik could lose this.
He absolutely could lose this. Wherever the king goes, even king c3 meets with e2, you can take the rook on d2. Congrats. But the rook on e4 is the one that you can't get to. And the other thing, Robert, rook b8 check is a paper tiger. The king slips up to g7. You have no way of ladder checkmating Black's king because the rook on f6 has no way of getting to one of the squares, one of the available squares on the 8th rank. How does white even draw after e2?
Okay, I think I see it. But the process of elimination. e2, knight, let's get an analysis board here. e2, knight e7 check. You bring the king up to g7. The rook is under attack, so I protect the rook, and I must have some like knight f5 check. And oh my goodness,
it's made. Rook e3 check.
Oh, that's hilarious. And the king would have to just run back and forth.
It's a perpetual.
Because if you queen, knight f5 double check. If the king goes to g8, knight h6 check, and then rook f8 is check and mate. That's sick.
Beautiful. That's amazing. And e2 is on the board. And Sasha Bortnik has to hunker down and hold this together because he's in full-out panic mode right now. There was no way he expected that pawn to reach the 4th rank. Now it's on the 2nd rank. It threatens to promote. And rook d6, that doesn't help because the d8 square and the e8 square are protected by Black's twin towers there.
Yeah, the queen that will appear on e1. This is nasty. Knight e7 check, step 1. And if he finds g5, that means rook e3 check will be the only way to secure the draw, it seems, for Tan Zhongyi. So, gosh, this is a moment where Bortnik, his whole tournament, could be in trouble if he doesn't find g5. If he plays g5, is able to secure a half point based on a repetition, that he can still qualify for some of the top 2 divisions. But if he loses this game, it's starting to head in the wrong direction for him. And he's done in 20 seconds.
G5 is a cold-blooded move. Not easy to find. He has to realize that knight f5 is a mate threat, and he has to see king c4 in response to rook e3 check. He has to understand that Black is unable to promote with check, and he finds it. And Tan Zhongyi with rook d7. What a move. What a move.
My goodness.
But will it backfire?
If you takes, it's going to be this repetition. Wow, a totally different one.
Dang, girl.
But you can't stop the promotion, so it's going to be a draw by force back and forth here. This has been a crazy game.
This has been a treat to watch, and Bortnik, there's no way to complicate the game. He holds the draw, or we should say Tan Zhongyi holds the draw in amazing fashion. And we have a time scramble in our top game between Noterbeck and Fedoseev.
So back we go. It's Fedoseev in big time trouble. He does have a rook to just a knight. Now that sounds good, but the queens are on the board. The black king is more open. The bishop on g3. It's slicing across the board. There's a pin here. That if only this knight could join the party.
Crazy as it sounds, but the knight actually fulfills an important defensive task. It's guarding the g2 pawn, which is not important now, but if the black queen gets to the second rank, it will be important.
Whoa!
White is a fortress. Both queens are hanging.
Wow, that was a sick move by
Queen
Fedoseev.
d7.
He's so quick with that.
Unbelievable. He's keeping himself over 10 seconds, which is really important, and he's making progress. He's trying to force the queens off the board. Rook b7, there's queen h8.
Watch out. You really have to be careful because queen h8 isn't just protecting the bishop.
Oh my gosh. Queen
He
h8.
allowed it because he was queen f8.
And then queen f6, check king e8. And if the queens are forced off the board, black is winning.
That's a sick find. See, that's the thing about Fedoseev and people like him. It's not just finding these game-ending tactics. It's finding maneuvers just like this. And he might play h5. He might go on the attack and try to boot this bishop out of here.
Knowing Vladimir, draw is not in his vocabulary right now. He's going to massage this and try to build up some time on his clock. But the problem is every move's taking him 2 or 3 seconds. Here goes the h-pawn. And here goes Vladimir Fedoseev, queen h8. I would go queen h8, stick that queen in there, and hope for some sort of perpetual or counterplay with queen h8 and bishop to e5, creating that battery on the dark squares.
Right, get the queen in first, the bishop out second, and there are going to be some problems. But the queens might be forced off the board in some of the positions there because the queen doesn't have an escape route from h8, at least not an easy one. So, for example, h4, queen h8, h4, bishop e5. I could already see an argument for a move like queen d8 or queen to f8, trying to trade those queens off desperately. So we are seeing some moves. So I'll get back to the live board. h4, bishop f2. No way.
That was a mistake. That's an incredibly passive move. He might have forgotten that e5 is protected. Now he's on his last legs, and black is now the one going after white's king. King g6 hides from the checks.
Perfectly safe. So where is the knockout blow? Is it bishop d3 and queen f1?
I think it is. White is almost in Zugzwang, by the way. You have to keep your queen on that diagonal. Bishop d3 might end it.
It's done. You're just going to go
queen
and
h8?
take this bishop. And queen h8, then rook takes e1 even.
Very good.
Yeah, I just want to avoid all your checks. Do everything with check. That's my plan.
Queen c8, last-ditch attempt. Rook takes c1 check is the clinical move. Still a little bit of work required. I would not call this game over just yet because the pawns are on the same side. And the king on g1 is a very hard piece to dislodge. Fedoseev will have to massage this for a while.
He might need to bring his king up into the attack. Like at some point, try to trade queens. Oh, but he's going to go e5, e4. That's really smart.
That might do it. e5 coming in. The king on h6 is so safe. No checks, even hypothetically. You can't put the queen on any square that causes the king any problems.
But Fedoseev, he's making a bunch of moves. He'll have to push upon at some moment. That moment will arrive.
I think it already did arrive, Robert. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That queen on f6 was ideally placed. I don't know why he's brought his king one square to the left. There he goes. Finally.
And, look at this. It's a cocoon around his king. Everything protecting each other. Here comes e4. Now there's a target on g2. And king f5. Here comes the king joining the party.
But watch the stalemate.
Here.
I know white has pawns remaining, but with the king on h1, the pawn on g2 is pinned. King h1, there's queen takes h3 check, by the way.
Good find. And I'm wondering, Donnie, at some point, will you just line up the battery and try to take on g2? Like, it's actually don't think it's a winning. Well, now it's winning because you can't protect
King
the
h5.
pawn, but
Look at that. King slides over to h5. g4 en passant with mate on the next move. Filigree precision by Fedoseev.
Just kidding.
You mate me.
And resignation. Yeah, no, g4 would be a checkmating idea, but pawn takes, as Donnie was saying. Queen takes g3. The queen slides the corner and mate. King takes. Queen g2 is check and mate. A great win from Fedoseev. Unfortunately for Abdusattorov, he now slips out of a tie for first. You can see it on his face. He is pretty upset about this result. But, whoa, do we already have the next game starting? Like, no
it's already starting.
Giri.
That was the last game of the round. It's now round 7. Don't blink. You're missing action if you blink.
Yeah, but that was just a nice game from Fedoseev. And it's hard to adjust emotionally. Like, he was on an emotional high. Now he has to play Lim Lei, who's maybe been playing the best chess out of anybody. We saw him take down Firouzja. We've seen him play with just expertise, just class in all of these locked positions. His strategic maneuvering has been second to none. And it looks like another position with maneuvering, right? The knight comes to d7. Is d takes c4 a threat that Lim Lei has to calculate? Now I'm definitely thinking about it because you pushed the pawn to b4.
E4 is a weird move. We're used to queen c2 and knight c3. This is a modern treatment as Lim advances his pawn up to b4, preventing c5, of course. But the drawback is that after dc, Fedoseev, by the way, offered a draw, which Lim promptly declined. Interesting.
Wait, but is it one of those declining because you didn't see it? Remember earlier there was that game where they were repeating moves and it seemed like it didn't notice it. But here it seems like he really wants to play on. Throw all the pawns forward, why don't you?
I don't think Lim wants things to come down to the last couple of rounds, right? He wants to win this game right here, build himself up with a cushion because, again, he's going to get at least one black game in the last 2 rounds, and he's on the white side of a kettle, and he's been on fire all tournament long. No need right now, to take a step back and take a draw with white. Although, I like the way Fedoseev is playing. Is white overextending himself, Robert, on the queen side? Is there a risk of that?
There definitely is, because if you push the pawn to b5, which he didn't just do, then you're shutting down this side of the board, and black will quickly develop, bring a rook to c8, and this knight can hop into e4 as well. But I like how Fedoseev is thinking here. He hasn't responded just yet. He's not sure. Do I take with the c pawn? Keep the symmetry. Do I take with the e pawn? I don't like the look of that. Do I take with the knight? That's actually quite entertaining.
It is.
Because the bishop is blocked. You're aiming for b4. I think that Fedoseev is off to a good start. But Danya, there's so many important games at this stage. Wow, he took with the e pawn. Okay, I have to say I'm really shocked by that.
I am as well, but that's vintage Vladimir Fedoseev. He says, you're declining a draw. I'm not getting a symmetrical pawn structure. I'm taking it to you. But white's taking it to that c6 pawn. I think Fedoseev reading his previous move just about right now.
Yeah, you can't play bishop b7 because pawn takes a5 and your bishop is loose down here on b7. So I think this was maybe a mistake that Fedoseev is going to regret. When you start thinking after white's very natural move, that's a very bad sign. But let's keep on going. I did want to call our attention to the game between Levon Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi. Both these two with 5 out of 6. And Danya, this started from an Alapin Sicilian. We both played that throughout our entire careers. I feel like black, though, with the queen and the bishop lined up, can't be too unhappy here.
He most certainly cannot. Mate in 1 was not missed by Levon Aronian. The knight guards g2. But we could get a bunch of piece trades. Knight takes c5 has to be calculated. That's what Arjun is dedicating his time to. DE5, knight d7, and bishop f3 there looks very menacing, Robert, but the queen can calmly slide back to c8. Once the light squared bishops are traded, if anything, I think it's white who has to tread with caution because the e5 pawn is weak, and if you support it with f4, then you're weakening a lot of those squares in the center. The e4 square, black could sink his teeth into that. Bishop c5, knight c5, knight c3. This is exactly how you lose control over a game that you think you're not risking in. And Levon just seems frustrated.
He should be frustrated, but he played c4. Wow, that's a big choice by Aronian. I actually like that move a lot because the biggest drawback of playing f4 was black quickly playing c4. But if your pawn is already on that square, then it's locked up. And after f4, there might even be f5. So I actually think Levon, with the move c4, he's changed my entire thought process about the position.
These are the small moves that, again, that we kind of take for granted. It's easy to gloss over it. Yet if Levon holds this position, it will be because he played c4 at the right moment. I think Arjun will respond with b4. Then the bishops are going to get traded. And that position is a lot more eminently holdable for white than the one with black's pawn on c4, as you were indicating.
Levon might be playing this not just to hold.
Whoa!
Knight takes e5. That pawn was hanging, but I didn't like the look of this position. Because
I didn't
double
either.
pawns, so what? You have a passed pawn, and it's protected from afar by this bishop on e2. So I really did not like the decision from Arjun. And Danya, if you remember, their game in Tata Steel, Arjun held, but it was an endgame where Levon was pressing, and for a moment had a winning position.
And you have a lot less time to hold anywhere's position in a 10+2 time control. So Levon presumably is going to move his queen away. I think the presence of the queens favors white just because black's queen on d7 is a sitting duck. It's going to be attacked by a rook from d1. So queen c2 comes to mind. b3 is a way to deploy the dark squared bishop, but instead Levon, he's sort of playing with an abundance of caution. You get the sense that he wants to eliminate his risk. Your eyebrows are raised, Mr. Hess.
Because I'm just realizing how simple it is. Levon is just playing great chess. He's saying, I have an outside pass pawn. Bishop d2 may even go to c3 and put pressure on this diagonal. White's pieces are all perfectly placed. And the fact that Arjun is thinking there may be a rook d1 check to throw in here as well, because if the king has to go to c7, have to be very, very careful. Wow, the knight gets kicked. I don't know how to play this position. I think that's what I've learned.
Oh, absolutely. This is the kind of position where I think it's easy to evaluate. It's clear that white is pressing, but that's literally all I know about this position. How do you play it? Do you push F5? Where do you put the pieces? This is where super GMs really excel. These chaotic, unbalanced positions. Unbalanced not in the pieces that remain on the board. That's symmetrical, but just the pawn structure and the undefined nature of this position. So many candidate moves. And Levon is known for playing fast and accurately in these types of positions.
Yeah, so we see a position clearly better for look at knight c4. Maybe there's a fork over here. Rook can come to d1 with check. The pawn on f4 is defended. The bishop, I flipped the board by accident. The bishop may slide into e3, just keeping the development going. The rook can go to a1 later. I feel like white just has a free hand in this game. So we'll leave them to it. We'll see if Levon can convert. His advantage is growing by the turn. After that move, bishop f6, it seems like white can just develop with bishop to e3 and go after this pawn on c5.
And a bit of a shocking misevaluation for Arjun Erigaisi, who didn't have to accept this position at all. He could have kept things symmetrical with b4, probably underestimating the power of white's b5 pawn coupled with the increased coordination of white's pieces. He's going to lose a pawn, and he's going to be getting tortured for the rest of the game.
But there was a tactic here that maybe this is what he missed. Knight takes f4. Bishop on e3 is pinned. Rook takes d4 is the winning move, because if you take with the bishop on d4, not pawn takes, when the rook can take back with check, the knight takes on e2 with check, and then you grab your bishop, black is a piece ahead. But rook takes d4, pawn takes, then bishop takes f4. White has two pieces and a passed pawn for this rook in a winning position. So I think Arjun now he just lost. Like, his position is really looking quite hopeless. White is going a pawn ahead at minimum and has an outside passer. So finally, we've tried this before. I don't think we have to try it again. We can go to the game between Sevian and Praggnanandhaa, because these two are familiar foes. Danya, in Division 3 at the Everything's Masters, they made it all the way to the final. Sevian beat Praggnanandhaa earlier, then Praggnanandhaa went through the loser's bracket, made it through the grand final, where Sevian beat him a second time. Will it be a third?
We will see. Sevian has also excelled in the PCL for the Garden State Passers. He has been the undisputed MVP of that team. And we have an endgame here, a similar endgame in terms of the pieces left to Arjun against Aronian, but this could not be more different positionally. The center is closed. I think white is the one who's pressing here. He's got slightly better control of the center with that pawn chain from g2 to e4. And of course, the bishops are currently staring at each other, both sides trying to trade on their own terms. Of course, the ball right now is in black's court. Pragg has to decide, is he taking on d4? Is he opening up the center with d6, d5? Probably not immediately, because the pawn is lost after the bishop trade followed by e takes d5. What do you make of this?
Well, it's a tough question, because bishop takes d4. I feel like in a game setting, if I put my commentator cap aside and think about it from a player's perspective, I don't want to hand white a second pawn in the center and an open c-file. So I don't want to play bishop takes d4, but I also don't want my rook to get stuck on a7. So both options have a clear drawback here. I think I would rather keep the status quo, because in the locked position, even if my rook is on a7, I'll quickly go back to a8, bring it towards the center, not the end of the world. So moves like knight c6 don't come to mind, knight g6 to some of these dark squares, and well, a5 I wasn't thinking about, but now that Praggnanandhaa played it, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical move that you play in closed positions. As you're implying, in a closed position, the value of each tempo is greatly diminished, because there is no imminent danger that you're going to lose something, that your opponent is going to launch an attack. There is, I think, a danger that white's going to get his knight over to d5, which is exactly what he's doing. Maybe time for black to slink that knight back to e7 and keep the bases covered. I think the likeliest outcome is a draw. But Pragg, I think, is trying to unbalance the game, preparing b7, b5, and all of a sudden his rooks are going to coordinate on the b file, and white could experience major problems with his pawn on b2. That's partially why he played a5. This is genius play, Robert. He understood what he wanted to do. He immobilizes white's b pawn, and Sam Sevian taking drastic measures to keep the position. I think that's what he needs to do.
Yeah, but he's ready for a fight, because he's wearing his hockey jersey again, and hockey players, they're fighting all the time. And so he goes c4 to stop b5. He's got a further clamp on d5. He could even play c5 himself. If you're not careful, let's say you make h6, I'm looking at c5 as a legitimate try. You see the eval bar is actually agreeing with me for a change because if their pawn takes rook d7 check, and that's lights out. Not only is c7 hanging, my knight is about to jump in to go after your g7 pawn. That's a big issue. So you see Praggnanandhaa take... Well, you know what? He took the words from Searching for Bobby Fischer. Take the draw. Yes, they did. I have nothing more to say about this game. Ban the draw offer. But okay, let's go to our other games that are still in progress. Look at this game between Lim and Fedoseev. What in the world are we seeing here?
Is Fedoseev setting up his pieces for the next game?
It seems like it. It's a knight on b8, rook on a8.
But that knight wasn't always on b8. It moved from d7, and that's never a good sign. If you have to make the move knight d7 to b8, you know you're in trouble. Speaking of trouble, is he just dead lost here? White is obviously threatening. Knight takes d4. You're trying to figure out how we got here. I won't blame you.
He gave up a pawn on b5. I mean, his position is just bad. His pieces can't really move. The knight on d7 dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. But he goes b5, and then knight b8. Those moves don't really seem like they work together very well. And then he goes knight e4 to block the attack on his queen, but that's a pin. And the knight just went back to d2, where this is under attack. I see that. Whoa.
Oh, that is a sick tactic, but it only brings black to a pawn down position. I think this was the only chance. Queen takes a4, Robert. Bishop takes b5. Then black is going to recapture the rook with his queen, of course, because the knight is pinned. Then white is going to take twice on e4, and we're going to get a 3-on-3 with an extra d4 pawn. Oh, this is going to be miserable for Fedoseev.
Yeah, these are the types of positions where white gets to play without any risk whatsoever. If you play perfectly as black, you make a draw. You make one inaccuracy, you're groveling for that half point. But the eval bar is pretty high here, so there must be something that white has, some kind of crazy tactic. I'm going to cheat. I'm acknowledging it. I'm not going to find it myself. I don't see it. Oh, come on.
No way.
Come on. Look at this. Queen takes rook, bishop takes knight, and instead of taking back here, you take on e4 with your bishop. And the point, everybody, is if you lose, or if you take the queen on a4, bishop h7 is a counter check, opening up this rook to the queen. And when all is said and done, white is an exchange ahead, a rook for just a bishop. So you would play bishop e4, and after queen takes d6, you throw in bishop takes h7 check, and you take a different pawn, one where the black king is less safe. The pawn on d5 is still a weakness. Danya, this is ridiculous stuff. If Lemle finds it, and he hasn't moved yet, so he might find it.
Oh my gosh.
He's in the form of his life.
The fact that he hasn't moved, again, it tells us that he is at least intuitively aware that a different option exists. He is in the form of his life. He is cooking right now in every game. And the speed, Robert, the speed with which he executes this line tells us all that we need to know about his form in this tournament. But his work is not done yet. He will be up a pawn. He will still need to demonstrate very precise technique to cash this in to a full point.
Gosh, I mean, this is a former World Blitz champion we're talking about.
Oh.
It's not... Wait, what?
He swam 99% of the way to the shore and then turned back to the alley. Now, this is still very good for white, but am I wrong in saying that the position after bishop takes h7, even intuitively, looked a lot more appetizing?
I think, though, this is more his style. It sounds weird to say when both positions are up a pawn, but he's saying, he's won positions like this where it's even material. So instead of the pawn being on d5 and there not being a clear passer, he sees the plus. He sees that he could push his pawn in the very near future to d5. There are back rank problems for this king. This knight can hop out to c4, then d5, then d6. So even though the eval bar maybe was leading us to think about bishop takes h7 a little bit more, we do see the pluses here. And this pawn is going to be pushed very quickly with the knight hopping to c4.
I agree. I think this is borderline lost from a practical standpoint. Look at black's clock. And, you have to understand that the engine doesn't care how long it's defending for. But Fedoseev is looking at this and saying, I'm going to have to defend this potentially for the next 50 moves. There's no statute of limitations on white's ability to convert this position. He can shuffle and shuffle and shuffle. And as long as the d-pawn stays alive, black will have to stay on his heels. So can Vladimir Fedoseev pull out a draw here? That would be quite the indication of his form, which has thus far been excellent.
And the good news for Fedoseev is this king is a bit alone. If this queen were on h3 and his knight gets to g4, we may see the tables turn. He goes queen f5. He wants exactly that. But when the knight slides back to e3, Danya, it's the perfect defender. It attacks the queen. It protects the g4 square from a knight hop. It covers the d5 pawn. So it does everything at once. And queen c6, keep everything nice and protected. I feel like it's heading slowly but surely
H5
in Lem's direction. H5, Alpha Zero style. I got you, Danya. But look at the clock. Are you worried for Fedoseev?
I definitely am. Now, he has demonstrated ridiculous accuracy in far more trying circumstances. He had 10 seconds against Noterbeck. His king was wide open. But in that game, he was up in exchange. He converted it to a win. Holding a draw when you've got no time and when your opponent has 4 minutes is perhaps even more difficult. He brings all hands on deck. He stops the pawn in its tracks, but the rook is now hanging. You can't leave the 8th rank. Your defenses are stretched to the limit. Do you play queen d6 and a queen trade, or is that just too depressing for black to hold?
No, actually, there may be good chances there, but I think Lem might even play queen a5, just keep the pieces on the board. Queens are the worst blockaders, and that's because they get kicked out so easily with a knight jump in the near future. So I do think that this is trouble for the big fish. He offered a draw earlier in this game. Now he's praying that a draw offer is made at some point because he is just down a pawn, and it's a clear passer that has a rook behind it.
I think trading queens is consistent with Lim's style, but it's not like with queens on the board, you're risking either. So I would agree, go queen a5, keep the queens on the board, because if you really, really want a queen trade, you can get it on demand. You can repeat the position. As with black down to a minute, try to keep the queens on the board, dislodge the queen with your knight, and keep pushing the d-pawn. Great winning chances for Lim.
Okay, he has plenty of time, so we will come back to this game for sure. But we do want to switch back to Levon Aronian versus Arjun Erigaisi. Levon and Arjun both in great shape thus far, and centralization by Lim. Okay, he's going to keep that advantage. But look at this. We have an endgame. It's even material, but it's anything but even. Excuse me? How do you like that bishop on e8?
Hello. That knight. How do you like me now, says the knight as it moves to h1 and g3, and it can get there through many different airports, or through only one air. We can get there through f1 or h1. Of course, white has to watch the activity of black's king, so maybe put your king on e3 at the right moment. But, Robert, if the knight leaves its supervision of the e5 square, then black can potentially generate counterplay with a well-timed e6, e5.
That's the limitation of a bishop. It can only stay on its diagonal. So let's say I do this thing here. You go king d5, and I go e5. Then what? What's your next idea?
What next? Yeah. E4, and then what?
So he goes up instead of back. Can't really blame him. His bishop never moves. You drop this pawn over here. You can play king to e3 at any moment. This king can't get in. So Levon Aronian is in really excellent form in the last couple months. So it's good to see that, Levon. I think if you're Arjun, you say, couldn't you wait a little longer before you started playing your best chess again? But this is a great showing from Aronian.
This is where tremendous experience comes in handy. You just don't get too low with the lows. You know that ups and downs are the natural part of the progression of a chess player's career. In Levon Aronian, it is great to see him as confident as he is, back to playing the style that we are so familiar with. That knight is going to make itself familiar with black's kingside pawns and gobble them up one by one. He only will have to take one pawn, Robert. Once f7 is eliminated, the g-pawn is free to roam about the cabin.
Yeah, this is a clear win and no turbulence here. That pawn is getting to the other side. So why don't we go to a game that also is similarly one-sided. It is the Lemle game against Fedoseev. This is now easy for Levon. Maybe we actually, I feel like Arjun might just resign in the next two moves. So I will try to see this finish here instead of running away like I do. Maybe knight d6.
But the ultimate in your face win is to get the king over to f6. All hands on deck. You have to reward your pieces for the job that they have done, dominating that bishop. Arjun hasn't even started his engine, and he's going to have to make an emergency landing. But it's too late for that. Crash and burn for Arjun Erigaisi. Another win for Levon Aronian. 6 out of 7. Can you believe it?
I can. I just think that Levon's been in great form.
Yes. Levon Aronian is in first place. The queen's got traded.
Is rook c5 just going to win this pawn after rook d4?
And rook f4, king e7. That might have been what Lem missed.
Protecting and attacking. And you're going to get some kind of rook maneuver at some... After king e7, there's no threat, right? Oh, there is knight takes d5. What am I talking about? You can take that. So it goes rook f3, trying to be clever.
Okay, now rook somewhere. Don't go rook c5. Rook takes f6 is so easy to blunder.
Rook
And he missed it. Oh, I jinxed him.
Oh, you jinxed him. That's your friend.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh, he walked right into a
Literally.
knight fork.
The moment I said it, he plays an even worse move because rook d7, rook takes f7, wins everything.
Yeah, just trade off
No
the rooks.
way.
And winning king of pawn game. Danya, we were talking about rook c5, which was a way to go after this pawn, which was a similar blunder because rook takes f6, king takes, knight e4 backwards, knight move check, and a fork. He goes rook c7 and loses on the spot. Knights are so tricky, even for super GMs.
It's never over. He does so much to hold that position. He got the queens off the board. He encircled the d5 pawn. When he was knocking on the door, he missed the last available tactic. Lim is a demon. He's on 6.5 out of 7. Clear first place. Good players are lucky. That's what we know. That's what we always see. Right now, we are seeing a big game between Wei Yi and Vladislav Artemiev. That is a very uncharacteristic blunder. We are used to perfection from Fedoseev in time pressure, but he's human.
He is human. And, well, this is a very level game between these two. I know Fedoseev Artemiev, we were just looking at Fedoseev's game. He's down to his final seconds. He's got to go. Like, he is really spending too much time for my comfort.
But it just seems like he's got everything defended. I don't see even a single way for Wei Yi to generate, to whip up any sort of imbalance to exploit Black's time pressure.
Yeah, this is looking like kind of a simple position to hold. So, is there a single plan? Actually, I don't see one.
I don't see one either. Well, I think his plan should be to make a move in under 10 seconds.
What do you think of that one? That seems a weak
Artemiev's playing for a win. Artemiev's playing for a win. I can guarantee it. Bishop f6. He's going after White's dark square weaknesses in the center.
Wow, good call by you. And c5 is a huge threat right now. So he steps
And he
out
might
the way.
play it.
c5.
But then d5.
b5.
b5.
b5 instead. Outside pass pawn. Black should have a slight, not advantage in terms of objective evaluation, but in terms of practical chances. When you have the outermost pass pawn, you're usually the happy camper.
But White's going to play d5. He's simultaneously supporting that pawn with the queen and preventing b4. Black reinforces the threat. Maybe time for bishop e1. Instead, he centralizes his bishop, and he blunders h4.
Yes, he did. But bishop c5 helps d6. It's not just about the quality of the pawns. This pawn getting up to d6. If you can't take it because his bishop takes c5 check at the end.
1 second for Lim. For Wei Yi, he
blunders
bishop b4.
It's mate!
Oh, what geometry. What beautiful geometry.
And you called it. Vladislav Artemiev was playing for a win in a position that looked like he was on the worst side of equality. That is unbelievable how quickly it turned. Artemiev is not to be trifled with. But let's keep on going. There still are games going. Alireza Firouzja is playing in this one. And
God.
how many? Wait. Which way is black?
Damn, girl.
Wait, it's gone. That pawn was about to promote, and it's gone.
Yeah, what pawn are you talking about again? Well, he's got 3 other pawns on the queen side. I think he's going to lose this. He has to set up some sort of a fortress. He might already have it set up. Maybe go to b4. Oh, you're pointing it out. Rook b4, and Black's king can't get out of the cage.
Wait. But apparently there was a way to have an advantage for Black. This is just a draw. So we can see clearly this is a fortress. There's nothing you can do. The king cannot get out of the A file.
There is one hypothetical plan, which involves basically trapping White's king in the corner. The problem is you can't do that. You would want to go queen e4 here, but the rook guards some of the critical squares. So Alireza is just going to chill out and shuffle the king between f4, e5, f5, etc. Yeah, nothing to see here. And the players agree to a draw.
Okay, let's go to Vincent Keimer. Haven't heard his name today. Haven't said it. And he actually has 4.5 out of 6. He's looking like he's about to move potentially to 5.5 out of 7 with the win. That would get him towards the top of the standings. He's up 1 pawn, but he's 4 seconds left. He wants the second. King e5. There's rook f3 type of ideas going after the e3 pawn. But check. It's getting a bit dicey.
Against Bash, King e8. Black's going to take on e3 with check. This is a draw. King d6, though. And practically, this is such a difficult position to hold. You need to go to the side. Robert, Black's rook cannot stay on e3. It has to go to a3 and then a6 and check the white king to oblivion from the side.
Yes, you are in time to do that. King, but he brings the king here. He wants d6 and he wants to get the rook away.
Rook
but
a6.
If you check d6, you want to provoke d6 because the king has nowhere to hide.
And he tries to hide the king under the rook, but the rook will just shuffle between the two corners. And now we have a Philidor position.
Are you the New Yorker here? I mean, where did that accent come from? Oh! D6!
D6!
Oh my gosh! Both of them!
Both missed it.
I mean, honestly, not much time left for white, so I get it, but that was a shot that Vincent Keimer is more than capable of seeing. He may get a second chance, because I think that it could be blundered a second time. Here,
But not
it's
in here.
the same. Yes, because the rook could take and block.
Oh my gosh, Rook Endgames and Vincent Keimer, they haven't mixed well since Tata Steele. He's going to look through this game and kick himself because a win in this game would have propelled him to 5.5 out of 7. As it stands, he might be out of Division 1 qualification. Don't take that rook now. If you're... Wait, Vincent is actually creating some chances. Why did Black play King C7?
Not sure.
King D6, King D6.
Because after
Still trying.
check, rook E6.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
he's
trying
put
with
rook
rook
H1
C6 now.
Okay.
But the thing is, he's going to keep checking, and when the rook blocks, he's going to bring his rook down the way. Don't blunder mate in 1. Okay.
King E7. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. With rook E6.
He's going to lose this. He's going to lose this. Rook H1, I think, is the draw.
Gosh. Yeah, he played it, but a rook C6 check, and the king gets cut. So you're starting to get a little scared, even if you're still holding your long side. I know those of you who've read Dvoretsky's manual, you're like, I never understood short side, long side. What does that mean? Here you were seeing it, that this rook was going to give a ton of checks to the white king.
But the draw is getting harder and harder. The path is getting more and more narrow. Vincent will push his pawn to D6. Now King B7 or King to C7, Rook C8 and D7. It's still a draw. Where is he going? Oh, Rook H7 check after D7 is still a draw.
And then King D6.
I've never
King D8.
seen this before. What
Wow.
a drawing mechanism.
I just learned something.
Me too. My.
He's
Got it.
pre-moving. That was
Careful.
cool.
Go King D8.
King D8, King D6.
Okay, draw.
Well, let's just quickly show that position where there was
And
a
the
win.
Mhm.
Right? Where was it? Was
A little earlier?
some-
No, it was a
Was it
little
earlier?
earlier.
Oh,
Yeah.
so far away.
It was here.
Here. D6 check. Because if the rook takes, unlike when the rook was over here, and then the rook could block with rook D7, here rook H7 check, kicks the king away, you lose your rook. And if you don't take this pawn after a D6 check, you go King D7, check, the king goes to the back rank, King E6, and now your king has to run away. But it's unfortunate for black that white gets to push the pawn. Not now, because the pawn is pinned. You simply play King E7, D7, and D8.
And what's important is that black's rook doesn't make it to the back rank. When white's pawn is on the 6th rank, you want the rook to be on B1 so it can check from behind. You wait for the pawn to push forward. Here, you're not in time. The king zigzags its way out of the checks because it's got the entire king side with which to work. Rook F1, King G5, etc. And as you're pointing out, black doesn't have enough defenders on the promotion square. What a miss. What an endgame. What a draw by black because it got tough at the end.
It certainly did. And well, at the top of the standings, it is getting tougher and tougher. The Super GMs, they're floating to the top, but there are still players, some young teenagers who are in striking distance, trying to make it to the top 8 in the matches. So, Danya, the players, they go on a break. I think we'll do the same, and we'll be right back here for the last few rounds of this play-in for the Chessable Masters.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Round 8 is underway at the Chessable Masters play-in as the players vie for a total of 72 spots divided into 3 divisions. Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today. Lei Kwang Lim has been chopping it up all tournament long, Robert, as he's got 6.5 out of 7 clear first place, and I think one more draw will probably secure him at least one of the top 8 spots.
Yeah, he's nearing that territory where you might click on that draw offer. And unlike in previous games where he's declined it, he would accept with open arms. And we see a position from the Rogozin here. Look at this. The queen hitting the bishop one before hitting the knight. But this has been played in many even world championship matches. Bishop takes f6, a possibility. But no, Lim just is saying, let's get into a less forcing variation. That's very much his style, Daniel. I think what we've seen from him in this tournament has been exemplary. He doesn't want to force the matters. He wants to get a slightly better position where his opponent has no winning chances, and he's just going to comfortably press for that victory.
And you might have heard some top players say that nowadays, and really the last couple of decades, players are moving toward universality. And you could say that top players really don't have any weaknesses anymore. I think that's true to an extent, but that does not mean they don't have preferences. They might not have as clearly defined of a style as someone like Mikhail Tal. They might be comfortable in most types of positions, but that doesn't mean that at their core, they don't have clear preferences. And like Wang, Lim has been able to funnel the game into precisely the kind of territory in which he excels the most: positional, grinded out games where he has won time and time again. And guess what? I think he's got a pretty pleasant position out of the opening again.
He does. Please take me on c3. My bishop will take back. I have a pair of bishops staring in useful diagonals. Now bishop e7. Well, you're a bit passive. Good decision by Aronian. And Lim playing king h1. He wants some kind of f4 to happen and doesn't want his king on this diagonal where it could be checked. So interesting so far in this game between Limle and Aronian. I just want to quickly shout out Danya. I'm just going to name the people because we have usernames, and Danya and I know everyone in the chess world more or less. I'm just going to go through the list. We have Limle, 6.5 out of 7. Levon Aronian, clear second, 6 out of 7. Artemiev, Fedoseev, Abdusattorov, all at 5.5, along with Sevian, Pragananda, and Maxime Vacher-Legrand. That's Leon Beast. Then Aquarium, that's Nuribek Yakubboev, the other Nuribek, super strong player from Uzbekistan. Underneath him, we have Gandivam, that is Arjun Erigaisi, followed by Maxim Chagayev, that's Fandorian. We have Kramnik. I don't think you need any explanation on Vladimir Kramnik's username. Den Laz is Denis Lazovic, the young Belarusian talent, the Grandmaster. Behind him is Amin Tabatabai, Vincent Keimer, and Raunik Sadwani. So there you have it. Those are the top of the standings. And there you have Levon Aronian. So we have him on screen, Danya. The sun is shining behind him. His position, though, not looking so bright. I would much prefer to have white here.
Yeah, white's the one kind of sitting around a fireplace with a glass of wine in hand, enjoying his advantage in the center and on the king side. And Levon's biggest source of counterplay might be that d-file. The bishop on d3 is pretty loose. He brings his rook over to the c-file, and white might very well follow suit with rook a to c1. The tension really has reached a peak here. There has been no direct contact between the armies just yet, but that might change the moment white plays e5 or f5, and then all hell will probably break loose.
And it's hard to evaluate these moves because I know when I've had these positions, I'm always nervous that I play e5 too soon. How many games have we looked at today where we've criticized that pawn as being overextended? And here, he refrains. Limle says, I'm going to play rook a d1. Maybe at some point move this bishop away, even to c1. This bishop could also think about going to b1, and that sounds weird. I thought you're saying Limle has the better position. Why would you retreat your pieces? Well, with the rook staring down the d-file, maybe white's rook needs open access to that lane as well. But I do prefer this bishop on d3 to this bishop on e8. That's the main difference maker with e5 on the docket.
Black could try to beat white to the punch and play e5 himself. I can guarantee you that Levon is investing serious thought in that move. But white could strike with knight to d5. Of course, every time a pawn is moved, squares are weakened. And I'm trying to puzzle out, tease out the complications. After knight takes, pawn takes, rook takes, that rook on d5 is the sitting duck. Bishop takes h7 or queen e4. Both lead to very nasty consequences. Probably better to start with bishop takes h7 as you're indicating, and black's just down an exchange in the resulting position. If you don't take the bishop, Robert, then you're suffering even worse consequences with the queen coming to h5 with just massive checkmating threats, or bishop back and then queen h5.
Yeah, but the point is the same, that no matter the order there, it's going to be a huge problem, a losing position for black. And so that's why you want to stop white from playing e5, but you need to do it by having a good follow-up, not by playing e5 yourself, giving white the d5 step. But look at this. The eval bar is going up in Limle's favor. Simple moves. He went his bishop back to c2. Quickly, the queen came to a6. So this is the sign of a superstar player. When they make moves like queen a6, shattering their own pawn structure, double isolation over on the queen side. But the danger of the attack is what's worrying Levon so much. And by the way, the eval has gone back down to the middle. So either there was a miss. I'm just go back a couple moves because I'm not sure if there was some kind of miss in this position after queen b6 or if it just got very high for no reason.
Okay, the best move was literally impossible. Bishop d2 to e3. Now, I looked at this, Robert, and I said, that makes sense. You're forcing the queen back to c7. And I was like, wait a second, isn't the knight hanging? And then you're like, isn't the queen trapped after bishop c4, knight d4? Oh, and rook takes d4, guards the bishop, and reinforces the threat on the queen. Oh my gosh, queen b6? The line still doesn't end. What's the move here? Is it rook? No, it's not rook d7.
Yes, it is. It is.
Bishop c5, knight a4?
You know I love stopping one square short of expectations, and that's what rook d7 does. You thought, I'm going to take your rook, but then you would take back and you would survive. No.
What a
rook
line,
d7.
Robert. Bishop c5, knight a4.
Just continue to go after this queen. And once the queen moves somewhere, you trade rooks, and then you take this hanging bishop on c5, and you win the game. You take with the knight, you're up a piece. That is just an incredible sequence. Like, that is
Let's start.
really mind-blowing stuff.
But we need to stop dumbing it down for the audience. These lines are way too elementary. Let's show something actually worth its salt. And Von Aronian's rook is now worth its salt. He's gotten a pair of knights off the board. E5 is still very much on the horizon. And white is still the one who has to constantly make that decision about when and whether to push his center pawns.
And what Lem is demonstrating in just his opening choices in the way he plays, it may be objectively even if you have the computer by your side and we're both making the best engine moves. But you just look at this position, it does seem slightly more pleasant for white to play with e5. If you play bishop c6, that stops e5 for now, but then your queen on a6 is kind of off to the side, not really participating. So I still like the style, but let's go to a different game, because as I'm seeing there on the scoreboard, Big Fish, 6.5 out of 8. So he already won his game. Done. Who'd he beat?
Well, he beat Konovets, and Konovets is
Wow.
Mr. Samuel Sevian, not just somebody off the street. We are getting word by our incredibly hardworking team that this game lasted only 19 moves. Let's confirm. Oh, he missed 4. Oh, he missed a 4.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Ooh. Stick a fork in him. He's done. And that's a
Big
good
fish.
win for Fedoseev. How did that... This position, this is some theoretical discussion. We don't have to go into the weeds. But what is it really just a one-move blunder? Oh,
it
gosh.
was.
He just
and
completely
B4
missed
was
rook
really
C4.
the blunder, Robert, because you can't, at this point, after C takes B4, if you don't recapture, white creates a passer on the queen side and wins easily. Oh, what a heartbreaker for Sevian. That is a bus.
Wait, was his clock accurate?
10 minutes. Yes.
He resigned with... He thought for a minute after rook 0. He mistook his prep. Right? He thought he was still in prep. You played b4. You are doing well. But rook c4 ended the game on the spot. He thought for a minute and resigned. So that's a huge win for Fedoseev, who goes up to 6.5 out of 8. Now he's in good shape to make it to the matches to compete for Division 1. So let's go away from this game. But it's important to show and do your tactics. But yeah, this was a nice game for Fedoseev. And let's go to some of the other games. Some of the contestants trying to get to those top 8 spaces. Let's go to Dubov's game. We haven't talked about Daniil Dubov all day, but from one Danya to another, what are you thinking about his position?
Well, I think Danya has a very... It's weird to talk about Danya not being me. It's just a slight confusion right there, but no confusion in this position. It's a very symmetrical pawn structure. White is a smidge better due to his pressure down the F-file, but with his last move, Dubov says, I don't care. Talk about pressure. You're going to get some pressure down the E-file if you don't move that knight away, which is exactly what Arjun does. And Robert, I think the rooks are going to get traded, all of them. And I think we're heading furiously toward a draw.
And look at Dubov. You see that? He's in the darkness. And, I mean, it's nighttime, I guess. He is just trying to fight for those top places. He's concentrated right now. And the issue, Danya, is at this moment, if it's Division 1 or bust for you, and it shouldn't be because there's a lot of prize money in Division 2. For Dubov, you might have to take some risk, and the same holds true for Arjun. In order to play for a win in this position, you might have to do something completely wacky.
And generally, in my RCC commentating experience, the format is similar. It's a 9-round Swiss followed by the finals. I would say that stuff probably gets you into the top 8, but 7 out of 9 guarantees you the top 8. So Lim basically only needs a draw. Dubov, he's got 5 points. He really needs to try to go 2 out of 2 or at least 1.5 out of 2 to give himself a fighting chance.
Yeah, and well, there are many players along with Dubov and Arjun Erigaisi fighting for the top 8. We'll leave them to it in this position where the Knights may be about to venture around the board. Let's go to Vladimir Kramnik because he has the black pieces against Vincent Keimer. It's youth versus veteran, and what in the world are we seeing here? There's a pawn on d5, and it wasn't White's last move. This pawn actually was here 2 turns ago. Knight e5, oh, okay, who cares about the tension? Bishop b6. Rook d7, yeah, okay, king to b1. I mean, these pawns can all be captured, and neither side is budging.
Wow, this is a cluster, you know what, in the center. a cluster fudge in the center with a pawn on d5 attacked and defended 8,000 times. I could probably spend Kramnik's remaining time just counting the number of defenders on that pawn. I was not a math major. Hint, hint, wink, wink. So, of course, Robert, in all seriousness, the big question for Kramnik is whether to release the tension in the center. If so, which pawn do you capture on d5 with? Or do you play a move like rook h8 d8?
Just a matter of time. You know, that on that square, it's a matter of time before it explodes.
It is indeed. So do you go rook hd8? Kramnik says, I don't care. I'll just let the center be that as it may. I'm going to make a positional move on the king side. Classic Vladimir Kramnik right there.
Okay, so g5 played. It stops any kind of f4 pushes. This knight at some point could reroute. Is that actually important? Like, I'm trying to understand why g5 was played, but I'm still just staring down here in the center. Like, this pawn is under attack a million times. It's attacking all sorts of stuff. Like, I can hurt your pawn structure. Can I play bishop takes c7 and remove the guard of your pawn d6? Is there going to be a knight takes c4 thrown in at some point? Donna, can you translate this position for me? I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
Let me tell you, what there's going to be is a time scramble, just a couple of moves, because every move is taking the players like at least a minute. White spent 2 minutes on his last move. Kramnik spent 1. The big problem for Black is that knight g6 runs into d takes c6, and Black's queenside pawn structure is ruined. So I think the knight is staying pegged to e5. In fact, that's why Kramnik played g5. He wants to prevent White from chasing the knight away with f4. And I think Black's next move is likely to be rook h8 to d8. If I'm honest, I think Keimer is going to just say enough with this. I think he's going to take on e6 here and at least clarify the position somewhat. Maybe bishop d4 is one way to get to that knight, but the knight can also be supported from f6 with Black's bishop. I'm not translating.
That's what
I'm
we
just
want.
making things more confusing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm very confused, but I think that we want to take on c6. That is something that you stated, and I agree with, because okay, I can't possibly understand this game. So what I'm going to do for the benefit of everybody and all of humanity, not just people watching, is I'm going to take us to another game that will be easier to dissect, because they're making little pawn pushes in a complicated position. So I just don't get it. Let us go to the game between Limley and Levon Aronian. That one, hopefully, easier to understand. Yes, indeed it is. We see a bishop stare down on the diagonal. This knight can go into e4. We could also trade queens and take on b6. Donna, what do you make of a decision like that for White to go knight against bishop with the rooks on the board in that endgame?
That's so much tension in a lot of the games. Well, first of all, it is in Limley's style. He wants to eliminate risk. He is more than fine with a draw here. But I think White's the only one pushing. Bishop takes b6, rook takes b6, rook d7. And the big question is, does this knight have serious prospects? Where can it go? Well, the obvious square is e4. And from e4, Robert, it can jump into f6. Important thing to remember is that a rook endgame does not equal draw. We know that all rook endgames are drawn, except this one. That pawn in f6 is going to create long-term problems on the 8th rank. White's rook is more active. This is precisely what Lim is searching for.
Yeah, because the white king has free access into the position, whereas the black king is stuck thanks to that double pawn. We also don't like double pawns, but as you say, pawn structure often overrated. Knight e4, step one. A very important point for everyone to note that if b4 is played, White is not just going to be like, let's just trade and have a good time. That brings the rook up, attacks all sorts of pawns. You play a4, you keep the position closed, and maybe black needs to go for this with a move like b3, but done, it's already getting dicey with the white king going forward. If the knight gets into f6, you have to watch out for checkmates against this king.
Absolutely.
The h7 pawn being hanging. So I'm liking the look of this for white, and maybe knight f6 right away. You're talking about it. Rook endgames favorable for white.
And you're talking about mate threats. That's not an exaggeration. After knight f6, if black gobbles up the a3 pawn, it's like, no problem, you don't have any pieces to checkmate me with. Well, white says, oh, yes, I do. Rook d8 check, king e7, rook e8 is mate. But more impressively, king g7 seems to escape the worst of it on h6. But no, the worst of it is still waiting for black after g4. What a beautiful mating construction. And g5, all hands on deck. The king is checkmated. Ding dong. Levon Aronian would be dead.
Oh, gosh, that would not be fun. So knight f6 actually still a good option here that it might encourage the bishop to take. You don't want to do that. If you don't take, the h7 pawn is hanging, and you have to watch out for forks on the d7 square, because once that rook moves away, the knight would love to hop to d7 with back rank checkmating ideas. I don't like this for Levon. He's down to 2 minutes, and, well, Limley decides to keep the pawns on the board, and Okay, now that the eval bar is settling in, knight f6 is still available. Perhaps keeping more pawns on the queen side plays to white's benefit.
It's hard to say. I mean, it really depends on black's ability to keep the activity of white's tandem at bay. Knight f6, I think, is coming next. Does white have to improve his position? Maybe rook c7 first to open up the possibility of 8th rank infiltration. I think Lim has to figure out the order. Does he play knight f6 first, or does he move his rook maybe to a7, maybe to c7? I can see a case being made for that, but rook b4, Robert, could be very nasty. The f4 pawn is also undefended. Never mind.
I made this move just like throw away.
Oh, what is he doing?
Speaking of
G5?
Throwing away. He's throwing away his advantage. I was just saying king g3 is a move I just was kind of suggesting to bring the king closer. And Levon strikes with g5, and now it's turning around completely.
But
f5.
You have rook e7.
Whoa.
But there's something wrong with this. What is it?
But I'm looking at Levon right now. I'm trying to see if he expected this. It doesn't seem like he did. He doesn't seem overly phased. But just to show everybody, that, and we have to talk about this, that e takes f5, it looks like a free pawn. But if the rook takes e7, if the king takes back, knight d5 is a fork. White goes on to win the ensuing endgame up a piece. So instead, we saw the king slide to e8, and white can trade on e6 first or move this rook somewhere. But, Danya, I feel like if the rook goes to a7, this bishop will at some point soon just go after the e5 pawn, and black could be the one who's better.
That is, I think, what Lim underestimated. The power of that black bishop when it gets to d4. The pawn on b3 might not seem dangerous, but obviously, once the bishop lands on d4, you will be threatening to take the knight. Any rook endgame with a passed b pawn is going to be winning for black. So now Lim is the one who has to be careful. He goes rook a7, and bishop c5 has to be calculated or not, or just play it immediately because you're Mr. Aronian.
Already calculated, he says, and the bishop is going to d4, where it not just threatens the pawn. If bishop takes knight and you take with the b pawn, we're about to see a new queen appear on the board. So rook a check played, probably a good decision. You could take here now with check if you'd like, and h7 is loose. Oh,
e takes f5. Now it's possible.
Yeah, this is starting to look very scary.
Was there any downside, Robert, to taking on e6 first? Or do you think Lim might have just forgotten that e takes f5 is now a possibility?
I don't know, but Levon did not forget. He plays it. And rook f6, it does seem like a good double attack because both pawns are loose. But after rook to f6, I feel like there's a problem just with this king in general. Like, this king is in trouble. Bishop d4, king e6 once you take on f5, and you take on e5 here. I just don't like the look of this one bit for white. So Levon Aronian, he may be heading on to the top 8 and a match to play in for Division 1.
This is a nightmare scenario for Lim, who could have secured qualification into the top 8 spots. But we're jumping the gun here just a little bit. When you have Division 1, which is 8 spots, you have the top 4 choosing their opponents in spots 4 through 8. So the most desirable place to be is still first place, even though 8 players compete for the Division 1 ticket. So Lekwang, he's trying to take that risk, win this game, guarantee himself first place, and it may have just backfired in a huge way. Now, Robert, he'll have to draw the game at least in the final round with the black pieces if he wants to ensure one of the top 8 spots.
And the eval bar is going all the way down. Yeah, no, you are correct because his tie breaks likely are great. So he'll undoubtedly get into the top 8 if he is tied with a bunch of people. But rook check, bishop d4, down. It's starting to look very straightforward. b2 is about to be lost. Is black even down with... Oh gosh,
mate!
Just mate?
No. Who's mating who? Who
It's
would have
just checkmate.
Thought? Robert, who would have thought that it's not the rook and knight that checkmates the black king, it's the other way around. And this is a devastating concession. f4, you're highlighting b2. Rook d2 should be winning on the spot.
Because this threatens the rook. It's going to deliver a check. Oh my gosh, this just happened out of nowhere.
Shocking turnaround. Rook d5 trying to initiate the rook trade. No way. Lim lay, says Levon Aronian.
That was really well played there. I wasn't expecting that. But rook takes b2. That is a free pawn. As Levon drops under a minute, he is just cruising right now, and he'll cruise to qualification for the matches. Remember, at the end of this, it's a 9-round Swiss. At the end, it's 4 players ultimately qualify for the top division. So 8 people when there'll be a match between them. And look at this. Rook takes b2 by Levon. He now has a pass pawn. How can he get it going? Though? That's the big question. Rook c2
Bishop
and
c5
b2?
and rook c2. Yeah, or bishop back first, or rook c2 immediately, or bishop there,
Oh,
or not.
oh.
It's a mistake, apparently.
Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
Rook
because the king
d5.
can't go to the b file. The king can't go to the b. Oh, it's a draw on the spot.
Oh, because of the fork. So rook c5 check forces perpetual. Oh, my
Yeah.
gosh. Or not. He goes rook b5. He missed it. He could have checked on c5 and forced the perpetual check.
What? That was clear, right? I mean, rook
That was
c5.
slam
If you go this
dunk.
way, rook back. If you go this way,
You get mated.
You get mated. We saw this checkmate earlier. The king is going to get mated. So, oh
The
my
king-
gosh.
Are you kidding me? And Lim might have just resigned the game in his mind. Robert, now knight c3. The problem is rook c2. This is what he overlooked, and it's your pick. You either lose the knight or allow promotion. Unbelievable! What a miss! What a miss! And he might have just mentally given up.
Yeah, because he did have a chance just for a single move. And for Levon, that was some carelessness. And you will not be able to afford that when he ultimately gets to the matches. He's completely winning right now. You can't make a mistake like that. And remember, in the Everything's Masters, in the game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru made a quick move. He freaked out. It was a 3-time repetition, but he actually had made a losing move. So Wesley could have taken advantage of it. But that was neither here nor there. It's a different event. And for Levon, he goes back. He wants to protect his pawn. He may just go around this way. There's no knight on the board to deliver checkmate.
Absurd. I mean, given what's happened in this game, I don't think we can call it over until it actually ends. F6 is one last attempt by Lim to threaten checkmate. Levon, he has to figure out a way to zigzag his way out of these checks because King F8, F6, you don't want to lose F7 and give black the connected passers.
Yeah, that's true.
But how do you get out of it? King D7?
Yeah, can you just run away? Like, just bring your king there. Give the passers up.
What is he doing?
Yo, Levon, what are you doing?
Wait,
Go-
this might be
keep
a
it,
draw.
Troy.
Oh my god! What? What?
And Levon, he shook his head too.
He couldn't believe it. Did he forget it was 3-time repetition? At that point, he couldn't have done anything because to get the king to D7, you have to walk through the 3-time repetition. No way.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I guess neither player deserved to win that game, so a draw is fair. You know, we don't want to be overly critical of the players, but that was uncharacteristic of both of them.
Yeah.
We talked about how great Limley has been throughout, and in that game, he was quite sloppy, and Levon, when he was handed a winning position, did not capitalize. And oh my goodness, this is the single worst piece I've ever seen besides Svidler against Wesley So and Fischer Random. That is game over. Raunik Sidwani, just like fellow teenager Vincent Keimer, goes to 6 out of 8. Vincent did beat Vladimir Kramnik just to pull up the final position. He finally broke through. Whoa, wait. He won on time. Moral degradation lives.
King A8 defends against mate because rook D8 is blocked with rook B8. Kramnik is better in this position because he's attacking B2.
Whoa.
Oh,
And
my
I think
lands.
it was completely winning for Vincent. They were in time scramble, so mistakes happen. But Vincent Keimer beats Kramnik on the clock. We've seen that one before. Hopefully it doesn't send Kramnik back into retirement. There is increment in this one. But for Vlad, a little bit too slow. And we have Jocelyn, Jose Martinez. Now, hey, Danya, this one, 2 extra pawns. We know Jocelyn, he has maybe an outside shot to get into that 6.5 point range, and that will be good for maybe not playing for Division 1, but he'll maybe have the advantage trying to compete for Division 2.
And we know how generous the prizes are across all 3 divisions. Rook C7 would have forced the rook trade, but maybe it's easier to keep the rooks on the board. You have to be careful about pushing the pawns. The last thing you want to do is give black the chance to give up his knight for both of black's pawns. We know that rook and bishop versus rook in most circumstances is a theoretical draw. But I think C5, no, C5 doesn't work any longer. It's not over just yet. Rook B1 check. And the king can hide on B6 maybe. No, going the other way.
Because he doesn't allow rook C1 going after these pawns. He's going to bring his king back to B2 in all likelihood.
Okay.
Then bishop B4, then C5. It's finally about time that his pawns go up the board.
Indeed. And the bishop checks the king on A5. Very patient, precise play thus far. But he has to break through that last Maginot line with the knight guarding the C pawn.
Yeah, but now the knight's far away, so it feels like it's about time to push the pawn. And Jocelyn just Jose goes after the knight. Now the knight is in no man's land. It's stranded.
God.
Push the pawns. Here they come.
Jose is waiting for it, and finally, I think he's ready. He's ready. Go ahead. C5 is coming. Not yet.
And the problem for black is you can never trade minor pieces. It's an
Bishop
easily
E5.
winning rook endgame. Oh, bishop e5. I was just saying you can't afford to trade pieces. Is this knight about to move and bishop e5 happen? No. He's
Listen,
smart.
anytime there is a knight, there are chances for a draw. Anytime there is a knight. But the knight is fully dominated by that bishop on c3.
There was rook f2 pinning that knight, so that was a perhaps a mischance there. b6, b7 seems pretty straightforward. Oh, that's a hanging rook.
Okay. Oh, but okay. He won the rook and he wins the game. And okay, just spam with 5.5 points. Very good. With a win in the last round. Jose gives himself a chance.
It's actually extremely good. 5.5 out of 8 is just a superb result thus far. But let's talk about the standings. So Lim Lei, with 7 out of 8, his tie breaks must be through the roof. He is likely through to play the matches. Then we have Fedoseev behind him, Levon Aronian, who will be disappointed to only, in air quotes, of 6.5. But let's see, the start of the rounds. We have Lim Lei and Artemiev. Will we see a 5-second draw? What do you think?
We very well might. This does benefit both players. Now listen, 6.5 does not necessarily qualify you. Mathematically, if you look at the number of people with 5.5, which extends below the screen, it's going to be all about tie breaks with people who have 6.5. Obviously, Artemiev has some of the best tie breaks because he's been atop the tournament standings all tournament long. And we're both
Did
laughing
you see that?
because Lim declined a draw. Are
No,
you
no.
kidding me?
Lim offered the draw, and
Oh, sorry.
Artemiev declined
Artemiev
it.
declined the draw.
Yeah, Artemiev is the ultimate fighter. No, he's not a mixed martial artist, but he loves to duke it out. Wait, no!
Duke it out? What was that about duking it out?
I am going to run away and go to another game. And, okay, Raonic Sedwani
Levon
also drew against, I think Raonic drew against MVL. Levon drew his game very quickly. So are we going to have any games remaining? We do have, the teenagers, Abdusattorov and Keimer.
I don't know if this game's going to last a while. This is one of the most solid lines that White can play against the Caro-Kann. Now, does a draw satisfy Noterbeck? You get into the territory with Noterbeck where a draw might not make it. His tie breaks are about middle of the pack when it comes to players with 6.5. I think he's playing for it.
Yeah, and there's no way to predict how the tie breaks will pan out. And we understand.
Oh my gosh, Robert.
What happened? Someone else make a
No,
draw?
all I was going to say is we're going to have so many people with 6.5. Georg Meyer, who we haven't looked at all, with a win could get to 7. But I interrupted. Go ahead.
Wait, Georg Meyer is 6 out of 8? I haven't said his name a single time today.
I didn't even know he existed. I mean, I knew he existed. I didn't know he was playing this tournament.
Wait, Anish Giri. How many points does Anish have? I see him down here. He's kind of far down the standings, so I have not kept sight of Anish on the standings.
And
5
you're
and
scrolling
8,
and scrolling? That's not good.
No, it's not. But this position does look good for White, slightly better. Even if Black gets the break with e5, and that's clearly the intention by bringing the rook to e8, that rook in particular, then you're saddled with this isolated pawn. So I like the way that Abdusattorov is handling this. And if he wins, he will have a match to determine whether or not he goes into Division 1. And Vincent Keimer gives up the bishop. Now, it's not a pair of bishops. It's only one. But still, Danya, I really love these positions for White. The exchange variation in the Caro-Kann. You control this e5 square. You bring a second rook over, and the bishop stares over at the king side. So watch out for a sacrifice on h7.
As a relatively new Caro-Kann player, I hate these structures with Black. You pointed out that e5 might be a necessary evil, but it is still an evil. You're left with an isolated queen pawn on d5. I just don't see the appeal of these types of positions for Black because you don't have anything going on the queen side. You can even play a6 and maybe squeak b5 through. Big deal. White's queen, a6 will hang, but even if White's queen moves back to c2, that's where it wants to be anyway. You induce a weakness, you double your rooks. White's play is just a lot easier from a practical standpoint, as evidenced by Noterbeck's growing time advantage.
Yeah, he is a very quick player, and he started out well in this tournament. 6 out of 8 is a good result, but probably wanted more. Didn't want to have to rely on a win in the final round. G6 played by Keimer. And Daniel, this is one of those moments where if you're Vincent Keimer, if you're thinking about it from an everyday point of view, I want to make a solid draw with Black against a super gem. Here, you might have to take some risk because you're going to be fighting for Division 2, even if you lose the game. To fight for Division 1, you have to win. So I want to see who is going to take that risk first.
Yeah, and the fact that there are 72 spots, right, and there are 3 divisions, it makes it a little bit of a less pressure situation. You lose the game, God forbid, you're probably going to make it into the top 72 with 6 out of 9. So you're not out of prize contention with a loss, but the reward that you can attain with a win, I think, is worth taking a big risk. Speaking of risk, H4 isn't that big of a risk because white can follow up with G3, and the kingside structure is still healthy. If you play H5, though, that's where you have to start being careful because, Robert, if the H file opens with his last move, Vincent has signaled that, yeah, open the H file. I dare you, because the rook's going to come to H8. The queen from C7 is aimed at H2. Things are going to get spicy and dicey if white plays H5.
They definitely look like they could heat up any moment in this game. I'm just going to look. Min Lei is playing against Arjun Erigaisi. So I want to give the players in contention their due, because if one of these players wins, they get to 6.5 out of 9. And as you see, that would be a tie for 4th place. Now, we don't know the standings because it's reliant on opposition, how they do in their final games. And that's always stressful for the players, Danya, where they're looking, hey, my opponent from round 2 who's struggling, can you please win your last round game to help bolster my tie breaks? And there's a knight on D6. That is protected by this pawn on C7. But Danya, Arjun Erigaisi, he's definitely on the worst side of this position because of this pawn structure on the queen side.
But this might be bad for both players. We've got opposite colored bishops. I think Arjun's qualification chances are basically nil. There's no way he's winning this. Lim has to pull out all of the stops. Min Lei, that is, has to pull out all of the stops. He has to go for it. Whether or not that requires taking a risk that makes this a 3-result game, his only chance is to win this game and get lucky on the tie breaks. I think he's making great progress. He might win this without even needing to take any risk. Rook C6, Rook F-C1. His plan is clear. Attack the C7 pawn, force Black's knight into passivity on E8, and then maybe create a second weakness, maybe infiltrate down the D file. Plenty of winning chances here for white.
Yeah, and Arjun is playing really quickly, but E3 restricts this knight, which is heading for D4. It also makes sure this bishop will never have a useful diagonal. And he says, I don't care. Bring your knight to D4. That doesn't scare me. But I feel like at some point, this A7 pawn is just going to drop. If I put my pawn E3, bring my rook up to the A5 square, move this bishop out the way back to D3, because white would love to get rid of this knight. You don't want opposite colored bishops. You want to take this knight. So I feel like there will be an opportunity for Min as he, brings his knight back towards the center. I like that, but I feel like he's just much better. He's playing without any risk. Let's keep on going. I feel like we should try to pay off as many games as possible that have relevance to the leaderboard here. I see Den Laz. He is the last name on screen in 16th place, but with a win, he hops up into a tie that ends in 8th. So he could actually leapfrog some of the others. And what is happening here, Danya?
And before we delve into this position, I want to caution people to take the leaderboard with a grain of salt because the tie breaks, they do depend on the results of the final round. So don't make any conclusions until the standings are official. We'll have to wait for all of the games to end before you know who's squeaked by with 6.5 out of 8. Den Lazovic is trying to be one of the lucky few. I think he's got a great position here. Rook takes F6 is a huge threat. And in response to H6, Robert, the E5 pawn falls, and the whole position falls as a consequence. Drastic measures might be required here. I don't know what those drastic measures could look like, though.
Yeah, how do you defend against both threats? Rook takes F6 is devastating. You remove the guard.
Oh, that, I think, is exactly what Jose had to do. And that was the only move that didn't lose.
And what a move just to play it and then be like, okay, I'm going to retreat. That is nuts, right? Like, he gave up a rook for a knight, calmly brings his bishop to a safe square. And Danya, I mean, we see the problems. A knight is an amazing blockader. It stops the passed pawn and stares over it. The rook can come to the c-file or queen c5 check at the right moment. The c3 pawn is a target. I'll play h6 to boot your queen out of there. And then black controls all of the key squares. These squares on the c-file. White doesn't have any threats. That was a really, really strong exchange sacrifice from Jose.
And incredibly gutsy to do that as quickly as he did. I could totally see somebody taking the remaining 5 minutes on your clock and then, maybe taking on C3 with 50 seconds left. Jose understands that he has to leave himself with enough time to handle the consequences. That was a brilliant decision. That is called Grandmaster level play. And Jose has given himself a serious fighting chance. This is absolutely a 3-result game, even if objectively Black's compensation is not fully sufficient.
I think it is, though. Right?
I agree.
I'm sure you agree. I agree. Looking at this position where this is the tricky part about chess.
Somehow
that was a mistake.
Is it because of knight f5? No.
I can just take you there.
Just take. And then rook takes f5 maybe, but that doesn't look like, Rome wasn't built with those kinds of moves.
I see what you're saying, though. You want to double up the rooks, but queen e3. Okay, I'm gonna go back and move and see what it was. Knight f3, the only move to give that advantage. A retreating move, which seems to hang this pawn in some variations with queen c5, but you're getting this e5 pawn, and that's sort of the point. Okay, that's not easy to spot. I forgive the players already. And queen e3, knight d6. I think that Jose is going to be unforgiving here. Daniel, I love his position. I think he's better. I think he has pretty good winning chances.
Earlier in this game, Jose offered a draw, which was declined. An interesting decision. Jose must know that 6 out of 9 does not qualify him into the top 8, but I think a qualification into Division 2 is pretty palatable for Jose as well. Those prizes are big. So an interesting decision, but definitely Dennis wants to make the top 8, and he's going to pull out all the stops here.
Psychological ploy, because once you offer the draw at the beginning, now you have your opponent thinking, I don't want that draw. And if the position calls for a draw, he may take a risk, and that could benefit Jose. If he gets to 6.5, he'll be in a tie with the people that you see on the screen. Right now, it's Limley, Fedoseev, Levon Aronian. They are clear with 7 or more points. Then we have Artemiev, Maxim Vashilogrov, Maxim Chagayev, Pragnananda, Raunak Sadwani, all with 6.5. So anyone who has less than 6.5, you have no shot at qualifying for Division 1 because 8 people will play matches. The 4 winners of those matches will make it to Division 1 of the Chessable Masters. So, Danya, Jose with a great position. I think we should look at the matchup between Sam Sevian and Daniil Dubov because that one is also very important. And after we just glance at that one, I think we should go back to the Keimer game against Abdusattorov because if one of them win, they get a clear spot by getting into 7 points.
All sorts of shenanigans, though, happening here on the board and on Sam Sevian's clock. He's down to 3 minutes. He's coming off a very painful piece blunder and trying to recover with a win. He's got some pretty strong tie breaks, so a win here does give him a serious shot. What's going on in the center, Robert? Queen takes c5, rook takes c4. There's rook d1 check there to force the rook trade. I don't know. This is nauseatingly complicated.
And knight c5 played by Dubov, who maybe is keeping some winning aspirations of his own. That knight is about to hop into d3. e5 is loose. This bishop on c1, where is it going to go? That's the big question. And I think both sides have their chances here, Danya. I really think it's far from clear. And look at the clock, though. That's what Dubov's relying on.
So b4 here, I think, is the most straightforward move. Knight d3, rook takes e4 has to be calculated. Note that f5 does not win the rook. It's still a possible move. You'd consider it because it opens the f-file, but I don't think it's the best that black can do. En passant gives white a tempo, and black's king is going to get caught in the crossfire. So after rook takes c4, you have a critical moment. It's going to be reached in the game because b4 is on the board with no hesitation. He cannot afford to hesitate any longer. He's down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, he is. And while Dubov thinks, I think this gives us an opportunity to go back to the game between Abdusattorov and Keimer. A winner in this game immediately gets into the top 4 places, which means they actually will get to choose their opponent. It's not just about getting the top 8. That 1 through 4 get to pick their opponents, and that's a pretty cool feature. But Vincent Keimer, if I'm counting correctly, even material, we have knight against bishop. That's usually good news for the bishop, but here it's good news for the knight because black can take, and once the bishop comes back, play f5, king f6, bring that king into the center, quickly create a passed pawn. I like that opportunity for Vincent, but he keeps the queens on.
These positions always look deceptively simple, but they're actually very much unbalanced. I think if the bishop is traded for the knight, we're probably going to get a draw. Doing that immediately would have allowed an intermediate check on b2. So he drops his queen to e2 first. Really, the big question is, do the players believe in their tie breaks? If they do, that will really define the course of the game. If they don't, then Vincent is going to do everything within his power to unbalance this position. Bishop takes c6 is an implicit draw for in this position. So we're going to find out what Noterbeck's mindset is with his next move.
Looks pretty equal. Noterbeck, he doesn't really have too many choices. That black has no weaknesses, no gaps, and bishop takes c6. That is that draw for that you were talking about. And I feel like Earlier in the game, Vincent offered a draw, and Nurdirbek declined. Soon, these players probably will split the points. So let's go away from this one. Let's go to the game between Min and Arjun, because Min is up a piece. And with a win, Min is not necessarily in, but he does tie with 6.5 out of 9. We'll see how his tiebreaks are.
This has been a crushing performance by Min Lane. Something off with Arjun, who spent less than 3 minutes to get a piece down endgame. He just doesn't look like the Arjun that we are familiar with, that we know in this tournament. He's going to lose this game, most likely, unless he can whip up some counterplay against White's king. Maybe f5 is worth trying. Maybe you should take on a2 and try to collect as many pawns as you can. But then king e4 opens up a double attack on the f-pawn and on the bishop. Min converts these types of positions in a bullet game, Robert. I think he's going to make this happen.
Yeah, it's a good find by you. Good point. This rook will hit f7. If the bishop ever slides back to f6, the rook can go to c1. Rook c1 is already a threat because trading the rooks will result in a winning endgame for Min Lei. And we know he has many fans. So if you're in chat, come on, let us know. Let us hear it. We're not rooting against Arjun Erigaisi, but Min is a streamer, so I'm sure many people from his community are here. So, show your support, throw it behind him, because he may have a chance to compete for Division 1. And that's what the Champions Chess Tour is all about. Rook c1 is all about winning c7. But I just want to say that the format that was created, it was very important to everybody to give a legitimate chance to all players, not just the tippy top, not just the same people we see in all the round robins. All strong players that are in this tournament have a chance, and we're going to see Min potentially make it into the top 8 and try to get into the Division 1. That would be pretty cool to see because, well, I don't think we've seen a player done it with a rating that starts at 2.5 instead of 2.6, or most of them at 2.7.
Well, I don't think Min's rating is going to start with 2.5 for much longer. He is no question 2,600 strength, a nightmare matchup for any of the top guys. Min never goes down without a fight. And Arjun, well, I don't think he's got a lot of fight in him left. The pawn on f7 is not long for this board, as one commentator likes to say. And f6, knight c6. Look at the domination that the knight exerts over the bishop. The bishop will be trapped. And rook d2 can be met with rook to d1. That's a badass move. Get the rooks off the board, get the bishop off the board, and you've got 2 pawns to avoid having to checkmate with knight and bishop.
And, it's going to be a sad conclusion to the Swiss for Arjun. As you said, it doesn't feel like the Arjun we're accustomed to. Arjun Erigaisi at his peak is a dominant force. He's kind of a wrecking ball of sorts. He has won over the board blitz tournaments. He, of course, has qualified to the Air Things Master Division 1 the last time around. So you're right. Something did feel off, at least in this final game. And maybe it just was a bit of a looking at the standings, thinking that even with the win, you're not going to qualify. Or maybe thinking I have to win and then playing suspiciously. But either way, Min is looking like he's going to take this game. But he's 40 seconds, and that's one thing you have to look out for.
And these guys, it doesn't matter what form they're in. It doesn't matter how upset they are. They never give up. It's ingrained in their blood to fight until the last drop of blood. But White's pawns are bleeding, and rook takes c7 here, I think, just ends the game. Because then White is up a full piece. The knight is safe. He goes g4, also good. Rook takes h5, technically wins some material back, but not enough to change the outcome of the game. Rook a1. I think is the simplest to go after the a-pawn, and I think Arjun will resign if Min finds that move.
Yeah, as you said, rook takes h5, pawn takes king f7. You get 2 pieces for rook. That's a good trade, except for the fact you're left with a rook against a bishop, and now you're going to win this pawn on a7. So Arjun Erigaisi, we have him on camera here, but unfortunately for him, he's going to drop down to territory. We'll have to fight for Division 2, or maybe he'll even be so far down in the standings that the best he can do is Division 3. But that's not where he wants to be. And we'll see, I think, the next time the Swiss happens, the play-in, that he will be in even better form than he was in this game and in this tournament.
Yeah, Min giving Arjun 0 chances. He's not giving up a single one of his pawns. The king is infiltrating to d5. Where is it going to hide? I think it's going to hide on c6, using the c-pawn as an umbrella. 20 seconds for Min Lei is an absolute eternity with a 2-second increment. But we've got a couple of games that are moving toward the time scramble phase. I know you're hovering over Noterbeck, Siemens, Keimer. There's also Jospa, Denlaz. Lots of important games still going. You pulled up the pawn end game in Noterbeck, Abdusattorov against Vincent Keimer. This is winning for black after king d6.
Oh, because you can spring free a pawn at some point, and that's the big problem. So
whoa. King C7. He's trying to triangulate somehow, but that might have overcooked it.
Okay, but I'm guessing that the path to a draw now, exactly, it's going to be like one move that you have to finesse it. But King D6, so what's going on here? King D4.
I think he might have given up hopes of winning this game. They're repeating
What's
moves.
happening
This
here?
is a 3-time repetition.
Wait. What is the
E5.
downside? So G5. What's
Yeah,
the
King
oh
E4.
the fear might be King E4. Okay.
Oh,
This
we
is actually
missed-
very
okay, yeah.
difficult. This is extremely difficult because takes this exactly is no longer a win. So having the eval bar completely biased us from how difficult this path was, because at this point, if you play F5, in fact, you're going to lose the game. You get D5, but good for you. The white king takes H5 and wins the game. So at this point, you already have to make B5, and then after A3, we get a position where King C5 is played. The king goes up to F5, takes, and you have to calculate all this stuff where black essentially will be able to go for the A pawn. In this situation, you get the H pawn, I get the A pawn, and I think that's how that goes. Or is it?
That's
Maybe
a
it's
draw.
actually is this the draw? Yeah. Okay. Good.
It's a draw,
Anyone-
but white promotes first. But the upshot, Robert, is that black is the one having to hold the draw here by the skin of his teeth because white promotes with check. This is a theoretical draw with the corner pawn.
Right.
But this is what Vincent Keimer estimated with the time that he had remaining. Hey, only white can win a position like this. It turns out that instead of G takes H4, there's the ridiculously hard move G4. Looks like it loses because white's king is closer to black's kingside pawns. But black's pawn is closer to promotion, and that's all that counts. The G3 pawn is indefensible. Black inches his way, sprints his way toward that pawn. Also, F5, I think, was winning, followed by F4. But can you blame Vincent for failing to calculate this thicket of crazy variations? I don't think so. Black promotes with check.
Exactly. That's the key thing. Is it looks like simultaneous promotion, but unfortunately you can't promote because your king is in check. So that was a really deep continuation. At first, I think it seemed more obvious than it was. Let's go back to Min Lei because he's down to his final. Oh my goodness! What happened?
He's up a full piece. Okay. No way, blundered in one move. What was 97?
But even here, somehow it's
Rook F5 and Bishop E7. You move the king and Bishop D5 is mate. No way.
wait. This mate?
I
Like
think
here?
it is mate. Bishop C8 and C5.
Oh my gosh! Bishop C8. That's
How did he miss that?
yeah, okay. But still, I mean, if he made any other moves around here,
Any
he's completely
move.
winning. He's up a piece and a pawn. You have to feel for Min Lei, but Arjun Erigaisi, you said, these top players, they fight to the bitter end. Let's go back to Den Laz and Jocelyn. Jose Martinez, we liked his exchange sacrifice, but we don't like his position anymore. And Den Laz has a rook. He is a safer king, it seems, because there's a king out on H6. I don't know if queen takes F6 wins, but it should probably, because I don't think black has that many checks.
But if black lacked tonight, then queen takes F6 would be a draw. The king is stalemated. So Denlas, whatever he does, he actually should not win that knight and take on F6. But with the knight present, you have no way to give it away with tempo.
I'm just going to show that very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that because I don't know how to give away the knight in this position. But your point is well taken.
Exactly.
The king has no moves. It's stalemate. So if you could give up both the pieces at the same time, it would be a draw. But this is no draw. The king moves back to safety. This is checkmate in one. Okay,
D6,
checkmate
goodbye.
is stop. Oh, it's sick. That's mate.
Game,
That's game.
set,
and
match.
potentially qualification for Dan Laz, who goes to 6.5 points. Let's see how the tie breaks are working out. So far, he's in 11th place, not quite good enough to get to the top 8. But look at this game. We have Sevian and Dubov. Unfortunately for Sevian, this is too easy. The bishop goes on the yo-yo string, and the king is there to defend. That means that no progress can be made.
And both of them are going to have to work their way out of Division 2. They will have 6 out of 9. Obviously, not enough to make it to the top 8. Looks like we've got a couple more games remaining. Those games aren't directly impacting the top of the standings. Looks like Vladimir Kramnik might still be playing. No, I don't see him. There's Aryan Tari. There is Amin Tabatabai. I'll let you choose the last couple of games that we look at. Solemn going to go down
Wait
here.
a second. Amin Tabatabai with the win gets a 6.5.
He does. We haven't talked about him much either. He's slunk his way up to 6.5. This is crazy.
And imagine if he gets to sneak into the top 8 and he is completely winning with pass pawn over here. Amin had a rough go of it in the Pro Chess League. He was losing most of his games, but now he has a winning position. Rook A4 is huge. King F6 is when Rook takes F4 check.
But Robert, Rook C2 is such a tempting move. The problem is you lose contact with the F4 pawn. You give away just enough counterplay, but he has just enough time, I think, to figure this out. Take F4, go back to F2 maybe, and then walk your king over to B2. I think Rook F2 is very important.
Yes, because if king takes Rook G2, throw in that move, keep the king cut off.
This.
I guess it's just so close, right, that you don't need to deal with it. Yeah, this is easy. King here,
ultimately, Rook H2, and you're going to give your rook up for the H pawn. Yeah, this is over. A1 equals queen, and resignation will follow.
And that is a win for Amin Tabatabai. Where does he land? Let's see it. Ooh, in 13th place. But the tiebreaks will be rearranged once the final round concludes. And we see Min Lei in the chat. Hope you're doing okay, buddy. I know that was a tough finish there, but you had a great show of it. And let's see. We have a few games remaining. Oh, that game is over. Sorry, trying to click on finished games. Shigirov is taking on. Okay, but these games are much farther down the standings, and it will impact who gets to play for divisions 2 and 3. So that is important because in this event, 72 people will be involved in the knockouts, and when all is said and done, 52 people will make it through to their respective division.
And these games are also important from a tiebreak perspective. The tiebreaks are calculated by cumulatively adding up all of the point totals of your opponent. So if somebody like Chess Warrior or Prague played one of these guys, he wants them to win because the higher score your opponent's made, the better your tiebreaks because the stronger opposition you face. This is a win, as you're showing. And Sanan Sigirov will move to a respectable 5.5 out of 9, where he will be joined most likely by Rasmus Svein, who's about to defeat Alain Pichot.
Yeah,
I don't know why I said that with a French accent.
I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it, but this is not a position that Pichot will enjoy. He is just down a minor piece. He's just playing out to the end, but now that the pieces are coordinated the way they are, F4, F3, the pawn is going to get to the other side. So this one here, it's clear that Svane is going to win. But Daniel, we don't know, like, who did Svane play? Did he play against Den Laz earlier? So this win helps his tiebreaks. These things are not easily recognizable, but play a part in the chess world. It's about to mate.
They absolutely do, but that's the genius of this format. All games matter. You need to make the top 72 to be eligible for the third division. And if you win the third division, you get to the second. You win the second, you get to the first. So there is a path forward, but the path has been cleared for the top 8 players. Lei Kwang in to clear first, and let's see who made it, Robert. Den Laz. He did
make it in the end. Wow. And Vincent Keimer.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Keimer because he's in 9th place. He held that draw against Abdusattorov, but Abdusattorov's tiebreaks were amazing. He finished in 5th. So just to be clear for everybody, the top 8 will play each other. It's 1 through 4. They get to choose who they play from 5 through 8. Now, that's Lem Lei. He got the gold medal. Levon Aronian in 2nd and tied with Vladimir Fedoseev in 3rd. We have Vladislav Artemiev, the super grandmaster from Russia, the Siberian Elephant, in 4th. We have Nodirbek Abdusattorov in 5th. We have MVL, that's Leon Beast, in 6th. We have Maxim Chagayev. Now, that's a very strong player. Had a great event.
How did he get to 7th place? I mean, that's the beauty of these. You can lose the first game or even the first 2, and all you really need is an incredibly strong finish. That's a lot more important than a strong start.
Yes, and Chagayev, I think he was just solid throughout. I mean, he just hung in there, was able to get to 6.5 out of 9, and then Denis Lazovic, the young Belarusian grandmaster, he won a title Tuesday. That is obviously no easy feat. So he has proven himself, and he's proven himself once again. It's unfortunate. Look behind him. Vincent Keimer, Amin Tabatabai, Yu Yangyi, who was the runner-up in Division 2 at the Everything's Masters. We have Pragnanda, who is the runner-up in Division 3 to Sam Sevian. Speaking of Sam Sevian, he is right there, number 14, behind Raunik Sadwani's 13th place. And then Arjun Erigaisi and Min Lei in 16th. So these players who didn't finish in the top 8, they have a chance to go to Division 2. But right now, we're going to focus on the 4 players potentially advancing to Division 1, Danya. It's 8 players. It's a match, but they want to join Carlsen, Nakamura, Caruana, and So in Division 1.
Indeed, and Carlsen, Nakamura, Caruana, so they have already secured their spots in the Air Things knockout, which will be coming your way at the start of April. That is why there are 4 more spots open for a total of 8 players. That's why we have 8 total players who will be contesting those 4 spots. The 4 winners of those mini matches join these 4 incredibly weak players. And then, as you can see, the rest of the 72 players are divided across Division 2 and Division 3. Robert, we should clarify that 20 players are eliminated. Those are the players who are in Division 3 and lose their first mini match. Those who lose their first mini match in Division 2, they get seeded into Division 3. So they're still going to be participating in the final.
Yeah, they're fighting for the spots. So if you're in the top 8, you win, you're in Division 1. You lose, and you're in Division 2. If you're the next batch and you win, you're in Division 2, but you lose, you go down to D3. So let's talk about the format here. And the tiebreaks were, in fact, extremely close, by the way. Vincent Keimer misses out by a half point on tiebreaks. The time control in the match play format will be 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. They will play 2 games. So you need 1.5 points. You're through to your division. The top 4 from the Swiss, they get to choose their opponents who plays 5th through 8th. And the winners, they get to play in Division 1. It's funny calling it the lower division. It's the better division, but 1 is lower than 2, if we're just speaking in counting terms. But the winners, they get to play in Division 1, and then Division 2, and so on for the next batch of contestants.
And just to complete that great summary, if each match is tied 1-1, then there is an Armageddon game, which we will almost certainly get, because we will have 4 total matches. Here we have the top 8 players. So Lim will choose one of the players from the right side of the column. Noterbeck, Maxim. I don't think he's going to choose Maxim Vasilyev. You never know. Gukesh chose Kramnik last time. My guess is Lim is going to choose Chagayev. I think Levon is going to choose Lazovic. And then Fedoseev will have an amazing choice between Noterbeck and MVL.
Yeah, that is one of those coin flips where you're like, I don't really know who I should play. I think Abdusattorov will be the last pick, just because of his online prowess. But MVL, no slouch either. Not only is he a former World Blitz champion that was over-the-board chess 2021, he also has been a semifinalist for the Speed Chess Championship in 2022 and famously beat Magnus Carlsen in the Speed Chess Championship several years back. So that's unenviable. We have 2 Maxims. We have 2 Vlads, one Vladislav, one Vladimir, and the winners go to D1. The losers go to Division 2. So, Danya, this is tough, man. I don't know who Fedoseev and Artemiev are going to choose.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It is basically a toss-up. I've made my 4 predictions. I think it's going to be Lim against Chagayev, Aronian against Lazovic, and it's not like getting picked last in PE class. Maxim Chagayev is obviously a beast. It's all comparative, right? You're just comparing him to MVL, and he is a more palatable matchup. Fedoseev, I think, is going to choose MVL. I'm with you. Artemiev is going to have to pick up the remains and face Noterbeck Abdusattorov. What a match that is going to be. But that's not the only entertainment that we're going to get. We're going to get 2 other divisions. Losers in these 4 mini matches advance to Division 2 knockout, where they will be joined by the winners of these individual mini matches between these amazing players.
Wow, look at the names here. Right? These people are fighting just to get into Division 2. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see Vincent Keimer, Super Gym. Amin Tabatabai, so talented Iranian player who just won his final round game to get into that bunch. Yu Yangyi, the runner-up in Division 2 at the Air Things Masters. Praggnanandhaa, one of the most talented players of his generation, a rising star along with Raunak Sedwani, both these Indian teenagers. They really want to get into Division 2. Sam Sevian, he won Division 3. He won a cool 5K, won a bunch of leaderboard points, but he would like to get into Division 2 this time around. And then Arjun Erigaisi, he was in Division 1 at the Air Things Masters. He is fighting just to get into Division 2. And then when Vladimir Kramnik is number 17, I mean, you kidding me? Look how tough this is with Minlay, Georg Meyer, Eduardo Itarizaga, and Levon Pansulaya finishing the lineup there.
Indeed, they do. And of course, the losers of the Division 2 matchups, they move to the Division 3 knockout, where they will be joined by the winners of this final division's mini matches. The losers of these mini matches will be eliminated, hence the 20 players who will not be participating in the Air Things knockout. Here are the players in Division 3. This, Robert, tells you all that you need to know about the ridiculous strength of this tournament. Daniel Dubov in 21st place. I think the last time anybody said those words was probably when he was rated 1600.
Well, these are actually still the players at the back end.
Oh,
of
I
those with shots
apologize.
to get
This is
Division
still
2.
Division
No,
2. Case in point.
No, the list is so long and strong. And look, Gukesh, he made Division 1 last time. He's here fighting for Division 2. Anish Giri, he didn't play in the Air Things Masters. He is having a shot just for Division 2. I say just as if it's not a great accomplishment because this list is super strong. Salem Saled, the last player there from UAE, I mean, he is nearly 2,700 himself. And we have Rudik Makarian. Isn't Rudik an international master? And if so, this is the highest place finish from an IM. Oh, well, Min is no longer an IM. I keep thinking of how he should be a GM, but he is now a GM.
How rudic of him to make it to. He is not polite to his elders, to the Grandmasters. But now we have, this actually is Division 3. That includes Anish Giri. No, 3 pages. That's still Division 2. I apologize. That's still Division 2. We have, oh, no, this is Division 3. I apologize.
Wait, didn't we just see Anish's name and Salem's name before? So we're having some confusion here. Yeah, because we just had their names in the previous list. But we will fix them. It sounds like we have some mistakes going on with the list. So in fact, we admit it, we acknowledge it. We will try to get everything underway. So let's try to make sure we have the players correctly, but these are the batch of players that will be contesting for the Division 3. The winners get there. The losers are knocked out in their time. Shakra Marmajarv in 59th place.
Kamsky in 52nd place. I mean, come on. Alekseenko. We were talking about him. We were singing his praises, Robert, but something didn't go quite right, and yet he still has a chance. He still has a path if he wins his division. He's not going to be happy with 56th place.
This is just ridiculous. Just Alekseenko wins the European Championship, signs online, tries to get back into Division 1. He's fighting just to get into Division 3. Let's finish off the lineup because it goes all the way down to 72 players who have a shot just to make it into the division phase. And remember that last place in Division 3, if you go in there, you lose both your matches, double elimination, you still get a cool $1,000. So let's go to the final contestants. By the way, we did see Alexandra Kostenyuk. She will have her opportunity to get into the division. Wei Yi in 67th. Kirill Alekseenko, who beat Kramnik.
70th.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Where did he go? I mean, he was doing great, but that's the thing. Everything turns at the drop of a hat in this tournament. You lose one game, and you get caught by the massive peloton of Grandmasters who want nothing more than to get a shot at Division 1. So the losers of these mini matches, they get knocked out, as you're indicating, with $1,000 as a prize. The winners of these mini matches advance to the Division 3 knockout. You win that, you get a spot into Division 2. It's a long road, Robert, a long road for these players to make it into Division 1, but that road exists.
Yes, the road may not lead to Rome, but it does lead to double elimination knockout. So from our top 8, who will make the final 4? And those 4 join Carlsen, Nakamura, So, and Caruana, who have already earned their way into the top division. That remains to be seen. What you will see right now is a little bit of a break, maybe. Just take a look at yourself, enjoy yourself some water, some refreshments. But when we come back, it's match time here at the Air Things. Nope, that was the last one. This is the Chessable Masters playing. We'll be right back.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay. When I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics. Toby Maguire.
Oh my God! You saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay. Super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players.
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yep. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
Welcome back to the Chessable Masters play, and it's been a fascinating day of action thus far, but the best part is still ahead. We hope you've been enjoying commentary by the great Grandmaster Robert Hess. The big smile on your face. Are you as excited as I am for the knockout stage?
I'm stoked, Danya, because I feel like, unlike typical chess games played in silence and mutual respect, there has to be some hostility here because the players have chosen who exactly they want to take on. That must breed some resentment.
It must breed some resentment indeed. A lot of tension between these players. Let's see who chose who. We have Lim against Chigaev. We have Aronian against Lazovic, Fedoseev, Abdusattorov, and Artemiev MVL. I already forgot what I predicted. Now, to clarify, Robert, I called this the knockout. That's not quite right, because the losers of these mini matches, they still go to the knockout. It's just that they play in Division 2. And the winners join the 4 people who've booked their tickets already, including Magnus Carlsen, and they advance to Division 1 knockout. What do you make of these matchups?
Well, Lim has to be the heavy favorite. I'm just speaking honestly here. Lim favorite. Levon Aronian against Denis Lazovic. Also, probably the favorite based on Levon's form in this event. But Denis Lazovic can upset anybody. He almost took down Wesley So into the CGC last year. Wesley So went on to win the tournament, but in the first round, he almost got knocked out. And I can't pick between Fedoseev, Abdusattorov, and Artemiev and MVL. Those are toss-ups if I've ever seen them.
They're absolutely toss-ups. I'm so excited for these 4 matchups. The format, for folks, is very simple. These mini matches consist of 2 games. It's best of 2. The time control the same as in the Swiss. It's 10 minutes with a 2-second increment. A very familiar time control by now. We know that the top 4 players selected a player from places 5 through 8, hence the matchups that we have, and the winners secure Division 1 placement, whereas the losers move into the Division 2 knockout. In the event of a tie, in the event of a 1-1 tie, we get an Armageddon, but we will cross that bridge if we get there. Right now, it's time to cross the first bridge, as the first games are about to begin. Seatbelts fasten, folks. Here we go. We've got Lim, and Chigaev on the cameras in front of us.
And Lim has the trophy case behind him. It looks like he's the coach for Webster University. He was a former student at Webster University, so he knows what it takes to win. He's won national championships. He's won a World Bliss Championship. He's an absolute beast, and he brings his pony to E2, done stepping in front of the bishop on F1. You're a King's Indian player. What do you make of the start?
Yeah, this is a flexible line, which has the capacity to transpose into a bunch of lines. You could get a same-ish if white puts the pawn on F3, and then the dark squared bishop on E3. That's the likeliest outcome. Chigaev can try to beat white to the punch, and that's kind of what he does with H7, H5. You don't see that every day in the King's Indian structure. You're pointing out bishop H6. That is a pretty common idea, though, to exchange the dark squared bishops.
And it's classy
H5,
from Chigaev. He's waiting. As soon as this bishop leaves, then he plays bishop H6, right? You don't want to play it when white has not spent the tempo developing the bishop. But if this pawn goes to F3, then maybe you have to play bishop H6 because it's now or never, as the bishop could try to slink away to F2.
Yeah, very subtle positional play now for both sides. You called it, bishop H6 on the board, and he has gotten white to spend a tempo, but white wins this tempo back by hitting the rook. We should also remember that black has now lost castling rights. So the king can castle manually by walking to G7. I think that's pretty likely. It can also go queenside, but with the weakness of the A5 pawn, something tells me Chigaev is going to seek shelter on the king side nonetheless.
And you know what I like to say, the side that controls the pawn break is often the side with the advantage. But in a position like this, both sides actually control certain pawn breaks. With F3 to reinforce this pawn, the knight can slide back from F1 to E3, and then maybe a timely G4. And for black, once you protect D6, because white has the 2 pieces barreling down the D file, there could be a C6 at some moment. So both sides have their chances on opposite sides of the board to break it open. Maybe even an F4 at some moment if a rook gets to F1 first. Danya, really, this is anybody's game.
Yeah, the move f4 weakens the e5 square after the trade, but if white piles up on the f file, the f7 pawn is going to get caught in the crossfire. So there's a positional component to this game where the players are jostling for positions and outposts in the center. But once f4 is played, all bets are off and the game transitions into squarely tactical water. So I'm expecting rook f1, maybe rook df1, so that the other rook defends h4. But first, Lim opts for your maneuver. He's going to get the knight over into the center. And I like white's position.
Yeah, no, I think that white is looking promising here. Queen f8, that's kind of one of those moves you play for queen h6 potentially next. But knight e3, I'm not phased by your queen going out to h6. It doesn't really do much of anything. It has no future prospects. So while these two sit and think here, I mean, all 4 matches in Division, or for the fight for Division 1, are underway. So, Danya, should we go to Levon Aronian and Denis Lazarevic's game?
Can't go wrong with a little dose of Aronian. Levon trying to get a little dose of the bishop pair. His knight is on a4. This started out as an Italian, but not every day do you see a knight for bishop trade, Robert, in the Italian. Generally, that should favor white, but if I'm reading Denis Lazarevic's play correctly, he might be delaying short castle for a very specific reason. He might want to go g5, and as you're indicating, go long side. That would not be really in his style, but why else is he hesitating?
Maybe he just completed the development, and for Levon, he's like, I'm going to get the bishop pair and just try to claim that I have a slight edge. But what bishop pair are we talking about? As soon as the stare down happens here, you might have to part with your light square bishops, and then you do have a bishop against knight situation. But Danya, you're a Vienna player. Once this bishop is gone, you would love to play the move f4, but your darn knight's in the way.
Now that's interesting. I was going to say f takes e6 is more standard fare, opening up the f file, then castling short becomes very likely. Lazovic maintains the pawn structure as is by taking back with the queen, and I scratch what I said. I think he is going to castle kingside. I don't think there was a deep reason that he was delaying that move, and Levon, he should very well consider taking on b6, moving the knight from f3 either to h4 or back to d2, and quickly shoving through f4. Instead, he plays on the other flank first, as he grabs space on the queen side, but he weakens the d4 square. Black could occupy it with his bishop straight away.
That's a very interesting and big choice for Lazovic, because one thing he needs to be afraid of, even if it doesn't work, you have to look for the move c5. And the reason it doesn't work is, let's say you just make some random move like rook e8. After c5 takes, the bishop does have the safe haven in a5. It's a bit awkward, but as you can see, it's good for black because the pawns are not connected for white on the d and c files. So just something to note, that c5 is something that looks scary but does not trap the bishop. The bishop will get the a5 square at the end of it. So Danya, knight takes b6 at some moment. So bishop d4 was your suggestion. Do you think Denis is going to play it?
Well, I think the other candidate move is knight f6 to d7. Two can play at that game. White was the likelier one to prepare f4 because the bishop on b2 is just rearing to go. It wants that diagonal open. But f5, as you're pointing out, is nothing to sneeze at either. In the event of a trade, black quickly doubles on the f file with his rooks. The queen from e6 can slide over to g6. It's obvious that both sides are capable of attacking on the king side. So this is going to be a very rich maneuvering struggle in the middle game. Lazovic hopefully makes a decision rather quickly because he's now down almost 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, no, this is not an easy position to figure out because bishop d4, just to put Danya's suggestion on the board, after knight takes, if you take with the pawn, you're already losing a pawn after b5. I'm kicking your knight out of there. So you have to take with the knight. And then f4 comes in, and you can't take on f4 because your knight is loose. At any moment, white could take on d4 to double your pawns in the center here. This is not easy for black, and he chooses knight d7, and quickly rook c1 is played from Levon. I think we should see f5. It's about time that black gets some activity. You have to, but that makes d4 more enticing because you want to shut down this dark square diagonal with a move like f6 eventually. So if you've committed to f5, I kind of want to take on b6 and play d4. It's getting messy, Danya. I think that Levon's time advantage is the biggest key to this position right now. But Denis Lazovic, solid as ever.
Yeah, this is a very complex position. Rook c1 might have been played to overprotect the c4 pawn to make d4 possible. It's a rich position. Bishop d4 on the board, but we've got a couple of other games that are really heating up, including the game between Lim and Chagaev, which we started out by watching. The pawn has reached g5, and it looks like Lim is making tons of progress on the king side. The side that controls the pawn breaks has the advantage. and it's only one side with the devastating pawn break down the f-file. This is a disaster, catastrophe for black.
Doesn't it look like white had 6 free moves? The knight went to f1 to e3, g4, g... Did black actually make moves? Let's go back a second. Queen
Apparently
h6,
not.
knight g8. No, seriously. Like, black didn't actually make moves. Like, just shuffled around a little bit, and white had all of this free time to open the board up, get the f-file. Now this knight needs to get to e5. You're not getting there, because he can't go to c6. Danya, this is a disaster for Chigaev.
That's so instructive. The fact that the knight can't reach e5, reposition the knight 2 squares forward, and the landscape of the position changes completely. Not only is the knight a monster, but the f7 pawn is going to be very well protected. As it stands, white's going to double on the f-file. That's a no-brainer. And after black plays rook f8 or castles kingside, which is illegal because black has already moved his king
Yeah.
about 1,000 times.
The rook, yeah.
White's going to triple up on the f-file. Queen d2 to f2 is possible. He can also maneuver one of his knights from e3 somewhere around to f3, chase the queen away, and smash through in the center with e5. White's the only one who has any winning chances here. I think Lim has got this in the bag, actually.
Yeah, this is looking great for him. So while we see that Lim is in the driver's seat, let's go to a game we haven't looked at yet. It is the one between Firouzja and Abdusattorov. And we see in this position what is going on here. Looking like a bishop pair for Firouzja. That looks really strong to me. And take over the c-file. Danya, this seems like an easy position for Firouzja to play.
Black is really struggling in this round thus far. Rook c7, the eval bar showing a near decisive advantage for white. It's not an overstatement because Noterbeck has gotten nothing going on the other side of the board. If anything, the presence of his pawn on f5 only softens up the king side even further as the white queen aims at the knight, slices through the diagonal. Rook c7 is coming. The pawn from b5 could anchor itself on b6 to create an anchor square for the rook on c7. The pawn on d6 is weak. Bishop a3 could come at an inopportune time. This is a flat-out disaster as well.
Yeah, this bishop on g2 is going to be on a long diagonal. This knight can go back to d2 and up to c4 at some point. Maybe even hop up to b6. Like, just keep on galloping towards the queen side. Can't stop, won't stop. So this game, it just seems like has been out of hand if we just quickly zoom back here. And this pawn went up to c5 and then takes on d6 at this moment. Black was saddled with these pawns. And you would think, my opponent has double isolated pawns. I'm going to leave them and target them. Look at Firouzja. This is how strong he is. He actually undoubles them for activity because once the pieces pawn is gone, here comes b5. The knight goes back to d8. Give me that pawn. And this is just nasty.
And there was a subtlety that Vladimir Fedosseev, I was going to say Dmitry Andreikin, that Fedosseev sidestepped. That intermezzo b5, those are the moves that we take for granted. Yeah, obviously he played, but if you play rook takes a4, you allow a trade followed by knight d4, this enables black to discharge the tension. Queen takes e8, knight takes e2 is classic. That might still be good for white, but there's absolutely no need to allow the liquidation. Fedosseev pushes the pawn through to b5, chases the knight away. You don't see Noterbeck experiencing these kinds of problems right out of the opening very often.
Yeah, and Fedosseev, he is such a solid player. We know what he's capable of in bullet scrambles. He's a great tactician. Everybody at the top level can do it all. But Fedosseev, at his core, he prefers just to grind his opponents down. He has that sort of strategic style, a la Karpov types. Just give me a small plus. I'm going to make it work. Lim has done that marvelously today. So we see Keith rooting for a big fish. A lot of people out there are fans of Fedosseev, but we have not checked in on another Vlad, Artemiev and MVL. Okay, this is why we haven't looked, because as we look at this position, Danya, it's very close. White should be better because the pawn on e5 is a static weakness. And MVL, he's rocking the facial hair. Artemiev, still there in that dentist chair. But I think that this is not the pawn structure you want for black.
Well, I think the best way to think about this is as a reverse Najdorf. In fact, I think you can get almost an identical position with colors reversed in a 6f4 Najdorf. If you think about it, pawn on a3, queen on c2, bishop b2, that's a very common setup for black in the Najdorf. As good of an opening as it is, you don't necessarily want it with colors reversed. I think there's no question that black is doing okay here, but the eval bar seems to disagree with that assertion. And it believes, I think, in the activity of white's dark squared bishop and perhaps in the possibility of white opening up the center with a well-timed d3, d4 pawn break. Even now, it has to be considered.
I'm considering it now that you mention it, and it looks very, very strong to me. E4 is defended. You'd be happy to gallop your knight into E4. Even if it were Black's turn and Black took on E4, you could give Black an isolated pawn, or you could take back with your knight, leaving yourself with this isolated pawn, which you're okay with because you have the activity. So Fedoseev down to 353. He strikes with D4. MVL, he looks down for a second, but he is going to be calculating all of this pawn tension here, Danya. They can all capture each other.
Yeah, but all of this seems to favor white, and in rather one-sided fashion. Fe4, the knight jumps out. If you play E takes D4, then you yield all of your central control. The knight jumps into D4. And at the end of the day, white's dark squared bishop, as you're highlighting, that's what really makes white's position tick. Black also hasn't completed his development. That bishop on C8 is blocking the rook's access to the center. I don't think MBL has time to address all of his problems at the same time. I amend my opinion of this position. I think white is clearly better after D4.
Looks really, really good for Artemiev here. So let's just bop around some more, just because all games are nearing that point where the players getting lower and lower on the clock. Back to the game we started all with. Lim, what a moment!
Get me out of here, says Chagayev.
Oh, I tuned in at the right moment there. That is game over on the spot. Knight E6 is the final strike. If you take with the bishop, it doesn't matter. After pawn takes, there is a pin here. So if you can't take this pawn, you're going to lose a knight. And if you take rook takes rook, oh, wait a second. You can't take with the knight.
What a glitch. Another glitch on the server, man.
You lose your queen and more. That is nasty stuff. And by the way, since Chagayev didn't make any moves, look at what happened. Knight F5 as soon as we left. That's a knife to F5. Please take a piece. Why don't you? Let's open up that E file. Your queen is almost trapped. Your king is in the center. F6 is coming. Danya, this is nasty.
Limley is not missing a beat. We were expecting a long maneuvering game. He was going to prepare F4 for dozens of moves. No, not at all. He plays F4 at the earliest possible opportunity. His tactics are at an A+ level, and knight E6 is just the cherry on top. This is an unbelievable display in the Swiss, and now in the first game of the individual matches, he smashes through the F file. You snooze, you lose, and Chagayev snoozed for one move too long. That was amazing.
Whoa,
We're not going to snooze, though.
Is this a free piece?
It is. What is this? Bishop takes D5. F takes G3. H takes G3. And the rook on C1 is defended by the bishop.
And look at
my
Fedoseev.
lands.
I know that look from the big fish. When he leans back like that, he's like, yeah, I'm feeling good, stretching. The bishop defends the rook, so pawn takes G3, attack nothing. And you could see the look on Abdusattorov's face. He's like, what did I just do exactly? His position was bad, so let's be clear about that. Fedoseev was in
really
cruise
bad.
Control. But this is just a piece as soon as we tuned in.
How was it blundered? It was blundered with knight D5. I mean, the tension has reached a peak, but if you look at the eval bar, Black can reposition his bishop on the long diagonal, bishop D7, followed by bishop C6, Robert. This game is very far from over. Knight D5 was a flat-out one-move blunder.
Yeah, you're right. And bishop D7, just to show that quickly, the queen has to move, and I'm just going to put in a random square. Once this knight is dealt with, you take, and then bishop C6, as you mentioned, maybe knight C6, bishop C6, I'm not sure. But either way, look at the eval bar, saying Black is right in this. So instead, we saw knight D5, double question mark, giving away this piece. I mean, this move, it comes unexpectedly, and it just is a blunder on the spot, game over.
I think he might have forgotten that the rook on C1 is defended. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the illusion I walked into. At first, I was going to say, wait a second, F takes G3, and then white has to move the rook away. But no, the rook and the bishop are connected. That is a very uncharacteristic blunder, and I think something's about to happen on the board. I'm ready for it, Robert.
That bishop. Yeah, that's an important piece. Don't forget about that. It defends the rook on C1 over there. So unfortunately for Abdusattorov, his king is done. He resigns. Game over. Fedoseev takes a 1-0 lead. So let's get out of here. And those players, they're going to have to reset for the second game of the match. It is a 2-game match. And if it's tied 1-1, we do get bidding Armageddon. But we still have games going on right now. Okay, well, this is not what I expected it to turn to.
I think of all the matches that could result in upsets, this one is the likeliest. I just get that feeling that Lazovic isn't going to pass up the opportunity to make the knockout. Right now, he's doing great with the black pieces. C5 here looks like a move which addresses several issues at once. It creates a stronghold on d4. Yes, it weakens the d6 pawn, but I think it's a worthy price to pay because knight e6 to c7, as you're also indicating, could force mass liquidation and what would be a great result if Laszlo draw with the black pieces here.
Fantastic recognition by Denis Lazovic there, because this pawn on d6, you can see ghosts sometimes. Like, I'm creating a weakness, that's not good, because a turn ago, everything was protected. The problem isn't the pawn structure. You often say pawn structure is overrated. It's that black can't move. You're tied down. The rook moves, you lose the knight. The knight moves, you lose the rook. So let's go c5 so you can move both at the same time with knight to c7. Now the queen came to d3, going after this d6 pawn. Knight d4 was played. We'll see a swap, and then the knight will head into e4. Danya, I know the eval bar says level, but to me, this is not a clear-cut draw. I actually think both sides have some chances because d6 remains a weakness. And for white, like if you press a little bit too hard, I feel like it could backfire, and black could maybe get a pass pawn with a timely d5.
Black has an eternal knight on d4. That knight cannot be assailed. It cannot be chased away. It can only be traded, but that's a lot easier said than done. Now, white could try to access the equivalent square and play knight c3, followed by knight d5. But it seems to me that with the holes on the light squares, f3 is weak, e2 is weak, black has more attacking potential if this game devolves into an all-out assault on both sides' kings. So there's a case to be made that the game will end in a draw because neither player wants to take too much risk. So we're going to get some sort of repetition. I think that's likeliest to happen, but I'm with you. I think Denis has a smidge better chances here to win this game.
Yes, so while Denis and Levon, they're entering that endgame phase, looking pretty level, let's go to our other game that is still remaining, the one between Artemiev and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So it seems like after d4, the position opened up. We saw e takes d4. The bishop came to d3. What an interesting choice by Artemiev.
That was interesting. He's loading up on the f5 pawn, but then he's not taking it. A little bit of inconsistency by Vladislav. E takes f5 seemed pretty compelling to me. I think he was worried about a knight getting to e5, Robert. The situation gets very complicated. But here, you can maybe take and play bishop e4. I don't know exactly. Bishop e4 immediately looks pretty good as well. And d4 is a sitting duck.
I'm going to cheat. This is not me. I did not find it. I looked with the engine. It says F. Okay,
oh, no.
Yeah, come on. This kind of move, you're going to lose the pawn, so let's throw it forward. You want to take on h7 to go after the black king. Now, this is in a game of 10-minute chess with just 2-second increment. Yeah, you're not finding that. If you do, well, you're winning this whole thing.
Okay, so instead we got a trade on d4. He does take on f5, but a little bit later, he is up a pawn. But MVL addresses that, not for long, and he doubles up on the long diagonal. G7 is hanging. MVL should probably bring his queen back, and he just did. I think the worst is behind black.
Although this a5 pawn sticks out like a sore thumb. Don't get checkmated, so don't go take that pawn when checkmated and one is threatened. But after f3, bishop d5, at some point, can white just grab this pawn?
I think he should. I mean, why else are you putting the knight on c4? If he wants to draw, then you should take the bishop on d6, because that takes the sting out of the potential queen g3, which could be very nasty if you lose contact with the bishop.
Oh, true. Yeah, that could turn around real quick. You just played the Swiss cheese variation on the king side, so queen getting to g3 could lead to a checkmate. So you got to be very, very careful if you're white.
Yeah, you do. And right now, MVL is trying to figure out where to put this bishop. Bishop c6 runs into knight takes a5, and that hits the bishop. Queen g3 there has to be calculated very carefully. Note that white could also shift his king over to f1. And in the event of a check on the first rank, you could block it with the bishop on g1. I know that seems very far-fetched, but these are the kinds of calculations that you have to do. You have to estimate the course of the game. You don't have the time to calculate concretely, and Artemiev is not in the business of taking too many risks.
No, but he's also down under minutes, so he has to speed up. Rook e1 threatens rook e7. That would be devastating. And if black plays rook e8, a5 is hanging. So opposite colored bishops leads to likely draw in many positions, and especially because the f3 pawn is under attack. The g2 pawn is pinned. So, MVL takes a step back. He's just calmly retreating his queen, and maybe he has enough to hold here.
If he can squeak through a4, then he's able to play rook e8 without giving up any pawns. Note that rook takes e8 will have to be met with bishop takes e8. The queen has to stay pegged to the g7 pawn. That could enable white's queen to infiltrate with queen c8. So Artemiev has plenty of chances to win this game. But I think if the time situation were flipped, the chances would be more realistic. Rook e8 should hold the day if MVL avoids a blunder.
And Artemiev was setting up a trap. Like, please, go ahead. Free pawn. Oh, no, my pawn. The rook goes to e7, and the black king's in trouble. So rook e7 is a threat. Rook e8 should be played. And, well, this 8, okay, that's maybe a useful move. Just get some love for your king. But rook e8, finally, at long last, maybe d6 will fall at the end.
But MVL has shown a reluctance to trade rooks and give up a pawn. What you're saying is that he's not actually giving up a pawn after queen takes d6, queen takes b3. I think that's exactly what he's calculating. Investing his last 70 seconds, and he doesn't need all of them. Rook e8 on the board, and a bishop takes e8 pre-move, and I think a draw is now imminent.
Yes, so this one looks likely to be a draw, though Artemiev down to 15 seconds. I think he should just accept the fact that his position is level. He's never going to be in danger. His king is perfectly safe. He can put his queen on e5, king on h2, and there's no danger there. And in fact, black has to get passive with queen f7. And can you steal this pawn? Like, it is going to be an extra pawn for white.
I didn't realize that a5 was hanging. At this point, black's strategy is very, very simple. Sit tight, wait for white to start pushing his kingside pawns, and then try to find a way to force the queen trade. But that last part, Robert, is a lot easier said than done if white moves his pawns carefully.
Yeah, but that's the key. He's moving carefully. If you ever push f4, there could be a problem on g2, and so it's going to be back and forth. Let's go back to the other game, because Levon Aronian and Denis Lazovic were in ending, so we're going to take our attention back over there as these players look like they're level, because all of a sudden, wait,
where's
Black's knight go?
I don't see it. I've looked at the queen side, the king side. It is nowhere to be seen. Did he blunder the knight? I guess we'll find out after this game ends.
I thought that at some moment, I was kind of hovering over the game, that when this pawn got to b5, Levon, he had some chances, but whoa. He has knight g3. There's no more
checks.
But it's not
over. Queen f7. How do you make progress with white? I actually think a draw might even be likelier than a win for white.
Although not with the queen over here, right? Like,
yeah,
because now if there's a check, the queen can block and trade, and the knight will go around and win. So as long as a queen trade can happen, white is doing very well, and the king has run all the way up in the position.
And it's going to run all the way to the queen side, and it's going to be used as an attacker. The queen on c6 is so well placed. It's guarding both of white's biggest assets. I think knight d6 here might be one way to do it.
Nice. Let's go over to c8 and go win the pawn the good old-fashioned way with a fork.
Can you get some stalemate tricks, not with the additional pawn on a7, which will always have a move? It's over, Red Rover, knight f6, and Levon will pick up black's last remaining pawn. That's it.
Where did the knight go? Like, oh my gosh, Levon just
he got
steamrolled him on the king side. But this is already a dangerous position for black to deal with. These pawns are advanced. It's even based on the evaluation bar, but one inaccuracy after another, white's pieces go forward, and that was the losing blunder, it seems. Knight to e5 was wrong because it gave white time to play g5. Knight c5, on the other hand, after check here, g5, knight takes e4.
It's a check.
Check, very importantly.
Indeed, knight c5 was missed. Great technique by Levon there at the end, and I think, no, we still have a game going. Artemiev is still trying, massaging, pushing his pawns, but I really just don't see a way for him to make progress. There's too many possibilities of a queen trade. Black has too many checks in the event that white plays a move like f4.
Yeah, you can never just push that pawn, opens up the bishop.
Yeah.
Take it. That's a draw for her.
Yeah, Artemiev's going to pretend to try.
That's a good way of putting it, pretending to try. Even if white could win a second pawn, oftentimes it's still going to be a draw. But here, great move. Just keeping the pawns stuck, and yeah, this is now very simple.
Yeah, this is basic beta. You just keep your bishop on the d1, h5 diagonal. White can't even play g5 without giving up the h5 pawn. Time to offer a draw, and that will make it time for game 2. This is going to be fascinating with MVL having the white pieces. We know what he's capable of with the white pieces.
And opposite colored bishops, you can get a passed pawn, but that's all you get because black will stop it. A draw is agreed. Just to finish that thought, you get a passed pawn, that's great, but black will sit back here with the king. The bishop covers the square, and unfortunately, bishops don't move to the other color. So this was a draw. Danya, Levon Aronian gets a did Lim Lei. So we have, and so did Fedoseev. So 3 wins with the white pieces. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the only one to survive with black.
It was not a good round for the black pieces, but that in itself contains the silver lining for the players who lost their first game. They now have white, and winning on demand with white is generally exponentially easier. It's still incredibly hard. Try beating Lim with the white pieces. He hasn't lost a single game this entire tournament, but they're going to have to try, and that's what I love about the format, Robert. Watching GMs do everything in their power to win is just so interesting because they have to avoid so many lines that they otherwise would consider playing. Lazovic wouldn't mind a draw with Levon in a normal tournament with the white pieces. Here, he's going to have to completely amend his style if he wants to give himself a chance.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. It's obvious that Abdusattorov is the best chances because he's the best player who is down 1-0. He is 27-30 plus. But between Chagayev and Lazovic, who do you give the better odds to mounting a comeback against their Super GM opponents?
I'm going to stick with Denis Lazovic. I feel like Lim has shown such tremendous form. I just don't see Maxim Chagayev outplaying him on demand. Denis Lazovic, in the meantime, was on completely equal terms with Levon Aronian for that entire game. But as I said earlier, Robert, the biggest issue is Denis Lazovic's style. He has a very solid style. He makes a lot of draws. He doesn't lose a lot of games. But right now, he might even want to go 1e4, something unexpected to get an unbalanced position of some sort.
Yeah, no, you have to go outside your normal repertoire because during that break between the Swiss and the matches, what was Levon Aronian doing? He was looking at openings. He was seeing what to expect from Denis Lazovic. So I think you need to go outside the box. And Abdusattorov, he's capable of doing that. Chagayev, also a very solid player and playing an extremely tough opponent. But what about the matchup between Artemiev and Maxim Vachiligorov? That was a level game. Artemiev maybe had one obscure chance with that kind of crazy F6 move, but that was hard to find. So who do you see as the favorite? MVL with the white pieces or Artemiev with his speed demon skills?
Impossible to say. MVL had a very tough PCL match there where he lost to Alexander Indich twice in a row with white and then with black. So he has erased the memory of that match. He's played much better today. I'm going to have to give MVL a slight edge, Robert, just because of his phenomenal opening preparation with the white pieces. Maxim Chagayev, he will have to display some phenomenal preparation. We have a Sicilian. Look at Lim. He's like, nah, I don't want to play a Karakan, a Berlin. I'm going to meet you at the top.
I'm surprised by that. And knight d2, not the most popular move. You typically see knight c3 and you see Lim pause. Now, Lim Lee is the coach of the Webster University chess team. They have many of the best chess players in the world there. So many grandmasters have made Webster their home for several years. So he's had to look at all sorts of variations that may not be in his repertoire. That's what a coach does. But he's paused because normally you try to stop d5, bring your knight to c3. But after d5 here, Danya, and he plays d6, maybe there was e5 turning this into more of a French. So d6, what do you think of that choice by Lim Lee?
I like d6. I think it might not be the best objective move, but you know that you're not going to get a losing position with a Scheveningen pawn structure. Whereas if you're facing a line that you've never seen before, you generally want to avoid a direct confrontation. So moves like d5 or e5 are likely to result in some sort of force sequence that Chagayev might be more familiar with. The way Lim is playing, this is a proven, tried and true setup that he knows is going to get him at least a reasonable position.
Yeah, very classical setup. Black often plays e5, but white may eventually strike with f4. White wants to play e5 and leave black with some isolated queen pawn. So this is an interesting start, but I do want to take our attention to another game that has begun. It's the one between Levon Aronian and Denis Lazovic, because as we see here, it's a very different type of game, Danya, where what year is this? Is this like 2004? Are we seeing Vichy and Kramnik play? What's going on here?
Well, this is one of several Viennas, right? There's a Vienna that goes e4, e5, knight c3. This is a different Vienna, a Vienna variation within the Rogozin, or black grabs the pawn on c4 and tries to cling to it. The white rook moves up to h3. All of these ideas are incredibly well known, as evidenced by Levon Aronian's clock, which is a very disturbing sign for Denis Lazovic.
This is the problem when you play someone like Levon Aronian. He was formerly 28-35, about there as his peak. I think that goes to the fourth highest rating of all time, if I'm not mistaken, behind Magnus, Kasparov, Caruana, and I think Levon holds number 4. And he's played so much elite level chess. He's had to prepare thoroughly in countless events. And now he's here with the black pieces, and all he needs is a draw. But I like the type of position we have here, because one mistake from Levon Okay, see, that's a move you play when you're prepared. Who castles into a potential attack? The answer is Levon Aronian, because he has seen this before.
I would see Rook G3 check, King H8, Queen D2, and I would avoid this with a 20-foot pull. That queen's coming to H6. 2 mate threats created at once, but it appears that Black's Rook might get to G8 just in time. But Dennis is trying to set up mate threats, perhaps by getting the pawn to H6. But if you get the pawn to H6, the Black Knight can cover the G pawn with Knight to G6. So he's going to keep the pawn to H5 for now. Where is the king going? Which way?
I think you have to go, in my eyes, to F8, because you go to H8, the very natural Queen D2 to H6. So he goes F8. So oftentimes with this pawn structure,
whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
If you take this
What,
Rook
a
D1.
move? And the Rook on D8 is lost because the rooks are uncoordinated. The bishop on C8 is really hurting Black. What an idea.
Wow. So Denis Lazovic saying, any prep you can do, I can do better. Levon Aronian stopping to think right now, and he could lose this game in like 3 moves, because this king on F8 is not safe at all.
He has to move his queen, because Rook D1 on the next move is going to come with devastating threats of a discovered attack against the queen. Knight E6 and Knight F5. Black, I think, has to move his queen preemptively. But here's the thing. If you move it back to E7, I think White will be able to shuffle his queen over to H6 and potentially even just take on H7, Robert, and promote that H-pawn. Black doesn't have the machinery to stop that pawn with his bishop stopping the A8 rook from participating.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So, at first I was like, Levon, experience. He's played this before. Then Denis brings his queen out to D. Okay, but I think Levon still within the relative framework of his preparation. You don't make a move like Queen C5 that quickly unless you were just double checking your memory there. So Queen C5, the eval bar has not changed. Danya, this is extremely impressive from both players.
This is so high level, and they are making all the top computer moves. Queen B3, I thought there was no way he would find that. Queen C5, same thing from Levon's side. Rook to C3 here forces the queen to A5, but it's clear that the position has more or less stabilized. I think Levon has just enough play and just enough pressure on the knight to stabilize his position.
Ridiculous game. So we are going to leave the players to it. A lot of tactics remain in this one, but we have 2 games that we have not checked out just yet, including the game between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Vladimir Fedoseev. And what am I looking at here? We got this pawn structure where White has the doubled C pawns, but also the possibility to expand on the king side at any moment.
Yeah. This is a very typical Nimzo-Indian structure where Black obviously has the superiority on the queen side, and White often has problems with the C4 pawn. But F2, F4 could blast open the king side at a moment's notice, and with the presence of White's uncontested dark squared bishop, things could get very dicey if that bishop comes out to G5.
This has been a theme. Fedoseev had an unopposed dark squared bishop in their first game in this match, and now it's Abdusattorov's unopposed dark squared bishop. He gives away a pawn. This pawn is hanging. There are 2 pieces attacking it. And now Fedoseev says, give me that. Prove to me that you have more than just equality with your compensation. And Danya, I feel like what White needs to do is somehow get this pawn back, get your bishop to D4. I can see why you'd have a plus there. But instead goes out to G5 and says, I'm going to pin your knight. And the only way to break that pin is to push your pawns and weaken your king.
And he signals with this move that he's not really in a hurry to win back the D4 pawn. He will want to win that pawn back eventually. It is a passed pawn, but it's safely blockaded by White's light-squared bishop. So that pawn isn't really going anywhere, nor is there a risk of Black opening up the center with D5 because White has established a bind on that square with the 2 pawns that you're highlighting. So instead, Nodirbek trying to exploit everything he can out of the king side while Black still hasn't completed his development. Is there a case to be made for G7, G5 to end the pin? I don't know if that's a human move.
It's not a move you make when all you need is a draw, but isn't White going to play F4 next to stop you from playing G5, and then E5 and just try to crash through at some point by opening up all your pieces towards the F6 square? This is really dangerous. F4, Knight G3. The attack, in some ways, is quite natural for White to play. So I feel like Fedoseev, he's going to sit and think, ponder about this move G5, and all you ponder for that long, he goes for it.
Well, Fedoseev, I said it's not a human move. He's not a human. He's a big fish. And big fishes tend to find G5. But That's the easy part. The hard part is to follow it up accurately because f4 is going to blast open the king side. So maybe you go knight h5 and try to douse the flames of white's attack with a couple of trades. Maybe knight g4 should be considered, preparing to plant the knight on e3, and he does play knight g4. I don't envy this situation for Fedoseev, though. Noterbeck has gotten everything he could have asked for out of the opening.
Yeah, already h3 kicks the knight back to e5, and I want it there. So when I play f4, the whole board opens up. Black may be doing okay if you're armed with preparation or with the computer assistance, but with this king being so open in f4 in the near future, don't play it now. The knight will hop, nope, not there, over to e3. That would be a problem for white to deal with. So I feel like this is just a territory where both sides are in some danger, but I feel like black really is the one that needs to figure it out with the king being so open.
Well, Noterbeck is taking some time to figure out his next course of action, whether he plays h3 or maybe brings the queen up to d2, trying to take the sting out of the move knight e3. He can also drop his light squared bishop back and open up a second attacker on the d4 pawn, which is exactly what he does. He's trying to force black's queen to step into f6. f4 is going to be even stronger of a move now that the rook x-rays the queen. Not immediately, of course, but maybe after a preliminary h3. The position is heating up, Robert. This is going to be a fascinating tactical middle game struggle.
Wow. I mean, the queen f6, what a move to play. A knight coming back to e5 if it's kicked with h3. I mean, that, just to show a couple moves, this is what I'd be looking at. Bam, f4. Like, let's go forward. And it says that it's just a position that's dynamically balanced. Knight takes c4. I'm looking at this, and black is up 2 pawns here, but look at the pawn structure. Isolated pawns everywhere, open king. In a must-win game, this is exactly what you want for Abdusattorov.
And to follow this up, white can play bishop f4 and quickly lift the rook up to g3. Black experiences problems with his queen, which doesn't have any good squares. If it moves back to d8, you give up h6. If it moves back to g7, you walk into a potential pin after rook to f3. So from a practical perspective, I would take white 100 times out of 100. Guess what? Great call by you. f4 is on the board, and Noterbeck playing it all very quickly to put additional pressure on Fedoseev's clock.
In the words of James Kennedy III, use the clock as a piece. That's a piece. Use it to your advantage.
Yeah.
And now it is an advantage for Abdusattorov. We'll see if he can even this up. Let's take a step back. Let's zoom out of this one just because we need to check in on all of our games. We have not looked at the game between MVL and Artemiev. Early stages here. Artemiev, once again, way down on the clock. Daniel, this has been what he's done all day. He just continues to burn clock in the early stage of the game and then play very precise chess later.
Yeah, he did that in the previous game. He had winning chances, small winning chances throughout the whole game, but MVL with some filigree precision in the defense, holding the draw. And now I think from an objective perspective, Black's position is very comfortable. I mean, you could not ask for more out of a Ruy Lopez than an active bishop on b7, a knight that from d7 can jump into c5, and I'm wondering how MVL plans to meet that move. Is it with bishop to d5, or is he just going to leave the bishop on b3 and say, I don't care about giving you the bishop pair? What do you think?
I care. I would play bishop d5 because Daniel's point is that the bishop is under attack, and if you take me on d5, I get to push my pawn into the center, up forward a little bit more, maybe knight c6 in the future, especially if I can kick out this knight over here. But there are already tactics like knight d3, just things to work out. White's pieces are a bit loose, and the queen side is not fully developed. So I think both sides have their chances in this game here. Artemiev, though, he's way, way, way down on the clock.
And he has played knight c5, but that move, this relatively natural move, took him another minute. So at some point, he's going to have to accelerate his pace. And when he does, we will bring you more of this game. But I see your interest peaked in a game that's already hit the endgame stage, and it's Lazovic against Aronian. And this cannot be good news for Denis Lazovic, who will have to squeeze a win out of this equal material endgame.
No, this one is liquidating too quickly, and that's the problem with playing forcing variations. If your opponent knows it and knows it extremely precisely, the pieces just come off the board sometimes, and here we are. It's a completely level endgame with rook, bishop, and 3 pawns per side. There are no chances. There are no passed pawns. White is a little bit more active, so Black does have a little bit to worry about, namely this pawn on a5, but Danya, I'm really not seeing it. You bring this bishop back to e6 or d7, push the pawn to a4. That's what I was aiming for.
And the pawn on a5 that's the problem with the same colored bishop endgame. You can never attack the pawn on a5. The only way is to get the king all the way over to the queen side. That's not very realistic. And add to that the fact that black can tie himself to the a4 pawn, which is exactly what Levon is doing. That forces white to divert even more resources away from attacking a5. This is a dead draw. And Levon, with 6 minutes on the clock, trades the bishops. And I don't think he'll have any trouble holding half a point and making his way to Division 1.
Yeah, white looks better because that's an active rook and that's a passive rook. But white can't increase the pressure. This king needs to somehow get to b5. But while you're doing all that, the black rook can go to g8 and go for this pawn on g3. So Levon, okay, he does it this way. Very clever. But the rook can come to g6 and go after this pawn. We'll do a trade. We'll shake hands. We'll make a draw. And as you said, Levon, he looks well on his way to Division 1. So let's leave these two. Let's go to a different game just because Levon seems to have this one more or less wrapped up. What in the world?
Whoa.
Chagayev.
No way. Maxim Chagayev has a crushing attack on the king side. How did this happen?
I'm just going to take us back. We did expect to move e5 just to close down the center, but it only remained closed for so long. Black has no attack on the queen side. This pawn structure covers all of the breakthroughs, and then g3.
No way.
f4. Let's just trade. Let's do this thing. King to b1, and then at this point, the queen went from one side to the other, inducing bishop f6. You can't take on f4. I shatter your pawn structure, and here they all come. Let's connect 4. We win. We throw pawns forward. Done. This is just very clear cut.
And every move is very straightforward. Lim didn't get anything started on the queen side. In reality, he was like 1 or 2 moves away. If he got c4 in and shattered white's pawn cover, it would be a more double-edged game. He does play c4, but it's a day late and $1 short. Chagayev says, congratulations. Yeah, you opened the C file. That knight on d2, from the moment it was developed on move 5, has been the hero of white's defense and white's attack, keeping both of black's rooks completely at bay.
Yeah, Chagayev saw this the whole way through. He knew that that was going to be the heroic piece he needed. And there's about to be an exchange sacrifice on g7, which will lead to a checkmating attack. So this one, I think, is completely over. What a one-sided game. You can't play g6 because your bishop on f6 is loose. So the position is going to open up. You have no choice. And Maxim Chagayev is going to send this one to tiebreaks and to Armageddon bidding.
It is indeed. And you know that when things get down to Armageddon, anything can happen. Lim Lei had an amazing tournament. He's in clear first place. He got to choose his opponent, but now he is regretting his choice to play the Sicilian. Black's king is breathing fumes over on the king side. And I was thinking yesterday, maybe I'm breathing fumes. How is my own air quality? And if only there was a device, Robert, that allowed us to measure that air quality. We can see some statistics there. This is the secret behind good commentary. It's good air quality and a pretty humid office.
Wait, does that say what, 27 degrees Celsius?
Yeah, it's 81.
Yeah, what did you do?
I turned off the AC like 10 minutes ago.
I'm sweating for
really
you.
hot.
You cranked up the
I
heat
do
there.
keep it on in high 7. Normally I keep it at 73 or 74. I like a very warm temperature, but I'm going to turn the AC on. Let's see how quickly it gets down to 68. Just you watch.
Well, we're about to see how quickly this game is going to conclude. Rook takes g7 is, in fact, lights out. You just take this bishop. Let's see how the temperature drops. Let's see how quickly the device registers it. But done it. Bishop on g7 is going to be captured. And then
h8 queen. And you can also take the rook on d4 on demand. You know, whenever you want to, you can just take another piece. King a1, rook takes a4 check is innocuous because the b2 bishop is not attacked by black's queen.
No, but this
it's over.
Okay, this is actually really important. No, king a1 is precise. It seems completely over. But if king a2, rook takes a4 actually got black in the game because when you take the rook, rook takes b2 happens with check. And then when your king takes on b2, there's queen c2 check. The king tries to slide away and not queen c3 check. That would be the obvious looking move, but the knight blocks and white wins. You go back to c5 with check, and the king has nowhere to go. You just keep checking the king on the diagonal or on the same line on c2. So, wow, that was a good
players. They never die. They never die. They squeeze every last opportunity, even when it seems like nothing is going on the queen side. Maxim Chagayev, though, this is basic Betty for him. His king on a1 is feeling safe. His air quality is good. And let's see if his Armageddon skills are going to turn out to be good, because that's what's coming up for us.
Yeah, we're going to have Armageddon in this match. We will not have Armageddon in the Levon Aronian Denis Lazovic match. Levon Aronian, he drew that game, it seemed, with ease. He moves on to Division 1, so congratulations to Levon, and we will see more from Lim Le and Chagayev because it's 1-0 for now, but it's about to be 1-1. Let's go to a different game, and why don't we go to this one, because Black is winning, but I saw Queen on H8, and I was surprised. How many pawns is Black up here?
How many pawns is Black up here? Give me a couple minutes to count. I believe that White has 4 pawns and Black has 6.
Black has 7.
7. See, I knew I would miscount. So Black is 3 pawns up. What does White have in the form of compensation? Is there anything? Just Bishop D7? What's White's next move going to be? Can you at least answer that?
Bishop takes E5, maybe?
Ooh.
But then you can just take and take on F6. Black's in no danger here.
No, and brings a rook out from my 8. I mean, this 6, I thought that, I'll be honest with you, I thought Noterbeck was going to go on to a crushing victory. When he played F4, I thought that the game was going to be decided in a couple of moves. Vladimir Fedoseev is a freaking magician.
He's just a beast. I mean, he's been around for a long time now, and I think that he has a ton of respect in the chess world, and we have interviewed him so many times. He just says, I'm motivated to play the best players in the world. I love rapid time controls, and now he's loving his life because he's up 1-0 after a convincing first victory. Now he can just bring his second rook towards the center. There is no attack whatsoever against the Black King. You would need this knight. Even if you got your knight up to G7, I still don't see the knockout. So Fedoseev, he is really just delivering in this tiebreak match.
And it's official. Maxim Chagayev has won his game, so we have at least one Armageddon. We're unlikely to have an Armageddon in this match. Levon Aronian has already advanced to the knockout of Division 1. Lazovic will have to make his way through Division 2. That leaves us with one more match between Artemiev and MVL. It is currently tied at half a point apiece. What in the wide world, what in Gala do we have here?
I have to do a quick count. Black is up a pawn, right? Yes. Black is up a pawn. And this knight on B2 is over here looking a little bit loose. But speaking of loose knights, this knight on D4 is directly under attack. I feel like this is going Artemiev's way, because if you defend your knight with the pawn, you welcome this knight into D3, and that's no good.
So the bishop instead drops back to C3, but now you're welcoming the knight, or are you, back on A4? Bishop takes F7 check is a saving grace for White. Without that move, by the way, White's entire central construction would have collapsed, but Artemiev's clock, it didn't cost him in the last game. But this is a significantly more complicated position. It's maybe time for C5. If you can get a couple of minor pieces board, I think it becomes a lot easier to handle this in acute time pressure.
C5 is a great move, and I think that's what Artemiev is going to play. The fact that he's thinking here, this knight's under attack, it has only one square to go to. I think he is going to play the move C5, and after C5, you take this knight, Black takes this one, and thank you very much for the strong central pawns. He plays it, and I think this advantage is bigger than what the eval bar is saying.
Yeah, because after bishop takes b2, which might be forced, if you move the knight away from d4, you allow a queen trade. The bishop on f6 also x-rays the rook on a1. That could be problematic tactically. But if you play bishop 2, Black's pawn phalanx in the center looks mighty imposing after c takes d4. I agree. This looks miserable suddenly for White.
Maybe there's some way there after take on d4 to rook d1 and quickly try to win back the pawn. But even if you win this d4 pawn, a5 is hanging in so many different positions. Black is going to be up a pawn in this game. I feel like Artemiev is in the driver's seat, but he only has 25 seconds left, and that's the amount of time, very little, where blunders happen.
I really think Vladislav Artemiev is one of the best time scramblers in the world. It's an underrated skill for him. The way in which he keeps his composure is unbelievable. He's also going to bring his rook into the game with rook a d8, and bishop f4, I think, is what MVL is pinning all of his hopes on. He's trying to stick his knight onto d6 and really generate threats against Black's undefended pieces.
And 10 seconds, now 12.1 for Artemiev. And bishop f4, knight b6 is the hope.
5.
Okay, this is very important. e7 square is covered. That would be a fork square. But after...
Oh, knight d6? No, he goes back to e3.
Maybe after knight d6, there was some like knight... At some point, this knight is going to move, and the rook on a1 is going to be in trouble.
What's crazy is that the knight on b2 doesn't really have any retreating squares. Knight d3, I would seriously consider on the next move. So maybe MVL should move his rook out or play knight g4 to hit the tail of the discovery, that bishop on f6, which can move to d4, should the necessity arise.
But this pawn also can go up to c3. Let's just defend that knight with a pawn advance, and then white's pieces are frozen. This knight is so annoying because you can't play rook d1. I'm taking it. If you play rook b1, you're staring into a blockading piece that is going to be protected by a pawn. So I actually think that activity is hard to come by for Maxime. He is spending quite a lot of time right now. And by the way, Vladimir Fedoseev, he takes game 2 as well. He is officially through to Division 1 of the Chessable Masters.
What an incredible tournament. What a mini match for Vladimir Fedoseev. Yarnabek Abdusattorov loses 0-2. Not something that you say often, but this is anybody's game as Artemiev makes some luft for his king and simultaneously stops white's knight from jumping into g4. This is the kind of class that he plays with, even with 10 seconds on the clock.
And he might throw another pawn up. G5
Let's
with
go.
tempo. He said, let's get those rooks double. Now knight d1. That knight couldn't jump anywhere. It can go to d1. G5 still available. He takes first on g4, and knight takes g4. You called for it before. Not easy to play with rook d1 as a potential response. But Danya, I feel like not that many pawns remain, so white has a shot.
But MVL, he really likes the placement of his knight on e3. It's restricting all of black's pieces. Eval bar dipped there for a moment, but now the knight is hanging, and bishop e5 comes close to picking off the c4 pawn. Instead, the knight jumps into f5, and rook takes c4 is going to follow.
Wait, rook d2, and if you take the pawn takes, what a find!
When he promotes, and the knight can't stop the pawn from e3 because you capture it.
Artemiev is the devil. He set this up. That was insane.
But it's not over. Bishop e3 is an excellent defensive move, and it's followed by an even crazier tactic.
Oh my gosh, the c-pawn is pinned now. So if you take this knight on d3, you lose the rook, and f2 is hanging, and you can't play rook f4 because the knight covers, and you can't play knight d1 because it's under attack. And now what? You have to find the knockout
F2.
Here. Yeah, that's
eliminate the pawn and then strike white where it hurts. Rook d8 to e8 hits the knight on e3. I don't know if that's the move. 4 seconds for Artemiev. He's got to find a way to coordinate.
Oh my gosh, there's knight g1 check.
Move.
If rook takes c3, it's knight g1, king g3, knight e2 with a fork, winning this rook on c3.
Knight g1 can basically be pre-moved. Maybe rook a1 is worth playing for white. Sometimes you get wrong pre-moves. The rook from d8, though, Robert, can slide over to e8, and then the knight on e3 is also experiencing tremendous problems with knight g5 check, attempting to dislodge the king from the knight.
Yeah, 2 different ways to dislodge the king with rook f2 check available. So rook e8 looks great. Goes knight g1. He wants knight e2. Where's this king even going?
Rook e8 is possible. He gives the check, buys himself a little bit of time.
He might repeat. Oh, he plays rook e8. He just knows he's in charge right now.
He's playing perfectly. This is unbelievable. He's made every computer move.
You called it. You said, he may play slowly at first, but even in time scrambles, he plays impeccably. And look at this. Knight g1 check is already going after this knight over here. He found that square for his pony, and now Maxime also down 20 seconds.
Beautiful. And Maxime is running out of defensive resources. Rook a1, knight d4 check ends it. Let's see if Artemiev can find checkmate. He doesn't need to. He just gobbles all of the pawns. He can move his rook back to d2 and then simply promote his c-pawn. I think MVL might resign.
The one thing you have to watch out for is g5. Watch out on that f7 square. You cannot allow the rooks to attack it. He throws in knight g1. Where's this king going? If it goes here, maybe there's rook e3 check.
Knight h3. And then take g5.
Oh, that's a good.
But then
good
king takes g5. He goes rook g2.
Knight
also
e2 check.
good.
If you take this pawn, there's knight e2.
Oh, exquisite.
Now knight h3.
But now what? Knight takes f7.
Check.
Wait a second. But then I take your knight on h3, and it's not totally over there in that rook endgame.
You're up 2 pawns.
Rook e3.
Oh, that is such a good intermezzo. That's game over. Artemiev, look at that. He's calm, cool, collected. He just gives the head nod. He goes, I'm in Division 1 here at the Chessable Masters.
He is indeed, and he does that on the strength of a ridiculous sequence of moves that he played, all with 10 seconds and under on his clock. He defeats Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and that means we will have only one Armageddon between Lim Lei and a resurgent Maxime Chagaev, who managed to crush Lim Lei on demand with the white pieces. And what an Armageddon that is going to be. What an upset, Robert, that is going to be if Chagaev can strike in the Armageddon.
Yes, and we will be heading to Armageddon. What does that look like? Because some people hear that word like, is the world ending? Do I have to go say goodbye? No, what's going to happen is it might be for one of these two players because they want to make it into Division 1. So the players, they're going to bid for their time with a base time of 10 minutes. So Danya, I mean, it's going to be exciting stuff.
It is indeed. And the bids are an art and it's a science, right? Some players, they bid less because they insist on getting the black pieces. Some players, they want the white pieces because there is no increment in Armageddon. This is what players tend to forget the most often, Robert. Without increment, it's a completely different game. So flagging is very much on the table.
It's not just on the table. It is recommended. You must go for it if the opportunity arises. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll find out what the players bid, and we'll give you all the information that we have. So we'll be right back here at the Chessable Masters play-in. We're down to Armageddon.
Hello and welcome to this video. My name is Christoph Sielecki. I'm an international master in chess from Germany, and I'm here to share with you why the opening plays such an important role in modern chess. The opening in chess is like coming prepared with a battle plan. You play a move, but it's part of a larger strategy. You want to have an idea what to do against every possible response that your opponent may play against. You want to have a plan, a strategy laid out before the game even starts. This can be really deep on the top level, move 10, 20, 30. You don't need that much, but you want to be prepared to get a game that you enjoy playing. It's more fun to play and give you more chances to win more games. I've always loved studying the opening, figuring out new ideas, how to beat my opponents and set traps. This is now my profession, writing courses on openings for Chessable. I've created more than a dozen, the most popular ones being of the Keep It Simple series. I have received an award this year, the Author of the Year. What I invite you to do is go to chessable.com and check out how to play the opening better, get fun positions, and win more games.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Armageddon time here at the Chessable Masters. Do not go anywhere because Maxim Chigaev and Alekseenko Lim are contesting the final spot here at the Chessable Masters. They want to make it to the Division 1 knockout that will be contested at the start of April. Grandmaster Robert Hess, we could not have asked for a better finale to this amazing day of action.
If you told me we were going to get Armageddon, I would have been stoked, but I would not have expected this matchup. Lim Lei, he dominated game one. It was a positional battle where it felt like Chigaev, he was barely doing anything, moving back and forth while Lim Lei improved his position. Then in game two, Chigaev struck back in a decisive manner. That was as one-sided as it gets. So, Danya, now that we know who the players are, they had to bid for who would start with black and draw odds.
Indeed, both players choose a bid 10 minutes or under. The player who bids the lower amount of time wins the bid and starts with that time. The other player starts with 10 minutes, not with what they bid. The player who had the higher bid automatically starts with 10 minutes and gets the white pieces. The bids, can we announce them? Are we allowed to announce them?
I think we can.
Or is it a trade secret? Yes, we're allowed to announce them. Maxim Chigaev bid 9 minutes and 37 seconds. He wanted the white pieces, and he got them because Lim bid 7 minutes and 44 seconds specifically. Not 43, not 45. He bid 7:44. That means Lim has the black pieces, and he has draw odds, which means that if the game ends in a draw, black automatically wins. Maxim Chigaev has 2 minutes extra on the clock, but he has to win this game to make his way to the Division 1 knockout.
And what that tells us is that Chigaev, he
go.
really wanted the white pieces after that win in the second game of their match. And for Lim Lei, I feel like he didn't really care. 7 minutes, 44 seconds. Like, I would prefer to have black. I want those draw odds. But if I get white, that means my opponent doesn't have that much time. So I like the bid from Lim Lei. And, well, I like the bid from Chigaev because he wanted white. We get B3. What do you make of it, Dunya? It's an obscure choice against the Sicilian.
There's no question that Lim looked up that knight d2 nonsense that Chigaev played, and which resulted in incredible success. So now Chigaev chooses a different sideline. Lim is not really a Sicilian player, though, so his choice in the last two games is really, really puzzling. What's not puzzling is his last move. He says, you don't want the center? I'll take it, thank you very much.
I'm puzzled by the fact that Chigaev's thinking. D5 was obvious. E takes D5, showing off the pre-move. Is Lim Lei. Queen E2 check. Wow, that's a big move there. Is it going to be Bishop H3?
Yes. I think Bishop H3 is a big positional threat because it creates massive pressure on the E-file. Knight C6, Bishop H3. Perhaps black has Queen E7, Robert. The problem if you put your queen on E7 is that how are you going to get your dark squared bishop out? And you've got problems with that already because white's bishop aims at the G7 square. Here's the moment of truth. No, he chooses the more conventional path.
He wants knight... Okay, this is actually very clever. Knight G5 is automatic here.
It absolutely is, and this is your one chance to play it, because if you allow bishop e7, then the bishop on e6 is free to move.
That's right, and the reason why knight f6 happened, it blocks the queen, but black could not start with a bishop move because the g7 pawn was hanging before the knight got out. Just to show that really quickly. G7 is loose, you can't develop your bishop first, so knight comes out, and now knight g5. That's automatic to me, but why is it not automatic to Chigaev? Like knight g5, you have to probably bring your queen up to one of these squares.
Queen d7.
Like, do you take with a queen?
Sure.
Just go into the endgame?
But now there's bishop takes f6. And after gf, you can pick up the pawn on d5. What a tactic. And white emerges with excellent winning chances in this pawn up endgame and shatters black's pawn structure. Knight g5 is on the board.
Wow. Is a big move from Chigaev. And Lei, he's thinking here, he probably did not want to get into this position, but now that he's here, we just saw that you can't go ahead and take with the queen on e6, which means your pawn is going to be on that square, and then white will get his bishop to h3. So a tricky opening choice is paying off right now for Maxim Chigaev. He is ahead by 2 minutes on the clock, and there is no increment. We'll keep reminding you of that. 0 increment. The players will try to flag each other if they get down to the scramble.
That means a rook versus rook or a rook n3 versus rook n3 is completely winning for the side that has a big time advantage. If you've got 20 seconds, you have 0 chances to save an open-ended drawn endgame, one in which you can play forever. So every second that is ticking off Lim's clock right now, Robert, is golden. He doesn't know what to do. He sees that knight takes e6 is coming next. He sees that the e6 pawn is going to be a massive weakness. And he probably has also just discovered that taking on e6 with a queen loses the pawn. Maybe he should go for that anyway and hope that Chigaev misses bishop takes f6.
I don't think Chigaev is going to miss that. He's playing too strong in these last couple games with the white pieces. It's a great start for him, but the fact that Lim is thinking it could lead to that
about
queen
it.
e6.
Very important for Chigaev not to automatically trade queens, but it's a moot point. He takes with the pawn, and bishop h3. Again, crucial to play it immediately. He's allowed black to castle.
Yeah, that was an inaccuracy, and that's one of those that he should have seen.
Rushed
Just
it.
to bring up an analysis board here, that bishop h3, instead of castling right away, it hits this pawn. Now if you try to castle, you lose the house. Bishop takes pawn, there is a pin, you lose your queen. So you'd instead have to deal with this pawn with your king. You don't want to play knight d8. That stops you from castling anyway. And if you bring your king up to f7 or to something like this, your king's out in the open. White has all the time in the world. You can play d3, knight d2, knight f3, something like that. You can just castle. But the point is that white has a target. Black's king is not safe and sound. This was a surprising miss to my eyes.
This was low-hanging fruit. Knight g5 was the hard move, understanding that this is a positive transformation for white. Chigaev did that, but then rushed it just a little bit. I still think he's better, and his last move was an excellent one. What is he trying to do? He's trying to carve out the light squares for his bishop, and potentially, Robert, for the b1 knight, which could bring out to c3. And in the event that black plays d4, the entire complex of center squares become massive weaknesses. Knight e4. Even knight a4, knight b6 is nothing to sneeze at either. This is still a difficult position for black.
But what a move. King b8 and play quickly. I've mentioned this throughout the day. Hikaru Nakamura, all the top players, they say, play good moves quickly. I think that might have even been the best move and played very quickly by Lim. The pawn on d5, you didn't want to take twice there. There were some tactics. The e file opening up is bad news for the queen here. So knight a4. Danya, really, really nice choice to go to the corner, but to put pressure on the c5 pawn.
And rook h f8 solidifies the knight, opens up potential pressure on the f2 pawn. The issue is that the mobility of black's knight on f6 is really restricted. e4 and g4 are both inaccessible, but Chigaev has to find a way to continue applying pressure on black's queen side. I was going to propose rook a to c1. He goes rook a to d1, so he's sort of playing in the center. Is he flirting with the idea of d4, creating total pandemonium in the center?
But I don't think it's a good idea because black has lacked a plan. If you play d4 for black, that bishop on g2, thanks you very much. Thank you so much for that open file. That's too much to deal with. Open diagonal, I should say. h5 played instead. We're seeing Alpha Zero style play from Lim Leighton. He's getting greedy. Give me this pawn on h5.
Well, now's the time. Bishop takes f6 played, but is he going to follow through with queen takes h5? Bigger question, should black play knight d4 here? I think he absolutely should use the opportunity to centralize his knight and generate serious counterplay.
Wow. And it looks like knight d4 hits the queen. Things are getting spicy. We take on h5, and just want to give a shout out to a few things happening. Anish Giri is playing Armageddon for Division 2, and Alekseenko, he was declared the winner of the European Championship. Congratulations to him. That was an over-the-board classical event, played over 11 rounds, and he just finished his Division 3 match and is running immediately to the closing ceremony. So good on Alexei to take part here after a grueling tournament. Congratulations to our new European chess champion. But Danya, right here, Chigaev, he can take this pawn on h5. What is the idea for black?
e5.
Isn't white just take... Oh, give up
It's
two
to
pawns
play
to close
e5.
the position.
And the
then
pawn
go
on
for the
d5,
H-file.
the pawn on d5 is the bane of white's existence. If you could take your own pawn, you would do that in a heartbeat. That bishop on g2, it wants nothing more than for that pawn to be gone. I think Chigaev seriously underestimated the extent of black's counterplay on the king side. Rook h8 is coming. And in the center, the knight on d4 is really dominating a lot of key squares. The white queen, Robert, after queen takes h5, e5, is experiencing massive problems. Rook to h8 comes very, very close to trapping that queen.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. This queen, where else can it go, by the way? You can take a pawn. You can go to c4, but there might even be a b5 to look at there with a fork. This is getting dicey.
Queen c4, b5, there's knight takes c5, but I think queen c4 will still be met with e5, and black would like nothing more than to get a bad bishop versus good knight scenario after knight 5 and bishop takes c5. You're showing this on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, just
H4.
why not? Go for this. H4, throw your pawn forward, maybe even h3 at some point. You could try to get on the light squares yourself. And we have seen a move played. It was queen takes h5, e5 the response, and then knight to b6. That knight can wrap around to the c4 square. Danya, if this queen were to move and goes to g7, rook h8 next looks like it traps this white queen.
It does indeed. The queen is currently hanging, so rook h8 is out of the question, and Chigaev has to figure something out. Rook h8 is a massive threat. You can't defend that pawn. All you can do is open up a retreating square for your queen. That retreating square is currently occupied by the rook that Chigaev put on d1. He should have put it on c1 immediately. I think it's not too late. You got to go rook c1, bring the queen back, and advance the h-pawn up to h3 or h4 if black doubles on the h-file.
Yeah, this is looking like a position where black is the side for choice. I don't care what the eval bar says. And looking at the clock, we started with a 2-minute and 16-second lead for Maxim Chigaev. That is now down to just about a minute. The position easier for black to play. White is up 2 full pawns. It's hard to even realize that. One of them is on d5. As Danya's been saying, please just scream, take this off the board. I don't care where it is, but just don't be there, because the bishop on g2 wants to link the diagonal, but it's blockaded thanks to this bishop on d6. So I like your rook c1. I feel like black will just play on the king side with rook h8, f5, moves of that nature. I do think that Lemle has great chances here.
The other move that I was attracted to was knight c4 and sacking the queen for the rook, but that seems mighty speculative. Rook h8 is on the board. Good on Chigaev for investing time, calming himself down, and finding the only way to keep some intrigue alive. Lim is not the most experienced time scrambler of the bunch. I think Chigaev, he wants to bring this down to a time scramble.
And Limle has done well in the Champions Chess Tour in years past. So he is familiar with the rapid stuff, but you're right, he doesn't play as much as some of the other players in this field. So look at this. He's spending a lot of time here. Danya, what do you think he's going to do? Is he going to go immediately for the checkmate threat? But where's his pawn going? He's going 1 or 2 squares. These are difficult questions for white to answer, but you need to pose them. You can't just spend all your time,
because otherwise your opponent is going to answer them on your turn. I think the answer to the first is h3, and the reason is that black lacks a light squared bishop, so that pawn is ridiculously difficult to attack. I think black has to run that f-pawn down the board all the way to f3 if it can make it there. There's no other firepower to add to the attack. After h3, you could try queen f5 and then maybe a sack on h3, but white could meet him at the top with queen to g4 or knight b6 to c4. Don't forget about that idea. And the bishop on d6 becomes loose. If the bishop moves, white doesn't have to be told twice. d6 is going to come with very, very strong effect. There goes the f-pawn.
Limle didn't have to be told twice. I'm moving the f-pawn, queen g6 very quickly, defending. This pawn on d5, it shall not move. And f4 is a pretty big threat in many of these positions. So is e4 in some positions as well. Let's shut down that bishop. Maybe try to carve out some of the light squares for the knight. But what about eventually just doubling rooks in a sacrifice? You mentioned that type of idea. Bishop to hitting g3 could be scary. I just am not sure what white's plan is. So Danya, help me out. What should Chigaev do?
Well, with his time advantage dwindling, he has to decide really quickly whether he wants to take on d6. There's our answer, and I think he's trying to pile up on the c5 pawn. This might be black's only remaining target. He wants to play queen c1, induce the move b6, and blast open the queen side with b3 to b4, and then operate down the c-file. And again, if black's queen moves, I think he automatically pushes the d-pawn up to d6 to open that diagonal up, for goodness sake.
As soon as you get the opportunity, you likely want to play it. And right now, Limle, he's down to about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He's spending quite a lot of time on this move. He knows it's a critical moment. He might play e4 to shut down this bishop, but that would invite d3. So, I like this. Down here, the rooks are staring in the correct direction. f4 looking like a bigger and bigger threat.
f4 is a huge threat. White could pile up on the e5 pawn. Now the black's rook has left e8. So rook c to e3 forces e4, and then maybe you try d3 to open up the position and stick a rook on e6 eventually, even if it comes with an exchange sacrifice. But this is a huge moment for Chigaev, who cannot back down now. The attack is coming. He's got to hunker down, put a seatbelt on, and prepare for it.
And rook e3 looks really nice, but e4, d3, you're trying to chisel open the center here, but he goes f4 right away. He wants it all.
Play f4.
Wow, what a quick find by you and by Chigaev. That's not an easy move to play.
You close down the king side. h3 is surprisingly solid. And the g3 pawn, now it's black who wants to take his own pawn.
Wow, both sides
get
just
out
want
of
to get rid
here.
of the pawns in front of their piece. If that pawn were gone, black would have good chances. Can you go he does it. I was about to ask, can you go after the pawn? He says yes. Rook e8 check is just a swap of rooks, not too scary. The king runs away. f4 will drop after that. And Danya, the great knight against not the best bishop in the world, but doing a defensive task, that dynamic still persists.
That pawn on a6 turns out to be so valuable. What a forward-thinking third move by Lim to play a6 and generate that luff for his king. It takes the sting out of rook e8 check, which I don't think is a really human move because the queen of d6 is going to be accessing the f4 pawn. And queen takes f4, followed by queen f2 check, is basically mate in two. Rook takes h3 there, and queen h2 is a classic mating pattern. Oh my goodness, what are we in for here as both sides drop down to 2 minutes?
But what is a natural move here? Because if you play rook e4, black still takes this pawn f4. You distract the rook away to take the other rook. So I feel like I'm not seeing a move here. King h1.
Oh, queen h6? But queen h6?
Oh no, it's so direct.
We have on the spot.
Yeah, and actually the checkmate is pretty sick. This is going to happen. Lim Lei, he has been finding tactics all day, and Chigaev now sees it. Rook takes, and then rook h1 check is the deadly threat. So even if you play a move like rook e8 check, I believe that king a7 is the move. You take this rook, bam. You don't take this because you get mated, but I'm getting rid of my rook. The pawns couldn't get out the way. The rook can. Check and checkmate in two different ways. This is mate. Queen takes h1 was mate. Lim Lei just turned the tables real fast, and it's because his king has actually been the safer of the two.
Magisterial attacking prowess by Lim, and how symbolic it is that white finally drops lower on the clock than his opponent. And it comes at the moment when Chigaev realizes that checkmate is simply unstoppable. Rook takes h3, and we've talked about it now for a while, Robert. Once this pawn disappears from the board, the pressure down the h-file is way too strong to bear. Rook g to h8. I think Chigaev wants to give that check on e8, but it's not going to help. Even with two pieces on the h-file, black should be able to win. Even the simple rook to h4 and then picking up f4 should be more than sufficient for an easy win.
You know what the problem is, Danya, is that in the event of, say, a trade, I think we'll likely see this move, so I won't make it on the board after rook h8, that once the trade happens, here we go, thanks to our producer giving us an analysis board, that if we trade, can't draw quickly enough here, and you take this rook, you don't have a piece coming to e2 to stop the check. The knight is just too strong. And if you go rook e2, I could take your rook maybe, but that's checkmate in one.
What a mating construction. And rook e8 check is on the board. 2 or 3 accurate moves stand between Lim and the Division 1 knockout. He is finding them with room to spare. The threat of rook h1, that forces white to take the rook. And we know how that is going to turn out. I think Chigaev, he will probably force black to find rook h1. But that is basic Brian for Lekwang Lim.
This is such a good game. I mean, white had the advantage according to the computers, the engines, but in a human game between these two, it just felt like it was too much to defend. And unfortunately for Chigaev, he was playing really well, but this should be game over in a few moves. Even rook h2, just a quiet first move. That's been played now. Queen h5 next, going for the pin and win of this rook on e2. It's done.
And there's sick tactics galore. I was going to say queen e1. You could have taken on g2. Chigaev still trying. He kind of hunkers down, curls up into a ball. And what a move. This is amazing.
That is a fork on e2, hitting the king and winning back the queen with interest. Lim Lei is just a man on a mission. He was never from the beginning of this game trying to just be calm. He said, I'll take what happens. I'll deal with it. And now rook e7.
Now he's got to deal with the threat of rook takes b7 check and queen f7. A last-ditch attempt by Chigaev to whip up counterplay against black's king. Lekwang has to keep his eye on the clock.
I was about to say the same thing, but 43 seconds, he goes queen, renewing the threat of rook h1 with queen h2 checkmate to follow while hitting that rook that was on e7.
Gosh, Chigaev is not letting go.
No, he does not want to lose this game, but that is a good move.
Okay, queen a1 and it's over.
Great move. You have to block. That is resignation. And Lim Lei makes it through to Division 1 of the Chessable Masters. Danya, that was great display. And look at Chigaev. He is fuming.
And you can't blame him. He came so close. First, he comes back with the white pieces. Excellent opening preparation. He was better this game. There's no doubt that he was objectively better throughout, but I don't think that he can be too upset with the way that he played. It was a situation where you basically had to make one perfect move after another, and even with the extra time, that was a very tall order.
And I feel for him because for a player like Chagayev, he is somebody who's very strong in the 2600s. He's just not getting invited to these Tata Steel round robin events or Norway chess. So this was a time to shine. He put on a great display of chess, but unfortunately for him, he ran into a brick wall in Armageddon in Lim. But Chagayev, he goes to Division 2. There are many great names there. He is going to have a fun time of it. But of course, Division 1 was within his grasp, and he is going to be kicking himself for a little bit.
There are many great names, and speaking of many great names, here are the 8 names that will be contesting the Chessable Masters Knockout Final, Division 1, Carlsen, Nakamura, So, Caruana, and from today's play, and of course, Lim was the latest qualifier, defeating Chagayev, Aronian, with a smooth win over Denis Lazovic. Vladimir Fedoseev 2-0s, Norbek Abdusattorov, and Vladislav Artemiev demonstrates ridiculous skill in 2-time pressure situations to defeat the Frenchman with 3 names. But those are not the only players who will be participating in the Chessable Masters. We've got Division 2 and Division 3, and there's a lot of money on the line, Robert, in both of those divisions.
Yeah, there definitely is a ton at stake, but I want to note that if you look at the people who qualified from the play-in, Lim, Levon Aronian, Vladimir Fedoseev, Vladislav Artemiev, they were the people who finished first, second, third, and fourth. So they chose their opponents wisely, and that's saying a lot because Fedoseev picked Abdusattorov. He was like, I could choose between him and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That was a specific choice. It worked out perfectly. Maybe it was a stylistic clash that he thought was favorable. And as somebody who was in Norway for the Air Things Masters, I mean, you can just tell how much people put into this event. The players, they care so much. We just saw from Chagayev, I mean, he was pretty distraught because for him, the opportunities don't grow on trees. They don't come every day. And he was that close to pulling a Rauf Mamedov or Alexei Sarana and getting into Division 1 with the Super Grandmasters. But, Donnie, when we look at it, you look at the 8 names here, I don't think I see anybody that's not a Super Grandmaster.
Nobody who's not a Super Grandmaster. Vladimir Fedoseev might be below 2,700 right now, but his peak is well over that mark. He, I think, has a serious chance of scoring some upsets, and I know Vladimir very well. He savors the opportunity to match wits with Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, who will have their work cut out for them. Hikaru's not looking at this field and saying, oh, Wesley and Fabiano are the only players. Those 4 qualifiers are monsters in their own right, and how great it is, Robert, to see Levon Aronian on the upswing once again. He's been amazing the last couple of tournaments, and I think everybody's a fan of Levon.
Yeah, hard not to be. And when you look at these 8 players, I think what you're getting at is sometimes when we get a field, you're like, that's the opponent I want to play, and we expect certain results. No matter who plays who here, I mean, they could go down. I always talk about this, that when Magnus Carlsen came on Chess.com a few years back, he wanted to become the #1 rated player on the site. It was Vladimir Fedoseev, the big fish, who stopped him in his tracks. They played 15 games. Fedoseev won 8 total points, and Magnus only scored 7. So Fedoseev, he has gone toe-to-toe with the best in the world. He will not back down from a fight. He relishes the opportunity. And when you look at the rest of the cast, Aronian, he's been at the top forever. Lim, former World Blitz champion, is an absolute beast. Artemiev, over 2,800 in FIDE Blitz rating. He is a speed demon. And then, of course, the players who are already qualified. Danya, there is not a single person to point out and target. No match is easy.
No match is easy. Vladimir Fedoseev, Hikaru Nakamura in a World Cup a couple of years back. A lot of players might have forgotten that. He also came in second in the World Rapid Championship a couple of years ago. So Fedoseev has a very strong pedigree, a track record of doing well against the top guys in Rapid. Vladislav Artemiev, I called it at the start of the tournament. Don't fall asleep on him. Artemiev is a monster, and I think he's going to go very far in this knockout. He's got Magnus Carlsen-esque style. He's got the ability to survive and thrive in time pressure, and he displayed all of those skills and more today.
Way to address the Siberian elephant in the room. Vladislav Artemiev, he does work today. He gets himself in time trouble. It does not matter. He finds the best moves. I mean, the precision he showed today against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave when he had mere seconds on his clock, that was a sight to behold. So, Danya, it's been a fun day, man. I mean, we really had some great chess in the Swiss, and then we got some great pairings in the knockout there, the matches that we saw. And it's not really a knockout. It was a knockdown because you're knocked down to Division 2 while the winners go to Division 1.
And the winners of Division 2, they will have a chance to match wits with those in Division 1 in the next Chessable Masters. So before we wrap up, a quick overview of the full schedule for those of you who are calendar minded. And of course, we know the Division 2 and Division 3, the Armageddon there is still going. So we are going to wrap up the show and we will bring you the full standings in our next broadcast. But the final of the Chessable Masters, April 3rd through 7th. And then there will be 4 more events to look forward to in May, in July, in August, and September. That will be followed by the CCT playoffs and the finals in the first and the halftime of December. We've got so much to look forward to, Robert. The best news yet is that we're only 1.5 tournaments in, and the next big test for these players is going to be at the start of next month.
Yeah, it's such a fun format. Opportunities given to so many different players. We saw Maxim Chigayev. He almost made the most of it, but he'll be in Division 2, and Division 2 is full of superstars in their own right. Danya, of course, you will have the coverage of that. And speaking of coverage and we have the Pro Chess League coming up. More of that next week. So I feel like chess fans and us, us commentators, we are spoiled for choice when it comes to the best chess players playing online.
There's no such thing as too much chess. When we woke up, the sun was barely up. Now the sun is still barely up, but it's on its way down. But the chess action is definitely not on its way down. This was so much fun. I woke up today. It's a new week. And I just had a smile on my face because I get to cover some of the most fun, most interesting, most high-level tournaments out there in existence. There will be more of the same coming your way in April. And Robert, nobody I'd rather do it with, honestly.
I appreciate that. Well, that brings a smile to my face, as does the continued support of our many fans, the people who root on these players, cheer for their favorite streamers, and watch some great chess unfold. We appreciate you taking your time to join us, learning the game, enjoying the game. Keep on doing it. We'll be back soon enough. But for now, we say goodbye. This was the Chessable Masters play-in, and next time you'll see us for the Champions Chess Tour, it will be the Chessable Masters. So have a good one, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your day.